need to keep you around. With my feet tied, with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn a 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그들 시작가. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fly. We all sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when it put get my pop on out. Pop gun now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิด one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you... I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you... I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
Am I learning my lesson? Never running from wreckage when it's getting too close. A million reasons to turn, a million ways to get burned, and still inside it I go. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already in it and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on the next till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. I'm caught inside of the fire again. Follow me into the depths of hell. Maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death. I'll come visit you next. Whisper my name on the next till your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. I'm caught inside the fire again. Fire
chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop lock. 20 million streams and she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie, got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night life.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant Game Changers EMEA playoffs. I'm Retro, joined by Wintero or Summer to take you through the action today. Summer, I'm so excited to be here. We have got a banger game to start things off.
Yeah, 100%. When we're looking at some of the biggest names in Game Changers EMEA, obviously you're looking towards the G2 aspect in regards to the history and the legacy, but also some of the winners of this year and the players that have already made it to champs, right, when we're talking about the Gentlemate side. So in regards to the matchups today, I think we're being treated so early on with this one with Gentlemates and G2. Definitely my favourite matchup of the day, and I'm so glad to be covering it with you, Ryan.
We have our bracket in front of us, of course, the winner going immediately to Sao Paulo, so still lots to play for all of these teams. Of course, for Gentlemates, it's prize money and also then not taking up one of the spaces on points. They've already qualified to Game Changers champs through the exceptional year that they've had. Of course, G2 in front of them today. For GX and SK, they are playing later today. Focus and Habos Babos patiently waiting for their opposition, which of course they'll find out by the end of these series.
Yeah, and we talk about the permutations in regards to making it to the Game Changer Championship. You can see Gentlemates, like you mentioned, already booking their tickets, having a look what they're going to be getting up to in Sao Paulo. But obviously there are 2 more spaces up for grabs. Like you mentioned, the winner of Stage 3 will go straight through for. So for the remaining 6 teams here, they're definitely looking towards what they can do, 5, sorry, what they can do to ensure that they are in that grand final, on the LAN finals, and to be able to get the easiest road to qualification. Otherwise, it gets a little bit too complicated with the points, and then you're sort of preying on the downfall of other teams and trying to put yourselves as far ahead of the composition as possible. And that's when it comes to G2. There's so many different routes that this can go, as it's still relatively early on in that playoff bracket. But what we're talking about here is just win and keep winning, and then you won't have to worry about all the different percentages, all the different scenarios. As long as you make it to the Stage 3 grand finals and win, you're going to Sao Paulo.
As you can see below, of course, with the lower bracket not being penciled in as to who's playing, we start with the upper bracket games today. G2 versus Gentlemates, a huge matchup between 2 titans in the Game Changers scene. Of course, later on today, it's not exactly like the fun stops either. Of course, it's GX versus SK. Huge matchup, some of the top 4 playing against in terms of points for everything, basically, as you say, because, you know, there's someone that will do the maths, they'll know the percentages, they'll know the odds. At the end of the day, the easiest way to make it is to win. So that's what everyone is looking forward to doing today. We're starting off by talking about G2 Summer. Now, this is a side where, in fairness, you know, to the people at home watching, we had a big divide as to who we thought between us were going to win today. I was a big G2 believer. You've leaned more in favour of the Gentlemates side. And I thought I'm just going to jump at this, and I'm going to try and give you the reasons why everyone at home should be a G2 Gozen believer. First and foremost, you know, when you mention Game Changers EMEA, when you mention Game Changers, in fact, in a global setting, one of, if not the first name you think of, is G2 Gozen. So for the namesake alone, you know, you've got to root for those that have been there the longest, right? And G2 Gozen definitely check that box. As you can see, highlights from Stage 3, this could last 10 minutes. That's how good they are. But in a more serious note, I think you've got to look at G2 and the upturn that they've had in Stage 3 in terms of where they've placed in the group stage. You've got to have a look at the playoffs, how performative they are as a team. And since Mimi's moved over to that double duelist, I've been a big fan of what G2 Gozen have been able to produce.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about the double duelist aspect of things, with obviously Mimi still keeping the role of IGL, so seeing stuff like that, it's very interesting to see how it's actually worked out for them in regards to when you look at the 2025 season or the role changes there, player changes as we're going into 2026 as well. So starting to find their form, I think it's fair to say. And like you said, definitely queens of Game Changers, EMEA, and also into towards that international stage. And one thing that I think that we're both wanting to mention, but especially you, is talking and more focusing on that double duelist aspect of things. And sure, when we're looking towards Mimi and Akita, it's more of that aspect of you're seeing the flashes being brought through on Mimi's side.
Yes, and there is another player that I want to highlight here, and that is Vania, because I think, you know, it's very easy to look at the numbers that Mimi and Akita have been putting up and be like, well, you know, it's double duelist, it's pretty cool. You're expecting them to be top of the scoreboards. Across the 3 stages, Vania has been super consistent, has been an incredible asset for G2 Gozen as a whole. And I mean, as you can see here, I've just drawn up the table of the stats through the stages. And okay, sure, you could probably draw the lines that maybe, you know, in Stage 3 the numbers are a little less than what's in Stage 2 and Stage 1. The 2 things that I want to point out is, as I say, the double duelisting, which I'll talk about in just a second. But secondly, the fact that she's on smokes, and you can see the assists per round, and the cast has gone up. Right, and those 2 numbers, in my opinion, as someone who is playing the smokes, it is integral to your team to have a good smoker who's finding assists, who's creating space, who's blocking vision for enemies, and allowing your team to take that path into success. And definitely Akita, definitely Vania is that person. The other 2, as I already mentioned, that I wanted to talk about, Mimi and Akita. As I say, Mimi's moved over to this second duelist summer, and she's been performing incredibly well. You can see in terms of the rating, basically matching Akita at this moment in time. This is, of course, through Stage 3. Yes, okay, Akita with the larger numbers in terms of ADR. You know, you look at the KD as well. But I think the huge thing, I think, kind of sort of capped G2's success in the first two stages is it did feel like sometimes they fell short of the mark because maybe the teams, it was a close game, and it's like, well, you know, you got a couple kills difference, maybe a couple of rounds could have fell in your favor and the series could have gone differently. I think this is the solution for G2 Gozen.
And I think we had an opportunity, or at least you did, to catch up with Mimi earlier in the day. So let's see what she had to say about this matchup in particular and their road to Sao Paulo.
Thank you very much, Mimi, for joining me. First and foremost, I want to ask about the social media stuff, right? I've seen on Twitter, on the Instagram, it's everywhere, basically. The vibes are at an all-time high, hanging with the team. As the captain, how important is it for you that you're all on boot camp and you're all together? And how has the boot camp been?
I mean, I think for any team, boot camps is super important, just to like really get together and have fun together and be like talking to each other's faces. It just makes the chemistry of the team a lot higher. And yeah, the vibes has been good. Everyone is just enjoying their time together, even though we have literally the old people, me and the staff, and all the young guns, the rest of the players.
It must be fun, right? Like really enjoying the time at boot camp. I want to talk about the G2 Gozen of recent, right? Because you've won 8 of the 9 BO3s played most recently. You're currently on a 6-game win streak. You top the groups with a 7-2 record. Is this the G2 Gozen that takes you all the way to champs?
We're definitely like, that's the goal, right? We've been working really hard at trying to, one, keep the win streak going, but also just like get better with game to game and like just all the in-game stuff. Like there's just so much to it, and every opponent is so different and is testing us in different ways. So yeah, I mean, we're doing our best, we're trying every time, and you know, hopefully it shows today.
I want to talk about your individual performance as well. You're the 7th highest rating in the stage 3 as of now. It's your best individual performance across all 3 stages. Do you think that you leaning more into the second duelist duties, having played far more Phoenix and Yoru, is the biggest contributor to that?
I think that it creates some kind of like calmness in the team in a way that me as the leader, like I can be in the pack and I can control the game a little bit more, whereas like if I'm more in a supportive role, like if I've been playing Breach or KO, it's can still be harder to have the right contribution, not just in terms of stats, but like actually IGLing the team properly, because you might not always know what's right. So I think it's easier for me to have a better contribution being on a role where I'm actually like in the zone, I'm in the fight, and when I am able to like perform in that way, I also have a better read of the game, you know.
Heading into today's game, of course, you play the Gentlemates side. Ahead of today, obviously, you're at boot camp, you're in one room together. How has the preparation been heading into today? Obviously, you and Drew Spark have a very good relationship. So how's that been in boot camp, and are you prepared for today's game?
We're prepared and we're excited, of course. We've just been trying to simulate as much as possible these last 2 practices that we've had with the game. It's not always been going our way in terms of, you know, trying to find opponents that plays like a Gentlemates. They have a very specific way of playing, but you know, we've been trying our best, and if anything, we've had a lot of conversations more than like actual gameplay in terms of like just being prepared for the game.
Awesome. Well, I wish you all the best today. Thank you, Mimi, for joining me.
Thank you.
An inspired Mimi and G2 Gozen, but with a tough task ahead today as they take on EMEA's best this year in the Gentlemates GC side Summer, a team that have been second to none, what feels like in terms of the point scoring, in terms of the performance. So G2 definitely with their work cut out for them today as they face against number 1 in the point tally.
Yeah, and it's not just number 1s in the points, it's a team that's already made it, and obviously they're going to be still playing to win and make the finals, get more experience playing in these officials, but at the same time there's going to be that element of freedom in this matchup, in the sense of pressure off their shoulders, can start to be a little bit more lax in regards to some of the mistakes that they're making. It's not necessarily going to weigh on them as much as it might weigh on some of the G2 players, because for them, there is this expectation to make it in towards champions, as they always do, and they were very close to missing out on it last year, and obviously we did get to see them in Seoul. But when we're looking towards Gentlemates, this is the team to beat, and it's also another team that both G2 and Gentlemates respect each other as being some of the biggest names in this league, whether it's the history aspect of things or just recent performance. And as you see the roster here, I'm so excited again just to see them and how they're developing throughout the years, especially for Barryax and Wens. This is their first international team after coming off of Blackhand in the 2025 season. So seeing them develop as sort of international players as well is massive to see.
And as you say, like the pieces have been brought in from different places in different environments, and it just feels like instantly this Gentlemates team has just stuck like a duck to water. They've taken it in their stride. They've done exceptionally well for the first 2 stages, and they are definitely got all the right tools in the kit to deliver a 3rd win here. Of course, with the finals in Istanbul, and then further on already qualifying for Sao Paulo, you kind of feel like the sky is the limit for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were talking about the upward trajectory, we're seeing so many star moments we can see in the highlights here. It's not just necessarily one player all the time. It's sure, Barryax a lot of that time in regards to the multi-kills that we can see, but the supportive elements of Wens is a massive player to keep an eye out of in regards to the supportive utility and just sort of the foundation of the team, that she really helps raise that floor, of the skill floor of this Gentlemates side. And looking forward to the future as well on how they start experimenting with different agents, because we're looking towards, when you talk about Akita and Mimi, sure, it's that double duelist aspect of things, but Akita being the main duelist tends to really only play 1 or 2 agents. Barryax is on everything, filling so much space for the team and what the team needs in each map and each series as well.
Yeah, and I think the important thing you wanted to highlight heading into this summer is the history between these 2 teams, right? The Gentlemates G2 Gozen rivalry, and I can't lie to you, it is very, very one-sided in the start of 2026.
Yeah, and the title of it says it here, of the Gentlemates versus G2 Gozen. They have a history of their own. Sure, G2 Gozens are the players and the org that you look to of synonymous with Game Changers EMEA and Game Changers as a whole, winning the first GCC. But when you're looking towards Gentlemates in this year, sure, it started off with a loss, but since then it has been improvement on improvement in the matchups. And sure, it is quite short, but it's an incredibly successful run for Gentlemates. Out of all the matches that they've had up against each other, other than losing the very first one, it has been a victory lap for Gentlemates.
You had an opportunity to catch up with Nami ahead of today's game to see if they've got what it takes to beat G2 Gozen.
Well, I'm here with Nami, and Nina, Nami, you are the first Tunisian player to qualify for Game Changers Championship. That's a massive deal for you. But obviously, since you have already qualified and looking towards the matchup later today, is there less pressure on you with the results of Stage 3 going forward now? And does this change the way you approach the game against G2, or do you still just want to beat them and keep the winning streak alive?
I mean, yeah, I don't think I would say there's less pressure. I mean, of course, the pressure is not the same, but we still want to win. We still want to beat G2, and we still want to win this stage. That's not going to change anything, like, because we're qualified. We're not stopping ourselves just like being qualified for GCC. Of course, it's already like a good step down, but we want to go and win this stage. So yeah, we'll try our best.
Thank you. And well, talking about G2 and some of the players on your team, Wens has said she's especially excited to face against Vanya and Eva. Barryax wants to show Akita who the better duelist is in EMEA. Do you have a similar sort of competition or motivation against any of the specific G2 players?
Not against like someone specific. I think the girls are like most likely like they really want to beat I would say more like their friends, you know, especially for like Wens, you know, she's like very close to Eva and Vanya. I think EMEA is just like she want to show to all the duelists, I think, in EMEA that she's the best one. Me, I would say personally that it's more like who is the best team, you know, I'm taking us like as a pack, you know, that just the better team gonna win. So yeah, no, not really like, I don't have like anything against like a specific one person in G2. I just want to beat them all, so yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is, it's just you want the victory in general.
Exactly.
And talking about victories, actually, and more of the losses aspect of things, you said after the SK final that you were playing as if you guys were scared to lose and you didn't necessarily play specifically to win. What did you learn from that experience in Stage 2, and how do you think you're going to bring those lessons not only into furthering in Stage 3 now against the matchup against G2, but also looking towards that international stage later this year?
Well, I think that all of us are like learning from losing, and I think it's also a part of the success. It's part of like, the progression. So we're taking like those losses like as something we learn from it. Obviously, like during the stage 2, I had like just like some like frustration because I wasn't playing as usual. I wasn't like calling as usual. I was like you said, like it's more like we wasn't playing to win, but we were like more playing to not lose. And it was, I think, like under like so many like different topics that were like under pressure. And I think that just all this pressure and like all these like things like this win streak, going back to be EMEA champs. Like I think it was like so many like different things like internet fans for the organization, like so many things like that just like play kind of in our like mind to win and try everything to win, that I think at the end like it was just like too much pressure. And I don't think like it was actually a good pressure, because for me like this good and bad pressure. And I think this one like social media wise, like all this stuff, like I think it just put us like in kind of a situation that we were like just doing more like oh my god, we're gonna like beat a win streak, oh my god, we're gonna like be again, and like people gonna like be so happy for us extra, that at the end like it was just like so many different topics that at the end like it make us like a lot of pressure. I mean, I don't know, like I won't gonna talk for the girls, but especially me. So yeah, like we just learn from it. We're just gonna take more like a step back and focus on ourselves, not like what is going on the internet and social media and stuff. And yeah, like now at least we know like what are the fixes we need to do, what we need to be focused on for next games, and obviously like every loss, like we're gonna learn from it. So yeah, I'm like really positive for the next.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day for this interview. Again, congratulations on making it to Game Changers Championship, and hopefully a little bit of that pressure being relieved and you can continue on your streak in the Stage 3 run.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye, Winter. Love you. Mwah.
Mwah. Thank you.
A very wholesome way to end the interview, Summer, but of course it is game day and they've got to have their game faces on. It is G2 Gozen against Gentlemates in just a few moments. We wanted to highlight the Stage 3 and the map pools here, Summer. I think it's very obvious, with how the 2026 season has been in this rivalry between the two teams. Gentlemates, not just in terms of this head-to-head, but in terms of how it's looked globally. Okay, sure, this highlights just this matchup, but we know Gentlemates are a scary team basically in every avenue.
Yeah, and the main reason that we wanted to highlight this was just to show that neither of these teams like to play Lotus. So when it does come in towards the map veto aspect of things, it's going to be that conversation of how they actually navigate through it. Is it going to be taken out in the first wave of bans? Likely not, and more in towards that sort of playing chicken when it comes towards the end of the map veto process, which definitely going to be favoring one team or another, how they actually go through it, which hopefully we actually get to see how the everything went down in regards to the map veto process and who banned what and when.
Yes, so we'll have a look at the veto to see how it went. Of course, we played 3 maps today to determine who will move forward towards the top 3. G2 getting to pick first. They go for Sunset, Ascent second, Haven third. And you were talking about that Lotus map in particular, Summer. As you say, this plays really nicely into G2's hands because they keep it open all the way through. They know that, as you say, one team has to play chicken, and for G2, well, out of the 3 maps, mates don't want to play the Lotus map either, so they're going to get rid of it. We're going to ban Summit, and then we get to play Haven, which historically has been a decent map for G2 guys.
Yeah, and it's not saying it's an awful map for Gentlemates either. It's definitely one that they like to go towards as well. When we were showing that map the map pool, they do tend to like to shift towards the same similar sort of map. Split though is one that G2 are incredible on. I think they've got like a 7-0 win rate on that so far this split. So it does make sense why Gentlemates do want to get that out. Same goes for G2 with Breeze. It's a very strong map for the side of Gentlemates. But when it does come to that Haven where we saw that Lotus band, G2 essentially got to pick that decider map. Like we said, of Lotus, it's sort of been a bit of a misnomer they're being banned. Neither of the team really want to play it. So for G2, definitely favoured in regards to comfortability between Summit and Haven when we talk about that third and final map, if it's even needed. So focus on towards Sunset and Ascent for the first two in this series.
Yes, the third map there if we need it, and you're hoping with the gravity of this game that we will be going on all three streets. Starting off with Sunset though, Summer, you know, G2 selection, as you say, it's not exactly like the split where we know that they've been incredibly comfortable on. However, this is a map that G2 goes and have looked pretty promising on. I mean, when we were watching the G2 goes and highlights, you know, a couple of times we saw that map crop up in stage 3. They've looked dangerous on it, and for the Gentlemate side, of course, that's the first hurdle they have to get over.
Yeah, definitely. And it is interesting to me of if we only do get 2 maps, that's going to be very sad from my perspective, because we were talking about it being such a banger, both this and the matchup later today, the GXSK, because we're looking at both of these matchups of being, it's a budding rivalry between G2 and Gentlemate. So if we're starved of that third and final map decider, it's not going to go down well. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to be sending Army a message of like, what? Why weren't we deserve this final map?
Yeah, look, we focus on the present though. We know the veto. We got to start talking about the agents on these maps as well. As we always say, Summer, I think sometimes we'll see maybe one adaptation. This is not the time to be testing out new compositions. This is not the time to be bringing out a completely new, fresh look for a team. So coming into this, what are we expecting?
Well, it doesn't matter what we were expecting. This is what we're going to get, Ryan, because the agents have already been locked in. G2 Ghosts and Gentlemates are very keen to get this match underway. And I do love the fact that we are seeing, I think it was probably about 2025 or early 2025, late 2024 composition from G2 Goes in on this map in particular, with Mimi going on towards the Sage, Akita on the Neon, and Nikki Eva on the Fade. So it's definitely interesting to see that. And I have to say, like you said, when we were looking at the intro highlights, so many of them were on this map, especially from Akita and with the operator in particular. So that's definitely going to be something Gentlemates are going to have to take into account, but they almost have the perfect composition to disrupt that with Barry-X's Neon and then Marty and Toka with the Breach Sova duo.
Of course, I was gassing up the Mimi double duelist arc, but it is in this case that she'll step back onto the Sage. You do have that pseudo duelist that we've been calling it. Of course, that is in the chamber. We'll have a look at the stats for this, and while G2 goes on, while okay, sure, the map win rate percentage is lower, they have definitely been tested a few times on this map. Both teams bolstering a decent enough percentage in their halves respectively. Of course, the comp pick percentages, teams have been trialing and error through this stage, but now it is time to get into it.
Yeah, and you're looking towards G2 Goes in. Sure, the comp pick is relatively low, but when they switched over on towards this against alternate attacks, this was a massive switch up in regards to win rate. They went from having close games to 13-3 victory.
The rivalry started with a G2 victory, but since then it has been Gentlemates world and G2 just living it. It is the 7th time these two teams meet in 2026, but today it is in the Stage 3 upper bracket semi-final. Gentlemates, having already qualified to GCC, have their sights set on lifting another trophy, but it's G2 Gozen's upturn in form through Stage 3 that cannot be left unnoticed. It's two titans that collide in our first game of today. It's Gentlemates versus G2.
We're right into the action. G2 beginning on the attack and already postured up outside of B main. But Gentlemates don't look like they want to take anything slow and steady. The duo of Barry-X and Marty definitely ones to watch out for. Pop flash through the smoke. Gotta be careful.
Coming up. Through middle. It's a slow, silent start. Good shot for Amy. Opens the tally in favour of G2.
And they don't necessarily want to stop walking for Gentlemates. Sure, they didn't necessarily get the initial pick, but off the back of it, they want to at least gather up the space. Now as the rotates come through, Nami's going to be the sole retaker from spawn. A lot riding on Amy holding this position, and she's good for one.
Nearly more as well. Hitting shoulders, no heads, but Nami and Berry X have their response. The rebuttal for mates is good, but still less disadvantage in numbers. 2 on 3. Stun coming out towards the right-hand side. The paranoia flying through. Vania disrupting the Gentlemates retake as it's Ever that delivers the first bit of good news. And while Berry X is looking for more time, not plentiful. Stuck it to half here. Berry X continuing, now pulled off.
No bullets.
Turns to the stick. Gotta hit the headshot here, Vania, and she will. G2 goes and draw first blood.
It comes down to the wire though, especially when you're looking towards Berry X. You were hoping, at least for her case, given 1v3 presented itself, necessarily afforded the numbers of bullets here. You can see it, only 1 bullet left. The second peek that Vania puts had to be a headshot. With the time dwindling, even further requirements to stick, and G2 playing it down to the wire, but keeping the time in their favor.
Start, of course, it's about denying, it's securing anything on the eco. The G2, it's just an omnipresent default, not really putting all your eggs in one basket just yet, just a feel for the map and seeing if this defense show any early signs of life. Towards B main that Mimi confident in taking. Berry X spotted. Information should be fed both ways, especially now that the slow orb sent out.
It's the game that they're playing right now for G2. They need some sort of information. Try and push and pull these rotates, but Gentlemates have not moved an inch. Berry X, the only sole defender towards B. Sure, spots out Mimi, but decides that's absolutely fine. And for the G2 side, posturing up to take a position in towards A, where majority of the Gentlemate side are lying in wait.
Okay, there's a lot to clear out in between the plant and success. It's going to swing into sight and start for Amy. Gator with a second. The Guardian Outlaw combination. It's a lethal dose. The A site hold crumbles. Berry X left in the 1 versus 5. Daunting task, and considering you start with the classic, Berry X gonna have to play gun game to try and win this round out. Akita already waiting for this one. Slide round the corner, takes the initial contact. Mimi to close. G2 keep things clean here in the second.
And a flawless way to do it. This lovely little sort of utility push in towards the site. You saw how isolated Nami was, sure, in regards to position, but there was no sort of follow-up because that stun and the further util that went over towards the back site. Something that they're going to have to consider. Sure, it was just against pistols, but likely the similar sort of utility setup when they go for those site hits. On the full buys, the deep wall from Mimi, and the stuns focused on Cubby. Now on towards the bonus. Nami, though, with her investment in the previous, only has a Guardian to work with, but...
It's direct. Akita eating lead through the neon wall. He's hitting enough spam. Nice shot. Oh, Amy! Transitioning beautifully to the headhunter. Berry X removed from the equation as well, and the bonus buy for G2 is singing its praise. 3v5 retake.
Oh, Amy's doing so much.
It's beautiful. She's cut circulation to these rotates. And the Gentlemate side bleeding away towards CT. They have to back away and save the 2 remaining weapons, Summer. What started with the B contact happening quickly folded in favor of the Outlaw Headhunter combination of Amy. Beautiful hat-trick of frags from her. And the mates have nothing to show here in round 3.
Well, they at least, hopefully, you'll get a couple of kills on the way. Ow, a couple! Almost all! Get all of them on the way out. Sure, for G2, that's fine, because you win the bonus. You were going to likely want to reinvest into the next, but Gentlemates on that side of things, it's a little bit of a boost, right? In regards to how quickly they were locked out of this round. Because, yeah, you can see here, this triple from Amy just solidified the round. No one else really needed to get involved.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. As you say, you know, the round still stands. The point does go G2's way. But the maximum damage applied to both sides. And interestingly enough, despite having dropped the Outlaw in the last, Amy more than happy to reinvest to the same weapon again here in round 4. Of course, it's the Gentlemate side left with Sheriff's, that rogue rifle kept in the hands of Wens.
I mean, you're also in the position of it being the lower buy, right, from Gentlemates. You pick the Outlaw, it's easy pickings. What she was able to do against the full buy of Gentlemates with full shields, still able to get 3. Should be a little bit softer on the half shields and eco.
Pivot quickly towards B. You've got to be careful here, Akita, knowing that there's a couple of bodies off to the right. Amy draws first blood. Marty able to catch Eva. Towards backside, Mimi caught in the mess that mates are creating, and Varney elect to clean things up. 3 on 3. Amy to tip the scales in favour of G2. Spike still yet to go down, and the mates will know that this is the opportunity to cause chaos. It's a tap that comes in, Pete goes out. Amy has to take the teleport to safety.
Yeah, but it's a trade of body shots. It's so favouring G2 Gozen at the moment. Barry X has managed to find a rifle.
Gary.
Health not on the side of Nami.
Neither is it for any of these G2 players, though. Some are still very dangerously low. You can't give Berry X the 1v1s. Already tagged down. Sub 70. Needs to hit the instant headshot on Akita. And the Phantom here to slam the door shut in the face of the retake. 4 from 4. G2 Gozen, the best possible start here to Sunset.
Yeah, we were talking about the players that we were hoping, or at least highlighting before of it being Akita, Vanya, and Mimi, but Amy still on top in the leaderboard at the moment, Ryan. So maybe you've slightly glossed over the side of G2 Gozen and who you wanted to highlight in this matchup. All I'm saying, give Amy her dues.
I didn't realise it was only going to be 5 rounds until you gave me the cheek about the pre-game interview show. And look, if I had more time, I'd have had 100 graphics lined up for each of them. All right, that's just how that is. Don't want to bore the people at home too much with my speaking. It is round number 5, and a great opportunity for Gentlemates to reinstate their dominance in Game Changers. This round will be one to tip the scales back into a more neutral point, but Akita 1 for 1. Nami had to be quick to that response, and it does leave both sides down a player, but it might not be forever because it's Mimi that picked Akita back up to her feet. But unfortunately, that ultimate quickly removed from the equation, and Akita put back into her grave.
You almost feel like that was a punishment towards Akita. Res, sure, there's a little bit of a smoke to help out, but quickly spammed down by the Gentlemates side. So, sure, keeping the numbers similar, but also favouring in regards to ultimates and pushing the buttons even more. We got Barry X with the operator out, finally getting its opportunity.
Sure. Picked up as well by Berry X because now they know the wall is towards B. A is the ultimate goal. Berry X hits a hold the cross. It's the flick. Mimi left on 10 points of health. Has to heal up. And this creates the chaos you would expect for Nami. But it's Marty to pick up the pieces in the end. Gentlemates, it's all the same to them. They will put their first on the board. We're in pen to paper here in Sunset.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in regards to G2's attacks and also what we saw on the pistol when it was a straight up hit out on towards A in regards to the utility that they could do. You get that deep wall towards stairs and then the stuns from Akita into sight. It allows that position back box to get cleared with relative ease. When they don't necessarily have all of that utility in their favour, it starts to get a little bit easier for Gentlemates when they're picking off those players. When it comes down to the site hit itself, a little bit more ease and comfort to deal with.
Quarter force being brought forward by Amy despite it being an eco, so G2 definitely packing a punch. Guys, with the use of the ult. It's Mimi looking to walk up short right now. Her teammates guiding G2 towards the A site. Smoke to try and block the defense off, and with that, Wens isolating fights at the double. Fury invested as well by Tokamite, so G2 at least able to draw some ultimates out in a round that they don't put much into.
I do love the fact that Gentlemates are respecting the fact that Amy still does have this tour de force available. A lot of focus now on Nami.
They hit all three, basically. Otherwise, this does draw into a retake. The plant's happening. Swing goes wide, Nami.
Down A.
Given the tests, and will pass with flying colours. Only one more to hit in the back of sight, and Nami, the queen of the A site, she will not be taken off her throne. A fantastic moment for her. And it stops G2 dead in their tracks.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, lovely little triple. A little bit of assistance coming in from the flash from Marty, just to ensure and he had no way for that trade, but a nice little answer back from Gentlemates, right? In the sense of it started off incredibly dire, not very convincing. D2 side just steamrolling their way through the first 4 rounds. Speedrunning it even.
Pacey towards mid. Wenz has already got a rebuttal, Marty, to double things up. So the pace change from G2. Slow attempt towards A in the last. This one, a lot more bite to it. Gentlemates didn't get the last laugh, at least in the early engagements. Amy, her response appreciated, so the G2 goes in camp. Needs more though. Disadvantage still. Those numbers looking difficult to beat. Yet again, it's Nami. And Phantom, God's work towards long this time. Vanya left 1 versus 4. Already tagged to 30 points of health. This one goes from improbable to impossible. Wenz to seal the fate of round 7. Gentlemates, a fantastic job to close the gap.
We're talking about Nami on towards that A side, looking to make it her dominion. But is this pace change over towards mid? Fortunately for Gentlemates, had the exact correct play to go for it. Obviously a little bit of body spamming towards the end, but it's all love and games between the Turkish players on both sides of the server. Obviously friends, and even played on teams together in the past. And I think both of them want to see each other qualify for GCC. Gentlemates already booking their ticket. You're hoping to continue this winning streak, right? You were mentioning it in the pre-show. They're on that 6-win streak. Nowhere near their record, which I think is about 20 or 21. Yeah, but 7 would be respectable. Yeah, actually heading in towards the upper bracket, right? Of like you wanting to keep the momentum, especially for the G2 aspect of wanting to make it towards champs. Not that it's impossible to make that lower bracket run, but some of the teams down there are pretty scary. You want to make it as easy and as clean as possible.
Yeah, as you say, a win here, of course, super valuable for G2 with their fate not yet sealed within this tournament. And of course,
this is a nice spot.
2 stages prior, putting themselves into the top 3 by winning this series would be invaluable for their road to Sao Paulo. That timeout already used for G2 to steer the course of this map back in the direction they had started. 4 from 4 was the stat line. Instead, continuing that red-hot streak though, Summer, it has been Gentlemates that have introduced their flair to the first map of this series. Nikita charging forward with the ultimate. Not going to work out though. Tokamite. Not going to happen. A second as well from Tokamite. G2 do have a response though. 3v3, Nightfall used. That's Marty now going to get collapsed on by Amy. And this goes from bad to worse for Gentlemates because they've now lost the B site control and a retake required.
Don't even necessarily have numbers in their favor, but Nami's starting to approach. Wenz gets the kill from spawn. And even makes it a hat trick to close out that round, but 1 player surviving for Gentlemates isn't necessarily the prettiest showing when G2 only really working with pistols.
1 enemy remaining. Last player.
Not dangerous though, and we know that G2 love creating that danger. They live for that danger. They're a team that can exercise their prowess no matter the situation. 4-4. We're tied up after 8. The kind of series that both of us were expecting, Summer. It's not easy for either side. Early peek towards middle, baits the shot of Berry X, but to no avail.
That's one thing that they are going to have to start dealing with. Berry X's operator managed to get past the second shot, so they're making their way into B.
And it's through Spawn. It's more angles that need to be held by these anchors. Wen's a tall order. She's going to have to find everything on a desert island. Akita buries that hatchet. 5-on-3 retake. G2 looking to take the easy way to find their 5th. Berry X delivering first on the operator. Drawing the sidearm, expecting to go through, and G2 player waiting on the other side, but it's the outside of the smoke that they've got to be the most cautious for. The stun! Brilliant, Berry X! Nami with the double as well! It gets awfully scary for G2, but it relies on Marty. Has to hit everything. A tap of the spike, a double swing. Amy happy to bring home a 5th for G2 Gozen.
Yeah, lovely adaptation from Amy as well. Not necessarily just sticking in towards that B main. You can see it was an unexpected position. She appeared with a double swing. Lovely double from Nami here, but gets a little bit discombobulated with where the remaining players were. Chaos on the push out through Boba. Relatively decent answer back from G2. An expensive eco in round 8, followed up by a win. Now threats onto a Gentlemates to make the action happen, and Berry X and Toka follow it up with 2.
I've got to say, that set strat, the early round call, they send the breach flash through the wall, creates the distraction, they just close the distance between themselves and G2, and the relentlessness does not stop. Never left in the 1 versus 5. She's already found 2, but with the spike dropped in top mid, she's going to have to do more work. And that is a crisp adjustment to Wen's. A 1v2, a lot more digestible. A swing, no way, no way! Forever and ever and ever! That is ridiculous!
That is insane, Ryan. They had the spike in front of them. What was it, a 1v5?
Yes.
Shaw gets the first onto Nami. Isolates the kill onto Berry X. Wen's just gets shut down, and you look towards Gentlemates. It's not as if they were playing it awful in the 2v1. They had the 1-up, 1 down, but the shots just didn't connect. And well, Eva just absolutely saves G2 in that round. Ace for herself, but it's a 1v5, Ryan.
Oh, what a ridiculous shot from Amy to start this round. It's turned bonkers. 5-on-3, a disheartening round, needs a response. Wen's one with the Guardian, but G2, they've kicked it into a new gear, and they are not looking to stop. Amy on the lurk, she's going to catch a couple in transition. Spots the arm of Toka Mighton, she's buried as well. Amy's hat-trick, G2's well. They're up 7-4 here in map 1.
You almost feel as that 1v5 is reinvigorated G2. Yeah, that opening shot, man, it's nasty.
And then this to close. G2.
Clean.
Disruptive for the Gentlemates defense. Rebuy into round 12, our last of the half. If the mates have it in them to find a 5th and keep the half modest, but you can't help but think it's a fantastic start for G2, and that 1v5 can only be a confidence booster.
Yeah, 100%. Gentlemates go for something similar though on the initial early aggression towards B, find no one home. For G2, that's a perfect excuse to go in towards A. Wen's isolated, Nightfall on its way also, but gets one, at least for her troubles.
Mimi playing the team game, just jumping, pulling the crosshair away from the choke point. 4v4. G2 dig their heels into the A site, but it's not just keeping that control over aggression, and they will be compensated nicely. Counter ult for Berry X as she looks to close the gap towards the A site. Retakes that CT control. The problem is there's still loads of defenders. Berry X pulled in by the C's, and while Akita doesn't act off the back of it, it just delays. It leaves this play a little scarier, but Berry X not going to be frightened by the prospect. Vania left to trade. As Ever gets dropped as well, 2 versus 2. Amy to hold the cross. Both players spotted towards spawn. And with Tokamite's head ripped off her shoulders, it's only Berry X to deliver a more positive note and give Gentlemates their 5th. Vania uncertain of where Berry X is coming from exactly, but with a stick of the spike, Vania happy to swing on her own timing. It's 8-4. It's G2 that take the lead at the end of the first set of 12. It is already carnage here in this series, and we're only just beginning. After this, G2 could be closing their pick of Sunset.
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 goes and lead over the Gentlemates GC side. It is 8-4 after our first set of 12. G2 now on the defense to see if they can bring home their selection of Sunset.
And with a side swap as well, you're looking towards what G2 have to offer in regards of a defensive setup, and they actually have quite a bit, Ryan. Okay, you're looking at the double sentinel. Sure, you can talk about Amy not really even needing to be a sentinel right now and just getting all the kills in regards to them entry bloods, mid-rounding, closing it out as well. But on top of that, also you have the trip as well that is going to help with rotations for G2 to stack most players in the site they're expecting Gentlemates to eventually hit. This one though, bit unbalanced over towards B.
Aggressive for G2. The info towards A, they destroy the trip. Nami has to back up knowing that you might be encroaching on that space. So it was either commit towards B or you reset. They take the latter option of the two.
Yeah, but for the side of Gentlemates, they at least poke and prod over towards B, force Mimi to use that Sage Wall early on. Obviously get rid of it as well. Being able to keep a hold of the A space, at least not letting anyone go for any sort of wanders, trying to flank early on. Has pulled extra support in towards this B site. You can see Amy leaving market position.
Sounds good. Akita has to back away, so forfeiting the early A information. Ever with a good start. Amy on the bandit, finding the second. The mates cut down
30
by
seconds
2. A 3v5 and still with no headway towards the site. Objective. The only thing they can play for at this moment in time, and it's not looking likely. 15 on the clock, basically. Amy finds another. Berry X, something to say about it. Stun goes in towards site. The blind is good. The recon as well. Gathering information that Akita's there. There's enough time to set this down. 2v3, work still to be done for the mate's side, but Akita has something to say about it. She buries the last 2 Gentlemates players out on the A site. And they will find their 9th, a pistol to boot.
Yeah, pistol definitely going to be a boost for G2. As conversations of what Gentlemates actually approach this next round with, whether we're going to be seeing a force up and a little bit of a change of pace given you're now on the attack, hoping to cause some chaos in round 14. As you can see, opting for the lesser buy, risking G2 getting up onto double digits early on. With Amy Outlaw in hand and no shields to speak of for the side of Gentlemates, you're expecting her name in the kill feed as they're posturing outside B.
Blind is good. Mimi trying to locate the recon dart, deciding to back away. It's the easier solution. Amy holding the corner. Start to see the silhouette of the attackers here. There you are. Amy shooting fish in a barrel. Ooh. I was going to say for a second, but Berry X, fantastic delivery with the bandit. The problem is that is an expensive and powerful gun that has now been put in the Gentlemate's hands.
Let's see what Marty can do with it. Given a couple players are on the lower shields. Gonna be a bit of an issue for Vanya to get out in towards this site for the retake, judge in hand. But you're looking towards Akita, spearhead of this retake.
Through the util, they've got to be careful. Aggressing, how on earth is Berry X getting away with that then? It's an Omoda Thrifty. As quick as G2 punch a ticket to the second pistol. His Gentlemates basically void their ticket to victory. A fantastic round. I'm going to say it's a good start for G2 this summer. They do all the right things. They get the early kill, they back away, and then here, the flood out from spawn. A costly idea.
Yeah, completely tunnel visioned over towards that right-hand side as they come out of Boba. Sure, there was 2 players there, but the only issue is they're not necessarily the ones they had to worry about. You can see the implications now that round has had on G2. Flip of the script, it's now them low for money. Amy wants to get a little bit cheeky, trying to avoid the Aldrone in the smoke, but Barry up close and personal with a judge. Relatively easy to deal with. Real committal from the Gentlemate side, but Team B is in this side, starting to creep their way out onto the... Push it further. Marty taking as much space as they can before any sound is made, before the spike is planted.
Spike planted.
Me too. I think this is just about disallowing Gentlemates from finding any ult orbs by to the spike. You know, this round is basically theirs anyway. Berry X playing with fire, and it could just torch this G2 side. It's a judge.
The smoke.
Patiently, yeah. Problem is when the smoke fades, it's all very close quarters. Good start for Akita. So many bodies are piling out spawn right now. I was going to say, Gentlemates could be put in the meat grinder, but it's G2 given that treatment. It is 9-6. The gap reduced down to just 3, Summer.
All 9 players alive in that close quarter engagement.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Pistols, though, relatively swiftly dealt with. Now we're almost back to the regular scheduled broadcasting of back onto the rifles for both teams, and really lacking majorly in regards to utility or weapons. Wenz sure has a Guardian, but really looking towards her being the difference maker in this attack.
Really important round for the General Weight side to win, right? Like, you've done so much to get to this point. This is a real opportunity to close the gap. You can't allow G2 to take this one down. Amy will have to watch on her 10th death. Popped into the 5v4, sliding out both Neons, getting aggressive. And it's one that favours the General Mate side. Toka might catch it, Mimi. Over before it really gets going, Summer. 2v5 here for G2.
Alright, it's just making sure Mimi is down for the count as well. I've ever seen a stage rise themselves, but sure. Numbers heavily in favour. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, especially when the one player defending A is Eva. Crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Utility is still good going out onto side, but Eva still manages to get 2.
Wow.
Down A.
I mean, 1 is disgusting, 2 is unearthly.
Stunned up as well. I'm not saying that you're necessarily going to be seeing Vanya go for this, but maybe if she was a little bit closer, able to get a trade, but back out of this round. Locked in towards B. Stalemate relatively simple if you just win the initial engagements, winning your ones, and we talked about Wenz having a worse weapon, which is probably the best one for that situation. The wallbang getting more damage done onto Amy.
Problem is as well, Summer, is the implications. Sure, this is number 7 on the board for Gentlemates, but look at the money now for G2, right? This is their full investment. This was their time.
Reply destroyed.
Well, no investment, their time, no real follow-up. Instead, Gentlemates start to put a streak of their own. Heading into round 17 now, though. Sure, it's not necessarily the weapons GT would have wanted, but Vanya has something. It's the one that was saved over. Right there, they're on the defensive. Not necessarily afforded the opportunities to pick up the pace. Vanya here. Already down for the count. Akita takes Wenz's forehead off. Sure, the numbers are in favour, but there's no weapons to be recovered. It starts getting precarious for G2 as they make their way in towards A. Really just looking for damage at the moment. Absolutely not letting anything happen is Barrier X into this one. Mimi again also down for the count. Ever the only one remaining. But for Barry, almost another day in the office cleaning up those lesser weapons, especially after immediately early on dealing with Vanya, the only saved weapon that they had coming into round 17. Much to look back on, right, in regards to this round. It is a lower buy for G2. You don't necessarily want to put too much stock in how much it was with relative ease. Mates dismantled them, and if you're tired of hearing my voice, then get used to it, because Ryan's absolutely left me. He's going to be back soon, hopefully, but we're having our own technical issues over here. But at the moment, we're going to be getting a tactical break this time for the side of G2. Not necessarily happy with the streak of rounds that have been going on, and even looking towards the quote that Vanya has put in, it was something similar that we were talking about in the pre-show of these players like to play against each other, that not necessarily a rivalry, but being friends and ex-teammates on other teams. It's been quite nice seeing the matchups on the server as well, and obviously nice cute little quotes coming in from Van. See if the impact from Drew Spark and the timeout is going to be felt in towards this one, right? An opportunity for Gentlemates to equalise, especially with the streak of rounds that they're starting to put together. And you're looking towards G2 now to have that answer back. One of the changes that they have to work with is EMEA with the operator. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Akita down for the count within the first 3 seconds of the round, both sliding in. You're talking about the dealers head-to-head that we're having at the moment. Barry X is starting to ramp up.
I know exactly where you
That reduced to 1, and already G2 still suffering the same fate. Neural theft deployed. The mates now even more knowledgeable as to where G2 are and what they're up to. Ult from Berry X and a slide round the corner. Is still mates' round, at least for now. Always the step ahead. 4v3 down to the 3v2.
deploying drone.
Baron goes out towards the flank to at least give it a little bit more security to the Gentlemates side in this post plant. A lot of work for Evan and Mimi to do. Nightfall being toyed with.
Retake needs to be exceptional. Great isn't good enough for G2 at this moment in time. Fake TP from Nami, still behind the box, living in the shadows. Spike planted for long. Shot dart on top of it. Delay is the name of the game. Marty will close. This gap now reduced to nothing. Both teams sharing 9 rounds each. Chances for both teams to try and close.
See towards the replay, not necessarily same impact as what Amy was hoping for with the operator in the previous. Going to be afforded another opportunity with a scoped weapon though. Tour de force likely to be invested as the barriers drop. And postured up over towards A. That deeper line, then Mimi can rotate over, given Gentlemates already starting to make a ruckus in towards B main. And prodding in towards mid. So struggling to rid of Wen's camera.
Corner, Amy's going to be baited into the initial shot. Now they know where the tour de force is. Nami walks right into the Guardian. Hunter's Fury deployed by Tokamite. Fire in a second doesn't connect. It was a chance for the chamber to be punished. Instead, Amy walking away with every point still to her name.
And that's another aspect of GT. They can rotate over towards B. Walls up on towards A. It's relative amount of comfort and safety for Amy. Now there's a massive gap in mid and question marks for G2 deciding leave it as is. Starting to posture up towards A. Wall will be breaking soon. You can see cracks beginning to show.
It's going to be tested. It's not just from one direction. It'll be from 2. Berry X, Tokamite, Wens. All finding frags. Disastrous end for this round. G2 5v4 kind of knew what Gentlemates were stirring up in this round and still walking away second best. A big contributor. This collapse on A, the wall went down. That was the Gentlemates' cue to get pushing on in. It all is down to Eva and Vanya. Players that have performed so well so far in stage 3. Need a round out of them now. 1-for-1 isn't going to cut it. The Bandit, it's just a leaping Berry X, will eventually fall. But Wens quick to make sure that it's only the one that is found. Double digits for the Gentlemates side. Slight lead over G2. Both teams with a full investment now though.
The only concern is you're looking towards the last, well, the 7 rounds of this half. 6 of them, and all 6 previous rounds have been in favour of this Gentlemate side. Their switch on towards the attack has reinvigorated them. And not only answered the streak G2 were able to put together, but done better. Hits double digits first. Cheeky little beginning up on the wall for Vanya, but flash afforded from Marty denies any sort of immediate pick and early entry, but should they go back, at least there's something. Early information for Vanya that they can start to rotate players and a little bit more eggs in the basket of holding top mid. Gotta be careful. Rolling Thunder line. Utilize, push back into spawn.
This is so quick. It's caught G2 by surprise, stunned by the pace of the aggression towards B. Nightfall to use in counter. Stunned to go out. Akita just flying through at the double. Looking for more. Slides into the crosshair of Nami. Wins at the double as well. Marty will close. It looks so good for G2. And it all just turns to dust. Gentlemates, I mean, look at the sea of red. What, 7, maybe even 8 rounds in a row for summer that they found here on this attack. It is hurting so bad. 7 in a row for Gentlemates.
That's the thing, even after a couple of timeouts as well, and sure, the money was back online for G2, but then you're contending with the momentum that Gentlemates have been able to build up, and if anything, pushing it further. Incredibly well restabilized from Gentlemates side after getting a couple of relatively easy rounds slip through their fingers. If you cast your minds back to a 5v1 that they lost, right? So at least recovering well from that in-game.
Up middle, you can see the pings on the map. It's an immediate reaction from Gentlemates wanting to pivot towards this B side. Mimi left alone, deserted by the other 3. Eva, Akita, Vanya, all walking through A. Just a little bit too late, punished. Yet again, this Gentlemates side stroll into this B site. Bit destroyed. Already waiting in the wings is Nami. It's a gun given away, but even then, 2v4, time ticking, now down to 1. Wentz, the backstab is beautiful. 12 next to the Gentlemates name. It is map point, G2 selection of Sunset. They now need 3 in a row here on the defense.
Given the track record so far, definitely going to be an uphill task. A lot of different layers for Gentlemates in this round. So a couple of flanks from Berry X through mid to top mid. Wens again through the door. Only for G2 is not any major ultimates for Gentlemates to switch the pace up with. Obviously Nami's is available, but sadly the worst one to be online. It's do want to get aggressive, it seems. 4 players posturing up towards A main.
All taken, immediate reaction. Better start for G2. Quite compromised as well as the Gentlemates operation. Yeah, and our orb is quickly foiled by this defense, but again, this has created space for Wens. It's not like it's undetected. Has to destroy the trip, but look at the space being offered right now. Berry X! Nearly all 3. Wens left in the clutch. 1 versus 3. Trying to get a bit of payback maybe. It would be one hell of a way to close this map out.
Walled off just a boot, so there's no secrets about where Wens is going to be retaking the A main position from.
30 seconds left. Why destroyed?
One way popped up, it's difficult. Has to jump through, and as you expect, G2 don't necessarily falter given that situation. At least have a answer back. Double digits for them, and lovely still set piece off the back of the orb tap. You can see them posturing up for it, but again, off the back of that, they're not staying happy and content with the space towards A main. Wrap around through elbow. Again, catch the Gentlemates players off guard, furthering their advantage. Spike down on the ground. Makes it an incredibly difficult situation for Wens.
Bold statement from Berry X. I want to show who the better duelist is. Well, they're meeting the clashing of heads here in the upper bracket semis. Proving that Berry X be unstoppable. 26 and 17. A counter. 17 and 19. Break taken. Right side, understandably so. They've lost one. They cannot afford to lose another. Wanted to bring this map home as quickly and as safely as possible, Summer. No point trying to drag this out, go to OT, do anything like that. Bring it home. It's their pick next of Ascent. Could do it in 2.
It definitely depends on this round and possibly the next as well, but in prime position, make that dream a reality. Given a couple of ults, Berry X is now online. Opportunity for a pace change, and it's out towards A.
Wow, this is quick. Berry X blasting down 2 with her ultimate. Might just be the beginning of the end as Berry X single-handedly drawing the curtain on map 1. G2 locked out of the A site. Amy digs her heels into spawn. Stands her ground, joining forces now with Mimi. Everything to do between them.
Nowhere to run.
To go wide, Hunter's Fury could be compromising. Marty with the 4th. Mimi to close the show needs a 1v4. A dink, but that will be that. Tokamite to close. Gentlemates draw first blood here in the clashing of EMEA's best.
Yeah, you can see towards the end of the disproportionate between Berry X and Amy, even though we saw Amy start off so well, it was the answer back from Gentlemates, heavily focused, not only from the 29 kills we've seen from Berry X, but also from Wens on the Cypher, from Nami as well, being able to have that slight bit of answer back on the defensive side, postured them into the best position to come through, get that streak going, and be able to close out G2 map pick.
Beautifully done, and you've got to say, despite G2's early beginnings and maybe the shenanigans we saw in the first half, Summer, the Gentlemate side have done a fantastic job in recovering this, and much to the aid of Berry X. 29 and 17, 200 damage per round. First blood percentages through the roof as well. I mean, she was lights out here on Sunset. A scary, scary prospect for G2 if they want to be moving to the upper bracket finals. They've got work to be done, as you can see in terms of the stats. I mean, look, ahead of the curve, excuse me. First kills, post-plant percentage, you know, conceding 1 thrifty. Clutches saying 0. I mean, we saw the 1v5 happen. It was pretty crazy, but even then, it was not enough to bring home the victory for G2. Their pick, bear that in mind, of Sunset.
Yeah, and I don't know how it doesn't count as a clutch, but a 1v5 from Eva as well in the mix. So for the side of G2, it's not necessarily all done and dusted, right? It's just the first map, and like we were mentioning before, both of these teams have a 6-map pool. They're not afraid to go to these different maps, and when we're looking towards Ascent, sure, it's a Gentlemate pick, so they're going to have the confidence boost going into that, but for G2, it's not something that they shy away from either.
No, we know they're a team that can definitely overcome adversity, Summer, but this is going to be a tall order. You move to the Gentlemates pick next, and I mean, after what we saw on Sunset, there's definitely some positive note to take from that, right? We know they're a team that can definitely apply the pressure, definitely find success in the early round, as we saw from the first kill statistic there. However, it is, of course, a race to 13, and it's all well and good keeping things close. It's G2 now that desperately need a win if they want to remain in the uppers.
Of course, and we'll be going to a short break, but right after that we'll see if there is an answer back from G2 or if it's Gentlemates continuing their streak over the Gozen side.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. low-key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you.
Gentlemate's victory and Gentlemate's pick up next summer. It is a tall order for G2 Gozen if they want to get back into this series. It's a sent up next to see how they go there. A different environment, and look, if we see the same G2, I don't think we are going to be in for an easy ride here if you're a Gentlemates fan. They did look really promising at points in map 1. However, the defensive side, the inability to close the map out, and a huge revelation, of course, being sent to the lower bracket ultimately complicates the run into Sao Paulo that G2 are desperate to be a part of.
Yeah, of course. And when we're looking towards Ascent in regards to both of the teams, we said that they share a similar map pool and a similar experience and amount of reps on each map. Well, both teams actually only have one so far this stage, and slightly different approaches in regards to the agent compositions. Both teams are running that double dealer, so hopefully when we see the G2 aspect of things of running the Neon Next, we can see a little bit more of a pickup from Mimi, obviously struggling a little bit in that first map, but again on a little bit more of a supportive agent. Hopefully, we were mentioning it, or she had mentioned it in the interview of like it's a lot easier to IGL and when she's at the front of the pack with Akita. So hopefully a little bit of a pickup from her performance in this one, because we've seen phenomenal things from her on the Phoenix, and it's one of her highest rated agents so far this year.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. I want to see that from Mimi, because we know the power that that can have, the value, you know, as you say, Mimi was even talking about it, that it can have. The Sage, I mean, look, an individual performance to be forgotten about. However, we've got to look to the future, right? This is a prime opportunity for G2 to get back on that ladder and start moving their way up towards the bracket finals. it is going to be a tall order, though. Gentlemates, we know, are a very adverse team on this map. They wouldn't have picked it without a reason. You have a feeling that they're very well prepared for this map today. So G2 Gozen definitely going to have to carve a lot out of this Gentlemates success story that we keep talking so much about.
Yeah, of course. But again, looking into it, it is going to be a Gentlemates map pick. And we were talking on the first one, who was our star of the show, of it being towards Barry X and her performance on the Neon, wanting to bring up this little graphic here to show that comparison with Akita, obviously likely to be staying on that Neon going forward in towards next map as well. This was the stats before the first map as well so far at this stage. So looking towards the difference in playstyles and the versatility of Barry X, again furthering that in towards what we're going to be seeing on Ascent, which is likely her going to be on that Jet instead of the Neon.
Yeah, Berry X with an unbelievable first map, so you'd expect the numbers to have gone up, of course. This taken pre-series. You know, she's definitely been performing in all calibers, but you've got to look at the numbers for Akita, and you've got to understand we know what she's capable of as well. This is a huge clashing of heads here, the duelists for either side. A really exciting prospect for us as spectators, but for both. Also, an immense amount of pressure on both of their shoulders, knowing that they single-handedly can take over a game. For Akita, it's about reintroducing herself into that conversation. And the problem for Berry X is, well, the bar is now set very, very high. So only good things expected from both. We are moving into Agent Select to see what we're going to be getting here today, Summer. Of course, as you said, Berry X moving away from the Neon, moving on to the Jets. Akita happy to stick, however, to that Neon itself. For the rest, the surrounding comp, a mirror image of itself. So the only difference here, Summer, is that duelist.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be the difference in support Mimi can offer, Akita now being that sort of together moment with the Phoenix and Neon double duelist, but at the same time, you're looking towards what you historically see on this map in particular is the operator. So seeing how well they can have that operator fitting with this setup. We've seen Akita use it before a couple of matches ago, but for Barry X, it's definitely a bread and butter for her.
Outside of that, of course, you've got to look and turn our attention to the fact that the Phoenix is being played by G2 Gozen. We were having that discussion about Mimi getting across into the second duelist slot, and the indication of that being that G2 Gozen might be a bit more comfortable, and we might see some more individual flair from Mimi, who struggled definitely in the first. For Gentlemates, of course, it's all the same to them. Very confident and comfortable within this map in terms of the composition they bring forward, and yet to be defeated here in stage 3. 100% win rate. G2 Gozen now need to break records as well as hearts if they want to be making it through to the upper bracket finals. For G2 Gozen, a map down and Sunset not quite going their way. It's on Gentlemate's pick that they have to show signs of life, otherwise it will be 2-0. Gentlemates, having already qualified for Sao Paulo, might just upset the G2 run and force their hand through the gauntlet of the lower bracket. Focus on the present though. It's G2 Gozen versus Gentlemates, our second map up next.
It'll be interesting to see the approach in towards this. Like we said, it's no changes. And the one singular time both of these two teams have played it in this stage. In regards to compositions, everybody's playing exactly what they're expected to. Obviously, heading into this, it's not necessarily the most popular map. You can see in the little pop-up there. Being the most banned is you honestly feel bad for us. And it used to be the bread and butter of Game Changers, especially for the Turkish players, right? And we have so many on the server at the moment.
Maybe why we're seeing it here, Summer. You ever thought about that? Why there was like an agreement to be left open.
A mutual handshake of...
Yeah, we will be playing Ascent.
Hasn't had enough airtime. We've got to bring out the Turkish flip.
Camera taken out.
Cheeky little camera from Amy. Alright, smile, you are on camera. You know where you're going.
Flash deep into short. It's fast for the Gentlemate side, knowing that their early round ideas compromised Tokamite. Fortunate to be walking away with a trade. Nami getting dinked in the process isn't going to aid the situation. Ever, understandably so. Has to put it in park here on the B site. The anchor trying to deliver some good news. The heal happening right in front of us, but with Akita dropping Nami, it goes from bad to worse. Sliding into the kill feed for a hat-trick. Tokamite, 1 versus 4. Classic in hand, lands a dink, but Akita gets her quad kill. A fantastic start for G2 Gozen.
Good start is what's going to be needed, and briefly touching on the dealers comparison, Akita, like I said, not moving away from that neon, but certainly adding a little bit of flair in that first pistol round. Starts off G2's defensive gambit with an incredibly clean pistol.
Here.
Modest, of course, the attacker side economy. To wait till the next round to bring out the rifles. It's easiest round of the game, Summer, this one here, when you are winning the pistol. The second, you know, doesn't contain much utility, doesn't contain many upgrades in pistols either.
Cover going out.
Start already the opener found. Vania dropping the smoke towards a main, further delaying Gentlemate's collapse on the right hand side of the map, and in fact warrants a rotation, not wanting to stick around and wait for the utility to drop.
Yeah, it's nice for the side of G2 though, right? You're just cycling those smokes, cycling the wall as well. You can see Mimi's just popped it over to continually have that lockout on A. Lure them in towards B with the Cypher setups waiting. Akita also on that angle with an outlaw.
Nice shot for Akita. Mighty trying to bait in the information. Taking the jump spot instead.
30 seconds left.
Blasted against the wall by the outlaw. Flash round the corner. Akita able to use that to her advantage. Wens has a chance, finding a double out towards main, and Mimi here to clean house. 2 from 2. G2 keeping things modest here on the anti-eco.
Yeah, nice couple of kills for Wednesday on the way out. Makes the bonus a little less dangerous. Yeah, that right click is nasty.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me that way, that gun, honestly. Like, I watch so many games where the right click is like so OP, and as soon as I do it, it's like I'm shooting water at people. It just doesn't work for me. Maybe that's because I'm absolute dirt at this game, but I don't know. It doesn't work the same. Bonus for G2 here in round 3 though, Summer. Real opportunity for Gentlemates to make their stamp an impression here on Ascent.
G2 looking to go aggressive. You can see all the players starting to hover in towards mid. Bit of damage, but I think Master, you're getting body blocked there, not quite happy with it. Fine, you're gonna heal up. Outlaw is gonna get picked up by Amy, and G2 shift the setup into a little bit of a bait and switch. Does seem that they are considering the possibility of Akita in wine.
Shot dart put down.
100% know she's there now.
Yeah, well. Go. The second shot dart also short of the mark. Problem is, with Akita not really receiving any pressure after the utility, she gets to go aggressive. And look at the rotations. The blue dots on the map. They'll move towards B, but it's not going to be quick enough to assist Vania.
30 seconds left.
The camera, some aid to where the Gentlemates players are coming from, but collapsing in on the B site. It all matters as to what Vania can do, and the weakest weapon of the lot wins. Quick to cut that out of circulation. Swing through! Mimi, that's cheeky. Catching Wens with utility in hand. It is still a 2-on-4. But the HP bar, a couple of these players here, Summer, makes this retake all the more enticing. Amy baited in, going searching for one. And Akita quick to follow. So Gentlemates do have a response when they bring the weapons out, of course. G2, it's a bonus. Now they get to fully invest.
Well, a full investment it is. Odin out forever. Like she's wanting to set over towards 8. Spray down through mid, possibly in towards Bricks, or even that on the cross in towards A. So a lot of things to be considered. Decent versatility for her in that weapon.
Shadows traveling.
So, Gentlemen want to have a relatively direct look in towards this A site. Marty being one away from the run it back. So something to consider.
The util starts to get dumped in towards site. Nice shot from Amy. Has to slip away out of the gunfire that Gentlemates were looking to lay down. Retake where G2 have the numbers, and well, there you go. With Marty planting the spike, she gets to go aggressive. The run it back successful for the opener. Mimi with one, Amy a second. All of the G2 players looking to do the damage. And as quickly as Gentlemates get the ball rolling, G2 happy to put a blocker to that. It is their third. It's Gentlemates that are going to have to reinvest with whatever they can scrape together.
And it's a strong answer back from G2 with the weapons. Keeping 4 alive, and so it's the initial pick from Amy, but it's further in. This flood out from heaven, flashes in support. Amy already looking a lot more comfortable on this agent, and not only in regards to utility usage, but more than happy to get in the middle of the fight, be a little bit scrappy with it. Rinse and repeat forever at the beginning of the round. Peek out, get rid of the default camera. That lens has been popping down. And send an owl drone, try to gather some information. Sit back and wait in this round. Saying that, this double duelist is walking down mid.
Mimi anticipating that there was going to be some pushback. It has to be Akita to trade, though, through the wall, Tokamite. Peter, no opportunity to shoot back. It's Amy now, cornered into this A site, has something to help out. A nice bit of util, and as well as that, sets herself up for another, potentially even more. Marty walks into her crosshair as well. Tokamite, 1 versus 3. A silent approach from main, taking the orb. The Odin trained on the angle. The smokes could go down as well. No easy way to retrieve the spike, Summer, and so the easy way out would just be to save.
Yeah, and especially being popped down to sub 60 HP. I think there's any hope that you can say that the spike is retrievable. You take the 1v3 and
10 seconds left.
But a lot of work from Amy towards that backside, knowing Rip spotting out Marty, but not necessarily being able to get the angle. Not tunneling her vision and her attentions, able to shut down Nami. Here. Lovely adjustment.
That is gross, and I think the more important thing about that whole round, though, Summer, isn't necessarily the kill that she finds and the space that she's able to keep. It's actually the utility, right? Like the cages to hold the mates attackers out. It's the fact that she gets the information on where the Phoenix is. She's intuitive enough to know no one can come pushing through unless they come from that Gen's position. That's where she's able to penalise. It's really well thought out. Considering she's on her own as well, it was very much required for G2 finding that 4th round. Silent start. Tokamite taking the shoulder peek towards Tile. Mimi, aggression shown, but what it's worth, it's just an exchange of information and nothing else. Well, not going to last forever, though. Fantastic job. Forever a double with the Odin. I hate this gun, but you got to learn to love it when you're watching it happen, because at least you're not on the receiving end of whatever's being put out of it.
Mimi caught in transition, so it's not a flawless round for G2. Macy making it sting a little, but Gentleman's making it sting a little, but not for long. plaster put on the wound. They're getting another. They managed to find their way out main, but not for long. Yeah.
Come on. So gross. Outlaw, okay. Akita just playing with fire. Smart for the camera, Marty. Even to take her down. It is a quad kill on the Odin.
Need a drop.
Really well worked. And I remember hearing the Sliggy quote, and that is, you know, if you're someone like me who is dirt at this game, why don't you learn how to use a gun? Especially one that is as strong as the Odin. Ever exercising her right to invest in one. Easiest of quad kills. 5-1. A really, really emphatic start here for G2, and we're yet to really see what Gentlemates can do in response to any of this.
Rangers to fighting off the back foot. This one, not necessarily the best to do it. They show any sort of presence towards A main, and Hunter's Fury comes out. Not necessarily going to be afforded a kill or even any damage, so Gentlemates live to fight another day, pick up the orb and go back to the usual business, poking and prodding towards mid.
Seconds left. There is time to make these adjustments. Moves! You just saw the lineup happening from a mile away. Akita, with both backs turned, punishes the short aggression. Now down to 3.
And it's both duelists as well, down for the count in one shot. And sure, it was a cracker of a shot, but still,
30
we're
seconds
feeling
left.
Gentlemates sneak up short. Any sort of explosive power from this double duelist competition that they're running immediately nullified. And 15 seconds left, there's no chance. Only one bullet needed to be fired that round, and it's a shutout by G2.
Time will expire. The collateral was the only kills we saw in round number 7. G2 leads 6-1. Defense ready for everything. Quick replay for us in the end of round 7, and it was the only 2 frags, as I say. So well summarized by singular shot. An attack break being called by Gentlemates. I think if you want to be a bit critical here, Summer, I'd like to have seen this happen a little bit sooner. I think at 6-1 down, okay, sure, we know this map can be very, very favourable for the defensive side. Same time, you try and close the gap as much as you can on the attack, because each of these rounds, you know, worth double than the defensive side.
Given streak that G2 have put together, it makes sense that there's a timer coming now. We're getting weapons back out, and rounds now that it's just been losing to time. They haven't been able to get the best start to the round. They afford themselves a way to close it out later. They're losing the spike in unrecoverable positions, or even in the last, Akita just to call out nowhere. A lot of ultimates to work with though, Ryan.
Yes.
Even one away from Marty's.
I'm going to say that exact point is that got a lot of variety in a round like this.
Get out of my way.
These ults incredibly strong as well. You can already hear Berry exercising her right to bring the knives out. A good way to save some money as well, as that's what she's looking to do. Only a classic to her name beforehand, so see what she can do. Prod and poke. I feel like there's almost a level of respect now for the Gentlemate side. I mean, at the end of Sunset, it felt like they were just holding W key. They're able to kind of have their own with the G2 goes inside now. It has to be a lot more disciplined. You are capped at what you can do in a round like this. Mimi, nothing with her ult, but the information might just be good enough, understanding that fair few attackers were spotted outside tiles, and that enforces Akita in her duty to push forward, find the opener with the operator, and the space already recreated towards B main. The double push on A. There are layers to this round, Summer.
And it's not even just that, it's twice now. 2 players of Gentlemates have been caught in transition.
30 seconds left.
With G2 holding on towards A main, it's a sandwich for the Gentlemate players as they head out on towards site. Sure, there's no necessarily heaven yet, but the post-plant position is not going to be strong. They have to fight their way out of it, and already down by 2. It's not going to be an easy post-plant to defend. They were relatively respectful with this though, even up by numbers, taking the time.
From Vania, that's going to force the hand of a couple of these attackers to move through. Wenz, Marty, both with kills. Berry X drawing the knives. It's now a 2v2. It was awkward, but clearly that's where the mates can thrive. It's all on Berry X, turns at the wrong time. Punished by the Odin. Left it quite late there, G2, I must admit, but the job is done. Securing their 7th, each player fronting 1 frag. Very well worked for them. Burns a couple of the important ults here, Summer, that we were talking about. The knives being removed from Berry X at the same time. Akita used her ult on the defense, so all in all, while, okay, damage potentially could have been better, he should be finding rounds at this moment in time for the mates. It has done harm to the ult circulation of G2, and they're going to be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, I mean, also Mimi's ult being used as well, so that, like you said, all 3 being relatively down for count. Mimi has built almost halfway back into hers, but for Gentlemates, this is a round now where the tipping of the scales heavily relies on that ultimate economy, given Vanya now has the operator. Be posted up over towards 8.
Yeah, nicely done, Marty! Finding 2, there is a response from G2 Gozen, but it might not be for long. Waiting for the run it back to expire before Mimi and Vanya will make their move towards the B site. A retake well worth attempting. The util look, well, they've got 2 flashes in Mimi. The paranoia is ready. They've got a smoke on Vanya. I mean, this is a very approachable round for G2.
That's if they can isolate Marty out towards main. Paranoia goes out onto site just to get some space. Vanya, not sure if she wants to retake or not. In and out of the smoke.
I think there's just such little time now. As you say, they have to move quickly. All 3 kills found. Is there enough time? Yes, there is. Going to be close. But 0.33 left on the counter. G2.
Not ready yet.
I mean, you could almost see the stars align, Summer. As I was saying, the util just looks so good for these 2 remaining players. They have the blinds, they have the smokes, they're able to isolate these fights. The mate side, they do so well in getting the space, the early control towards B. Vanya's op, minimizing the threat. As Mimi to close. The G2, well, they are 7 rounds to the good.
Yeah, really playing time down to the wire, G2, but we were looking at it as a relatively impossible retake. Time in favor of the Gentlemate side. Was positioning, like you said, the utility being a difference maker. Now hopefully, if they look towards a changing site, might be a difference in result, but instead, Wenz already drops.
Bad to worse. Very excellent support of Tokamite as the bike gets laid down. It's a Fury as well now burnt for the attack. So Tokamite getting the information as to what's going on in Heaven. Eva backpedaling to avoid taking damage. The paranoia is going to be so good because it's allowing the swing from main. Mimi's already found 1. The damage done to Marty, healing up in the Phoenix wall. But even then, I was going to say it should be impossible, but it relies on Vanya in the 1 versus 2. Sees the top of the boat, moving around the corner, and Vanya will keep her cool. Huge damage, but still G2 find a path to victory within round 10.
And it gets so awkward in some of those engagements, and a Red Bull clutch at that. It's not necessarily the side that you're expecting to need a clutch pulled out of the hat. Definitely safe hands of Vanya. Opens it up. The spam kill. Oh, the board for here, there. Seems like a little bit of a change of tune from what we saw on Sunset. A lot of back and forth. Sure, highlight moments for G2, but it was relatively equal throughout the whole game, ending 13-10. But now, it seems as though they've been silenced on their own map pick.
Yeah, the only time that the Gentlemate side have collected a round was in the gun buy versus the bonus. It has been G2's world. Gentlemates forced to live in it. BerryX has the idea that Vanya is close. Good start. Needed a trade out of Akita. A whiff. Unorthodox for G2's duelist. Goes down. A second attempt at it. And Berry take a second slice of the pie out of the G2 camp. 3 on 5 for Mimi, Ever, and Amy.
Neural Theft invested as well, so they're going to be notified of the 3 remaining players, knowing the B site is the least offended. Mimi, Stark expecting players to come through mid, but it's a regroup of Gentlemates players all through main. Evo's here in support. Odin could be spammed through. A lot of damage available.
Oh, good turn, but Mimi can't do it all in time. G2 punished even further, and it might be that we've just cursed G2 into a second defeat summer here on Ascent. On the bright side, we're talking about their second loss on defense, and it comes in round 11, so even then, it's not exactly worst case scenario.
I am surprised, though, for the side of G2 Ghost that they're not actually sticking around, right? Obviously, you're looking at the money. Akita has plenty. Same goes for the 2 players surviving to reinvest into the next. And with the next being the last round of the half, the damage that they could do to Gentlemates, knowing that some of these, from our perspective, seeing that Marty, BerryX, and Nami all below 1,000 credits, allowing them to sneak away with round 11 as a flawless.
My camera, they found my wire.
It's definitely counting their lucky stars. The G2 giving them the respect.
Last round in the half.
Our last of the first half here on our second map, and other than a couple of rounds, this has been pretty scheduled programming for G2 goes in 9-2. Making it double digits inside our first set of 12 here on Ascent. Akita 13-6. We were talking about that duelist head-to-head. BerryX now moving away from the Neon onto the Jet. Middle of the pack for the Gentlemate side. And Akita, well, excelling in every aspect of what it means to be G2 Gozen's duelist.
Bit of a default start from the mate side. Nothing major either from G2. You've seen them go for mid pushes, pops through A, and a little bit more respectful, a little bit more default, but they have got the information to feed over towards the rotates. Akita and Mimi both here in support of Amy.
Age goes up as well, which makes this entry awkward. Flying
the spike is A.
Into sight for BerryX, and you're right, it's all a bit of a dud push. Run it back invested. They know that BerryX is now in short, but well, the rebuttal, it's going to have to be through mid, and the numbers game looking good for G2.
And sure, they might have found an empty A site, but all the rotates are gone. It's a 2v5 post plant. A lot for Nami and Wens to do.
Flashes are out. Drawing the short straw here are the Gentlemate side. Only 2 on their attack. G2 Gozen, after being obliterated in the last half of Sunset, come out all guns blazing here on Ascent. Only a few more rounds required. The question is, will they do it in the same fashion? We'll find out after this. Don't go anywhere. We're back with the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you.
Double digits for G2 Gozen after the first set of 12. It could be a quick second half, and well, for Gentlemates, their path to recovery and making this a 2-0 is a near faultless defense. Saying always go, Summer. It always starts with a pistol, and the round-by-round treatment definitely needs to be given here for Gentlemates if they want to be finding this series done before getting to Haven.
It's been a struggle for them to get anything. Ryan got 2 rounds on the board, but even in that, post plants just not going their way. VALORANT wants to start off this half in the best possible way, but instead just gets a lot of damage dealt, has to tuck tail and run, but so much information of what G2 are planning.
A couple of the G2 players suffering some gunshot wounds as well. It's a push out from B main, the flood towards Boathouse, a quick rotation from Tokamite, 2 for 2, in fact 3 for 3. Eva and Marty getting a later trade, leaving Mimi and Vanya against Nami and Marty. Flash to go back out wide, and Marty style points on the flash, and a pistol for the Gentlemates side. Their first of many required, and now checked off the list.
It's a lovely little series from Marty. So we only got to see the tail of 2. Triple for her there, and it'd be nice to get that sort of repeat performance from her in regards to building up in towards the run it back. We saw how impactful it was for Mimi, and how well she's been impactful for the side of G2 in their defensive gambit. But again, you have to be considering what else VALORANT can do.
Looking for more, no scope. From the hit, VALORANT fires for her third. The Guardian of Nami here to join forces. Mimi trying to slip out the smoke on B main, but under the watchful eye of Tokamite. A bit of damage done. The Gentlemates keep things flawless here on the anti-eco.
Easy pickings for the Marshall through mid. We did mention the switch up of VALORANT from that Neon on towards the Jet, playing indicative to wanting to bring that operator out early. I say that already in round 3, knowing how important it is for a bonus conversion here, invests up into premium scoped weapon. Gets through with the Marshall, once more with the operator.
Fast, this is an insanely quick B split, no pushback on middle. The Gentlemates more than aware of the situation. Wall deployed by Marty to block off the short push, so G2 can resume of Market and Boathouse control, but no easy pathway into sight just yet.
With all the delay, the site players have actually been able to stop this push. That means the smoke is now no longer available for spawn. VALORANT does have a sight line. It will have to be refreshed for the spike to cross into sight, and well, with 50 seconds left, they're boxed in. It has to be G2 kills and fighting their way forward. There goes the smoke.
You say the only way out of this is through it. Looking to click some heads in the last 30 seconds of round 15. Information is good, but the kills are great. Ever and Amy finding 2 in quick succession. Vania still remaining control in Boathouse. The barrel of the operator spotted. Berriex scoped on the wrong angle. And this one all falls apart. The wheels fall off the train here for Gentlemates.
Yeah, you almost question why you actually send Berriex out. It's a bonus round, sure, for Gentlemates, but it was the premium investment into the operator. Send Nami, send the Guardian. You lose that, and you don't necessarily worry too much. And it's also a better weapon to clear those closer angles with.
Last player standing.
Done, only one. Well taken care of for G2, and I mean, yeah, I echo your sentiment completely, Summer. I mean, look at the money that Berriex is going to have being brought forward into this round. There's no availability for the knives. She's on, I think, Sheriff Shield. That's it. You know, you save the op, you give up the Guardian. It could have been a rifle in the next round in the hands of Tokamite and Nami. That's what's been brought forward here, at least. Instead, Berriex left without a primary weapon to engage in combat with here in round 16.
Yeah, it's definitely a gamble being made of the purchase itself, but not wanting to call their losses. It's just more heartbreak for the Duelist player. Already a lot of space for Vania up mid, up and over. Cautious of an immediate swing off the trip, but we can see nobody is home in this defensive portion.
Be careful. Taken away entirely. I mean, look at the gap yet again. G2 is turning this slight bit of an oversight from the Gentlemates defense in how they play their defaults, and it's just an easily abusable pathway into B.
I want to go
towards
B.
main.
I'll fight spawn.
This is dangerous. It's into that Sheriff. Berriex punished. Walking forward, the omen of Nami now getting caught by two players, Eva and Mimi. There, that's beautiful movement from Mimi. The run it back now used to further develop control. It's from Spawn, now understanding that Wens is in sight. Run it back used to try and clear the space there. Marty doesn't check. Akita gets the last. 12-4. Map point G2. I mean, look, Summer, it's one thing for G2 to win this map and take us to a third. I think we were both kind of expecting this to be a 3-map game. It's another thing that it could be over within 17 rounds played.
Yeah, it's not only the fashion that they're doing it, but also on Gentlemate's map pick. Of course, we talk about similarities in the map pool, both having only one rep on this map, this stage, in stage 3. Obviously, GC slight bit more in the previous stages, but either way, they've been relatively equal ground, and instead it's G2 pushing the issue. 4, but still not taking anything for granted, still feeding those orbs over on towards Mimi, so you can see that they're not necessarily putting all hopes in closing it out in round 17, thinking of the future, forward planning and all, but you look at the money, this might be the best round to do it. 3 players on Sheriffs.
In Mimi's words, you mentioned it about the orbs. I remember seeing something quite funny that she said, and quote, "I am an orb sucker. I will go out of my way to get every orb I see." So I guess she's really taking her job in the Phoenix role very seriously. Nicely done by Marty, who will find the trade. 4-on-4 now with G2. Oh, I can't stop laughing. They're going to make their approach towards A. It might be the last, as you say. There is some rebuttal out of the Gentlemates camp. Akita finding one. Ever at the double, the triple, in fact. It's all in the hands of Marty. 1-on-2 to stop Gentlemates from being embarrassed on their pick.
The spike has to cross, though. And Marty might be in a prime position, but no, Eva just completely swings, pre-fires, and a quadra for her to close it out. And yeah, you talk about picking up the orbs, it doesn't matter. It was round 17 that it was closed out. And for G2, a decisive victory after, and a great answer back from a little bit more of a struggle on the first map.
Yeah, G2 kind of giving the same treatment that they once received in Sunset. You think back to that the second half of our first map. I think it was, what, 8, 9 in a row maybe that Gentlemates were able to put together to close that map out 13-10. And even then, you know, you come into this second and the big question, at least in my mind, was, you know, how are G2 going to do heading into this second map? You know, how much does it affect them? Well, the answer is 0. I mean, the player matchup here, of course, double MVP. And to be fair, considering Akita in the duelist and Eva playing the Sova, you've got to respect the stat lines coming out of either side, but definitely the difference maker, a key figure within the G2 Gozen side to their success here on Ascent. Akita 260 ACS, 17 and 8, topping the score sheets for G2 Gozen and putting us into a third map.
And it honestly keys up what we were talking about before of the head-to-head between Akita and Barry X. But first map, it was Barry X showing now in towards this one, Akita. And you're looking towards the stat lines here. Gentlemates, they weren't necessarily not afforded those entry kills. Still 7, unfortunately struggling to convert. And especially those post plants. They were consistently getting out onto site. But it was just the retakes from G2 on point.
Clutch to boot secures G2's response. A third map, I think, is exactly where we wanted to be, Summer. Both of these teams toe-to-toe. We head on to Haven next. Gentlemate starting on that defense, as you can see. But a neutral ground for both to see who will continue their upper bracket run and who will be forced down to their last life in the lowers.
And we mentioned it at the very beginning of the series. I don't think it would be a G2 Gozen Gentlemates matchup if it wasn't a 3-map affair. Just in the sense of, for anyone watching, being able to watch two, honestly, titans in the GC/EMEA scene go up against each other. And obviously we normally see this matchup in the upper bracket finals, but we're being treated to that slightly bit earlier, and I can't say I'm getting disappointed.
We go to a break. When we return, the deciding map between these two to see who will stay in the uppers and who will drop to the lower bracket.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A third map only fits the rivalry between these two sides, a short and sweet one through 2026 summer. It hasn't lasted too long, the battle between these two, but even then, this is their 7th time playing against each other. And while Gentlemates have had the better of them since the very first appearance, it could all change here in the most important of games for the G2 Gozen side. Still everything to play for them. With their sights set on Sao Paulo, a win on Haven could really help deliver good news.
And especially putting them above either Giant X or SK, which are going to be playing later today after this matchup. It definitely bolsters their position in regards to the points, just being able to make it in towards the upper bracket final. Although, saying that, when we talk about this matchup and we're talking about that third map, like we said, it definitely favors them. But also when we were looking to the map veto process, they essentially got to pick the final map just based on how the bans worked out, even though they weren't necessarily the final choice decider, because neither of the teams play over on towards Lotus. They got to get a preferred pick of playing on towards Haven. So if we're seeing the reaction from G2 on Ascent when it wasn't even their map pick in towards this one now, a little bit more of an answer back when they're going to a preferred map for the third and final. Definitely a lot to play for the Gozen side.
Yeah, I mean, to cast your mind back a bit here, Summer, we were talking about, obviously, the Stage 3 map pool. Heading into this decider, G2 Gozen currently sit 3-1. Of course, for Gentlemates, they currently sit 4-2. So both teams sitting in the green, but obviously for G2 Gozen, this is a map they haven't played too much, at least less than the Gentlemates side, but have had a lot better success in the percentages. So a trade-off that makes things very interesting as we head into this decider. I'm wondering how G2 react and respond, and obviously for Gentlemates, their response too. Both teams, you know, getting the better of each other on their opponent's pick kind of leaves us in the no man's land in the middle of not really knowing which side to favour, right? We've seen some great moments from both teams, but also that kind of plays into the favour of seeing downsides in other aspects, right? For G2, had a great start in the first, couldn't find anything on attack, and then when you flip things over, of course, it was just G2 through and through. So kind of hard to evaluate as we head into a third, which leaves us in a great spot because we kind of just get to sit back and enjoy it as it happens, like everyone at home.
Yeah, I think that's just been my sort of ideology throughout this entire series, because again, you're looking towards, it's G2, you're expecting them to make it far, but coming up against Gentlemates this early on in the bracket was a little bit more of a surprise. They're usually on the ends, me in the grand finals, and then in the upper bracket finals, and maybe the grand finals if you cast your minds all the way back to stage 1. But in regards to the rivalry itself, you're seeing the upticks of certain players from first to the second map, and being able to see that continue on through in towards the third, in towards Haven. I think this is the opportunity for us to get the best A game of both teams now that they're settling into this series a little bit more, and especially when we're looking towards the agent select coming up just for it quickly for you soon. It's also, we're likely to see yet another agent shift for Barry X coming in, so definitely a lot of versatility for that player here, likely to be going over onto if we get the agent select. We'll get that all confirmed for you now, but it's something, again, this player is so versatile. I take it back, I forgot it wasn't the Yoru, it was the Phoenix. But either way, a new agent for them, but we've seen them on the Yoru as well, so that's the thing of, like, for Barry X, incredibly versatile on the duelist role, and Nikita back on towards the bread and butter of the Neon.
For the G2 Gozen side, sticking with basically what worked, if I'm not mistaken, this is identical to what we saw out on Ascent Summer, so obviously different environment, but we know that this is a tried and tested comp for them, and it's one that worked. Mimi moving over to the Phoenix, a lot more success there. Akita, Eva, both players showing up hugely in their roles respectively. And not to mention, you know, Vania on the Omen and Amy on the Cypher. It's not exactly like they take a backseat either. So we know what G2 Gozen are made of. With this Gentlemates change up, this could be the right formula to take them down. However, of course, this is the deciding map of the series. So it's all going to be laid out in front of us here. No room for error for either of these sides.
Yeah, and you're talking about it being a composition that G2 Gozen like to run both on this map and another. These are the stats for the whole year. This is the only composition they've actually ran on Haven this split of the 4 times that they have played it. Gentlemates is a slight bit of a change. They have been trialing a couple of different things, but this is the most recent composition. They're not shying away from it in this matchup. In particular, this is not where we're seeing the changes. So definitely reps for both of these teams on these compositions, but definitely looking towards G2 Gozing having more of the experience in the most recent times with this particular composition.
So it all comes down to this. Forget the last two. It is all eyes on Haven to see who will be pushed down to the lower bracket and who will move into the top 3 spots of stage 3 for G2 Gozen. Their path to Sao Paulo still very in the grey for Gentlemates, of course. They are looking to disrupt G2's run, at least the ease of it, as we head into our decider. Playoffs day 4, a day full of bangers. This one going the distance. It is G2 Gentlemates right now.
Heading in early towards this matchup, and sure, you can see with the little stinger on screen, both have similar win rates, but G2 not necessarily as many reps, but in recent times, relatively equal. This again across the whole year. I really hate that you guys can't see what Ryan has just done on camera. He has 100% just done the 6-7. I just want everyone to know that he has done that, so we can all judge him collectively, okay? As we're getting into this third and final map between G2 Gozen and Gentlemates GC.
It was just a pressure reliever. I didn't expect to be exposed like that instantly, but okay. I know how it is now. Good start for G2, just early prod towards C, taking the orb. Again, Mimi. Knowing that the Phoenix ult is, to be honest, probably the most valuable in terms of orb to impact. It's that they'll continue to farm up, and the philosophy taken from Ascent into Haven, albeit a very slow start. In terms of the frag department, the damage, information just on a drip feed right now.
Well, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, that is very aggressive from Marty.
Caught between 2 angles and offers up G2 Gozen an entry. Wow, Akita. Oh, it's a kill nonetheless. A little bit shaky, but across the board and out. Safe from sound. Heading over towards B and possibly C where the spike is heading. Now, Mimi's collected yet another.
Kill the orb, the plant.
30 seconds left.
Mimi's going to basically be halfway to the run it back before we even end the pistol. Whiff from Akita. A costly kill for G2 as the door left ajar for this retake. Information as to where Berry X is approaching from. She's coming through the B-Link area. Want me to join forces. Step up here, both of these players.
Paranoia at the ready. Did you pull the trigger?
Gonna be as soon as the smoke phase. There you have it. It's blind for both. Easy kill for Mimi. Varnia to close. As easy as it gets for G2. A denial at the front door for this retake. G2 starting off exactly where they left off, out on Ascent. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we didn't have to watch this back in slow-mo. It's almost a bit disrespectful, but job done nonetheless for G2. A round is a round.
Yeah, I mean, Akita got the kill, managed to rotate back over to meet up with her teammates and playing towards the post plant. It's all fine, all's well in the G2 camp. Early contact from Akita on long. Good knowing. Best not to repeat that. Backs off onto site. Still playing for the jiggle. Getting a little bit dangerously close now and continuing. Look how aggressive this is. Just does not let go of the W key. Still, it's shifted, but constantly on the move.
Go deep in towards this A side. Don't think you're expecting the push to come in. Slide wide. Token right. Able to drop her with the right click. Varnia will trade. And so the solo adventure for Akita costly. Putting a gun into the wrong hands potentially. Continues to move forward out of the smoke. Mimi well aware of her surroundings. The flash is brilliant, in fact, because it's set up 2 quick kills. Mimi able to take one for her own. And even to close the show, Marty dropped soon after. So G2, despite technically going into that round into a 4v5 summer, keep their cool and able to convert.
Yeah, Toka gets a little consolation kill here, but going out on towards the site is the not only the Phoenix flashes, but the paranoia as well to boot. Difficult sides, but again, lower weapons, no real investment. Is where the focus will be, but G2 no slouches either. They've got a pretty penny worth of weapons, and especially with Mimi's ults online, they've run it back.
Yeah.
Given that they've managed to gain space into garage.
Dangerous. And there you
Very
have
dangerous.
it. Straight out for use. Mimi wanting to blind its enemies on the other side of the cage. It's a smoke that blocks vision though, allowing G2 get a kill back at least. It's a 4v4. Now, where do you go if you're G2? You were kind of shown the exit on C. Is this where you pivot B, relying on Akita to create some ground? Not successful. Unfortunately for G2, Garage is really all they have to show for this round.
Yeah, and I mean, Toki didn't necessarily even expect that angle, but it's a nice adjustment from her. They have to fight forward, but so many players from Mates here, they're just going to be spanning through the wall.
Dink's now dead.
Spike down, C.
Eva 1v4. She found her way out towards C. Tall order as Marty just drops the sledgehammer on Eva. Beautiful one tap. Closes things out quite nicely. Of course, it is the anti-bonus, I guess, for Gentlemates. Their first full investment into this round. Into this map, I should say. And even then, does quite well to dispatch of the G2 attack. And it's important to note, as you say, Summer, you know, Mimi had the ult immediately invested. So now that's offline. Gentlemates know that this is neutral ground that they get to work with here in round 4.
Scanning ahead.
G2 not necessarily able to capitalize off the back of the run it back. Mates take a second on that garage to see hit. Gaps were found though, that's the thing. G2 were able to get their way out on towards B previously. You can understand a little bit of a shift in setup, wanting to a couple more defenders in that area of the map.
Ready? Maybe not afraid of making noise towards garage, and the reaction here from Gentlemates is something to at least pencil down. Immediate retraction of the garage control for Wens, knowing that the trip is gone. Marty is sat sort of holding the garage push. But it has led Gentlemates to stack 3 towards the A site. All starts for Tokamite, but it ends before it really gets going. But look at this, instant reaction from G2. They know Amy's got the space towards garage. It is beautifully found. Now Mimi's able to activate through middle. It's good information. Might argue that she should have found a kill, but it's still a 4v3, and G2 know that the C site left vacant.
And it's a cheeky little off angle for Vanya here. Cleared out, but it does not even matter. Crispy from the control player. Nami, all of her teammates dropped for this round. No point in sticking around. Look curious, I'm going for the exits. Exactly tucking tail and running.
I mean, this one over. Nami lingering around, expecting potentially an exit to come in to her favour, into her hands. G2 know better than that though. Their money not exactly doing well, Summer, so it's time for them to build bridges, not burn them. 4 survive at the end of round 4 for G2. Pretty crisp from Vanya though.
Incredibly crisp, but obviously we see it from perspective. But Gentleman sides, it's not much say in those gunfights. G2 similar path to the beginning of Ascent. Immediate answer back once rifles back in their hands.
Deploying drone.
It's a good countermeasure being used by Tokamite. That G2 have really reinforced. Oh, what is that shot from Mimi? Blink and you miss it stuff. Marty probably hands off the keyboard and mouse in horror at how disgusting that was.
You can't even be mad. Well, you can, but it's absolutely insane of a flick from Mimi.
And it doesn't stop there for G2. Varney has just picked up the second. They're going to stroll their way into the A site. There is still a defender, Nami, to clear out, but the utility is fantastic. They know where the Omen lies. Both remaining defenders looking to rotate through spawn. Mimi's already caught one. Berry X left to retreat.
No charges left.
1v3. Another one that looks too difficult to close. Berry X half considering the save, and she tucks tail towards C. This round already going in G2's favour. The attack of Haven, remember that, Summer. And so far, G2 haven't really had much resistance. Had their pick of the bunch as to where they end up.
I really, really wish we could see the play from Mimi's perspective. Now it will be available, and it's likely going to be just a repeat.
I'd like it in the slow-mo, though.
Yeah, I mean, that one I think we deserve the slow-mo for.
How disgusting that flick was. As you say, it's one of those where, like, you want to get angry, but at the same time, you can't really be mad at the shot that's just been hit.
To an extent, it has to be respected. Off the back of turning away from the flash, fighting your teammate, and then just being absolutely demolished. No, if you're going to be afforded a replay.
No.
With clean shots.
You have to go back and re-watch it, Summer.
I think I might have to after we're done here. It's for the respect aspect of it, because, yeah, absolutely insane. And everyone talking about a dip of performance from Mimi, right? In regards to the first map. Making up for it in the second and third.
Nicely done, Berry X. Save weapon. Worth its weight in gold as she's able to find a quick double. Mimi and Varney are sidelined in round number 6. See what the rest of Gentlemates have in store for us, though, in this round, because that is the only weapon that they have, at least of the primary variety. Everyone else on the upgraded pistols. Even in the 3v4, G2 will fancy their chances to win this round.
Running back. Also available, like you said. And prove scary if Akita offers up yet another, further tipping the numbers in favour of mate's side. And it's not just that. Nami picks one for herself. It's all down to Eva, and it's an Amoida thrifty to break the streak of rounds that G2 were starting to build. Gets mates back on the board.
Yeah. Really well worked, as you say, in a round that the Gentlemate side are awarded their thrifty, only upgraded pistols, one rifle brought in.
That goes there.
Stunting the growth of G2 goes in a little bit. Of course, they have the finances to reinvest, but it makes this head-to-head a bit more engaging, Summer, this round, because both teams financially not exactly set up. Neither team will completely crumble either, so the next few rounds probably dictate the pace and the direction of this half.
Especially not just with the money, but with the ultimates as well. Both Phoenix ultimates online. Mimi's being invested early. Correct. And straight for the B site. What?
Done. Okay, really? Tokamite able to find the trade. Akita lining it up, though, with the ult. Eva and Amy there to close. 5 on the board for G2. I mean, as quick as it gets going, it all just collapses for the Gentlemate side.
There's also how many of those players managed to get kills when they were completely blinded? You had the initial one from Mimi on her way in. Then same goes for Toka having the answer back and the flick up to the player top site. carnage on the B side, but majority of it going in favor of G2 goes in. Quick beginning and a quick end to round 7, and forcing out a tactical break for the mate side. Back and forth.
Can't blame them.
Back and forth is just not going to work out for them, given they're already chunk of rounds down. And sure, it's the attacker side, so G2 will be favoured here, and hoping to put many rounds as they can before they switch over onto the defence. Already in prime position to do so. 5-2 the lead to the Ghost inside.
Break. Awarding G2 also the time to maybe speak about the few issues that maybe they've encountered on this attack, knowing that Gentlemates have 4 ultimates as well. Basically a game of chess, you know, like because they've called the timeout. Are they doing anything sort of outside of the book? Loads of ultimates, so it does get quite scary. Damn up close, so they're looking to the early kill, expecting Gentlemates to be playing up close and personal, but it's towards C. The early pressure applied by Mimi. Quickly removed from the situation though. Hunter's Fury burn.
Retrieve the spike.
Tokamite, no extra information that can be afforded to the rest of her team.
They stunted the quick attack. We have the flank coming round from Berry X, pushed out of Gary. It's just a triple for who? Nami following it up, the second prong to that garage push. They deal with one. I think that's the end of it, and instead, Nami follows it up.
Really well worked by Gentlemates Phoenix. You mentioned Berry X basically spinning the roulette wheel of agents in this series. Delivering on that Phoenix though, 11 and 5 Summer. Well taken care of at the start of our 3rd map. And to be fair to Gentlemates, as much as I've kind of teed this up personally to be G2's game through and through, you know, as quick as I was complimenting G2 for an electric start, you know, the gap is at 2 rounds here, Summer. And, you know, the rule of thumb here on Haven is that it is an attacker-sided map, and if you're ending the halves in quite close fashion, you're the team on the defense now moving to the attack. You've kind of got the world in your hands.
I must wait a moment.
Definitely plays into the fact that it's a double duel setup for both teams. B2 player to the good, Hunter's Fury invested to try and stunt any sort of flood retake.
43. On it back removed for Berry X, and now they know that the Phoenix ult is something to not be concerned about. Vania to slam down the spike, delayed by the Berry X utility, and going forward, a swing that could deliver good news. Vania, well, her ultimate puts her on the other side of the map within a few seconds. Nami, well, she's going to use one of her own, and now Vania has to play a guessing game. Where did Nami ult to? Is it going to be towards the attacker side of the map, the defenders? Is it straight into heaven? I didn't hear it. So now the opportunities are endless, and so Vania's going to go walking.
At least she's going to have a little bit of confidence that it's not short or long, but with it being Nami, a smoke available to put down on towards the spike, it's the timing of the peak, and it's perfect for Vania just as the smoke was coming out, just as Nami was about to have the advantage. Completely shut down. No even outplay between 2 controller players.
That is just really well played from Vania to keep it collected in the 1v1, drop the ult over towards A. I really like the reaction from Nami as well. I mean, the timing on that swing just couldn't have been any better, could it? Literally the second the smoke was about to get used, Vania is able to catch out Nami and ensure G2 6th.
Reset into this round needed for the Gentlemates side, but Akita, that's just not nice. Toka down for the count. Taking off the board in round 10, no opportunity to defend the A site. X now having to shuffle over to bolster up some sort of defense. Nice for G2. Grouped up towards short.
So silent. That will break the echoes here on Haven. Cross. So Marty on a fast flank. Yeah, I was going to say, but it's definitely been heard. Although, you've got to make way in towards the site. Nami's got other plans, but she's the only defender left. It all crumbles around the Gentlemates Omen, who did a fantastic job of delaying in the site itself. Needed the other pieces to activate.
Oof.
I mean, that
replay,
is
man.
just a gross start to this round. 4 kills in quick succession to end it all. Well played by G2. Take their tally to 7. See what this defense has in store for us. Gentlemates probably asking for at least one of the 2 remaining rounds here, Summer.
This isn't likely to be that round for them. Sheriffs across the board. Bit of shields invested short. Given G2's liking for finishing A, they stack 4 players here. Nami, infinite presence known.
Good start for Mimi. This is where she can probably turn her attention to the orbs again, Summer, because you...
Two way.
Yeah, get a kill and an orb, or you die after collecting an orb, and you've got yourself your ult in the final round of the half. It's definitely a plausible approach. Unfortunately, the kills is probably something that not looking to stack up, and I'm surprised it wasn't Mimi that put the spike down in the first place, but it's all the same for G2. A win is a win. Eventually, Mimi will get on the board in round number 11. It is flawless by G2. 8-3, Summer. 1 to play here for G2's attack.
We mentioned the orbs being funneled in towards Mimi. We still have Akitas online and available. Mates, anything jumping out to you except Marty's dimensional drift? Great for a retake, but given the way they've stacked, it doesn't look like they want to give up the C site. Playing to hold it, 3 players strong. G2 posturing up for a garage split. Mimi likely to pick up this orb on long. He's trying to.
Oh, here we go, run it back. Kita spotted the arm of Marty, but deceived into the peak. Eva will have a trade, and Mimi's got another. The run it back, finding success out towards the C site. She jumps through Nami to get in the smoke that the attackers had put down, but Eva holding the outskirts of it, leaving Wenz and Tokamite 2 on 4. This is G2's world. They are going to be up 9-3 unless Wenz wins the 1 on 4. She'll swing, but no connection after the first. Mimi draws the curtain of our first set of 12. The decider of Haven in favor of G2, but we know that Gentlemates are made of a comeback. Let's see if they can deliver right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world.
Gentlemates really are hoping that this scoreline is cursed, because they are 4 rounds away from being sent to the lower bracket. G2's recovery after sunset has been very one-sided. As I left off on the note of being that we know that Gentlemates are more than capable of coming back, they're going to need to exercise that knowledge and prowess that they've had in the first 2 stages. The Game Changers EMEA circuit. See if G2 lock things down here with a pistol.
Oh, man.
All right. Either getting nerdy outside A long. And it's a beautifully well-worked opener, but it won't last forever. Mimi aggressive in garage, and Akita now spotted by the camera. Trying to push through here. The Yoru swinging with the Sova. Now, the scales tip in favour of the Gentlemate side as Marty's there to pick up the pieces.
Gotta be careful. Timing of the peak working out in favour of Eva. Forcing the hand of the remaining mates players. Have to find something over towards the seaside, but Vanya and Amy are here. Around the world, but it's being watchful.
Amy's so ready for that. Like, Wen's also wanted to give it a look. Spike down, arm spotted, Vanya looking for it. Oh, Wen's! She found her first before that, though. Amy removed, it's all on Eva, 1 versus 1. She'll walk up, catches Wen's out in the open, shot dart to try and stop Wen's! A quad kill, a Red Bull clutch, and one hell of a way to introduce Gentlemates into this second half. It felt like a guarantee for G2 Gozen, but it's not over until the spike was defused. And there was a fantastic piece of work from Wenz in the middle of all of that. I mean, look at this. B1, Eva rotating in, just can't get the job done. 4K in the pistol summer. The door has been left ajar.
Whether they can take full advantage of it. Keep it on a crack and push it further. Get wide open, but DT is still in the driver's seat when you're looking towards the round short. Not necessarily in this one. Pistols galore.
A lethal jump spot here. Oh my god! Marty just knew what Eva was going to get up to in that round. Confident as well. It's the Marshall. Head ripped off her shoulders. Vanya deleted by Wenz. Now, we'll start falling off here for G2 Gozen. Any damage would have been nice. Marty, Guardian Angel of the Gentlemate side, now knowing where Amy is located. The Guardian of Berry X to close things out.
Keeping it relatively clean. Great signs for the mates' sides. At this nasty little shot. Had another couple on the follow-up. The scoped first shots are always just the warning shots. Marty, it's the no scope follow-up.
Better accuracy firing the Marshall from the hip than she did looking down the barrel.
Giving them an opportunity, just the warning shot. It isn't going to do mates all that well when they're down in the series. Has to make them lethal. Bit of bonus. Just that. Flash out the smoke. Anya cut off.
Spike planted.
I
like how they're getting aggressive.
I was going to say, it's very deep control towards A-Link. This is just locked Keita and Eva out of this retake. Still a 5v5. There are still opportunities. The flash to go wide. Starting to flood on out now with these G2 players from Garage. It's a dink, a kill, a follow-up. Berry X finding good news. The body spam as well. Okay, it's flawless on the bonus for Gentlemates. The score is now 9-6. The gap reduced to 3. It is getting scary for G2 Gozen.
That's a lovely little setter from the mate side, though obviously finding their way through into B, but further going aggressive. Marty ends up in A heaven. You also have a crossfire setup for the garage push, and there's a 3-2-1 go for the G2 side from both out of garage and to cross from A into B link. Well, all said and done, it was a mate's side that was relatively clean in picking up the remaining kills. Understand off the back of losing the bonus round, it's the anti-bonus for GT. Early timeout being called, knowing the difference, allowing mates to build up a little bit of momentum. And so what we saw in Sunset, that massive streak of rounds, let something similar happen here. Even though it's a lower buy, make it costly, make it uncomfortable.
Timer will expire on our tactical pause, Summer. A time for G2 to evaluate the wrongdoings of the first 3 rounds of this second half for Gentlemates. Well, to be honest, I don't think there's much criticism to give. It's just more of the same. Really nice recovery out in the pistol. Second, pretty straightforward. They win the bonus. It is a faultless start here for the Gentlemates attack.
The change of pace that they needed, although G2 starting to go wandering.
Nicely done! Tokamite lining them up. A quick 2-piece from short. Mimi tries to swing out. It's a hat trick now for Tokamite. Trip destroyed. Amy position already compromised, and Marty makes sure no further damage done. 9-7. The gap is at 2. And this is the kind of drama we expected to see between these two teams, Summer. Down to the wire on the 3rd map.
Might be down to the wire in regards to the score of it only being 2 rounds apart, but given what we have in the future of this matchup, in the future of this map, it's looking towards a mate's resurgence. 4 out of 4 attacking rounds success. Headed into this one. Further investments for Gozin. Operator for Akita on short.
I mean, this A presence that Gentlemates have been putting up in the last couple of rounds, Summer, so much success to come from it. Disruptive for the flow of G2 Gozin. They're going to try and make amends for it, walking double down C. It's going to be a bloodbath! How on earth have they found 2? No rebuttal either. Tokamite finding Amy eventually. Mimi healing up. Nami in the back lines. Able to sweep the cubby. And the smokes to go with it. Danger calls. Trying to TP through his Varnia. But it's left it all in the hands of Eva. 1-on-3. Nami low. But Berry X stopping the retake from even beginning. 8-9.
Been around opportunity for the Ghosts inside to stop the streak, and makes sense this quote coming in from Barry X. I don't think there's a duo that can stand against Marty and me when we play together. I don't think any duo can match our level, and you're looking towards who's topping the boards right now for the mate side. It is Barry X and Marty doing a lot of work on this double duelist, and especially Barry X in the previous. Again, only 2 away. Getting another runner back online.
Oh, unfortunate timing. The unscope happens quite literally when Amy makes the cross. Of course, it is just pistols for G2 Gozin in this round. You're not anticipating the world out of them here. Any damage would be nice. Comes as a very manageable scenario now for Gentlemates, because you understand that with G2 only investing upgraded pistols into this round, Summer, the presumed scoreline would be 9-all heading out of round 18.
They've gotten something. Taking Nami. Dimensional Drift invested. He's going to find no one home on the B site. Likely to see them settle in here. Going to be notified of an impending flank from both sides with both trips from Wens on C and A long to be destroyed. Who's the mate side into where this retake's going to be coming from?
No cloak and dagger about this retake.
Here.
Damage would be nice. Smoke to go up. Recon as well. Berry X to destroy that before G2 get a chance. Good start for Mimi. Berry X gets one back with a molly. Hunter's Fury having to be used to avoid defeat against the half by Mimi. Is going nuclear. It's not going to be enough time, I don't think. It was halved, and Tokamite will save the day. That is a huge round from G2 Gozen. Mimi finding a quad kill, doing all the damage in the world. Ludicrous.
Knowing time Lloyd, Tokyo coming in with the spam. And hey, it was an eco round for G2, but it's still equalization for the mate side, and they had plenty of money to reinvest, so not necessarily much love lost there, other than the fact that it took 2 ultimates. So Maltese and Tokus both invested. The importance of a 9th round here to equalize. Sure, they don't mind, given how Mimi tried to disrupt it. We have housekeeping over towards A. Both the mates inserting the army and Eva droning out the position.
Back. Huge amount of information. There, Keita, good start. And she's able to get away with her life as well. Huge advantage here for G2.
Follow up now. Want to regain some of the space that they've lost in mid. They necessarily want to give it to them. No one's playing up close.
Going up. Careful now.
In, creeping towards this B site, being quite vocal about it is Berry X, and those that's kept quite quiet.
They know it's a fake.
30 seconds left.
And look at the push that G2 are having on A. It's no surprise it's going to be a C finish.
G2 have got 3 defenders here in backside, and the Hunter's Fury even being invested. This looks good for G2. Mimi's able to find a second. Wens will eventually have the trade, so it's a 4-on-3. Look at the time summit. There is little of it. Sova's already made its way towards B, and Wens has got another in the meantime. Held down by Eva. A 1 versus 3 for Tokamite.
And there's no hiding of where your position is. Hit by the Cypher's ult, hit by the trip as well. Opportunity to isolate on Eva, but he's even afforded the engagement. Eva will peek, Eva will fall.
A lot more digestible now for Tokamite. Akita low. Amy has to do it all. Eventually we'll get there. A second kill in the 1v3 summer. A step too close, maybe, for G2. Amy tapping the spike a few times before sticking it. I mean, to be honest, that might just be a nerve settler more than anything. That round, way too close for comfort, even for us. Never mind them.
Left.
Definitely down to the wire. This is an answer back, right? It's a lone defensive round for G2 in the streak that Mates was having. And with a tactical break and a little quote coming in from Mimi, it seems extremely appropriate for the situation. If you can find a path with no obstacles, it probably doesn't lead anyway.
That is poetic.
Fairly eloquent is Mimi. Saw it in the interview earlier today with you.
Away with words.
Maybe not necessarily in regards to the orbs, but like we'll give it that quote of this
one
of like being
the orbs one is not to
philosophical.
forget. You are right. Yeah.
It's the two ends of the spectrum. Okay, you have the orbs aspect of things, and then you have the very philosophical and being like, yeah, if doesn't go anywhere if it's not hard, and we have to go through all these trials and tribulations to make sense and to improve and to learn. And hopefully G2, well, they've got a 6-match loss streak, or 5-match loss streak, apologies, against mates out of the 6 times that they played against each other. Plenty of learning opportunities.
They found my wire.
Down to just one. G2 reopening their lead. However, Amy forfeiting the site space. That's going to be a free kill. Mimi catching Berryx in her ult. So another advantage here for the G2 side. Quickly removed. TP taken away by Marty. Safe passage in sight. 4 on 4. A huge test for G2 Gozen.
There's a trip also to be dealt with, and even Marty poking and prodding out into spawn.
Wow. Nami getting the opener. Needing more. Marty getting the second. Vania trades. Even 1 on 3. Nami left low. The recon bolt removed. Time also a factor here in the post plant. Nami just so quick to it. It is 10-10.
First shot to be hit by the IGL, leading by example. And it's an immediate answer back, though. That's the thing from the mate side. Given the streak, given their success so far on this attack. With that G2, the loss bonus. That's Rosser after round 19. Now not necessarily going to be afforded the extra boost to the money in their pockets. It's down to pistols. Only investment, only buy up on Amy and Mimi. They send her first.
Flash is good. Nami has to retreat. Got teammates here for support. You get aggressive either in the corner. Double dink with the classic. Nearly afforded some more damage onto Wens. Positions compromised through the use of the neural theft. Removed, unfortunately for Vania. Wens waiting close as she could without being spotted. Tokamite finding another. And from Gentlemate, bear this in mind, Summer, they were 9-3 down. They are now 11-10 up. And what started this whole campaign? A 1v3 4K in the pistol.
I don't necessarily want to trace it back to one singular moment, but it's definitely something that you can refer back to for the mate side, that lit a fire under them coming into this attacking half. And sure, we were always expecting them to be a little bit more comfortable here with the double duelist. Obviously the favoured side for Haven. But it's the fashion that they've been able to close out some of these rounds and the domination that they've been able to have over G2 so far. 1 round, that's all G2 have been able to get in this half. Playing off the back foot now. Finally take the lead.
Spotted. Mimi knows that she's going to be tested with some pace. The clone left to run around the corner, flash into the cage. Mimi getting aggressive, but Amy at the double. It's a really good response from the 4 versus 5. Nami dropping a smoke on top of the spike. The one way to try and delay this from happening.
Gun here.
The util here for the attackers. I mean, there is a shock dart in Tokamite's hands, but they're looking to let the rifles do the talking. The Aldro now spotted. Wens has found another. Akita, she gets one back, but it is a 2-on-2. Both kills found for the mates. 12-10 map and series point. Talk about a recovery. Look at the sea of red we see here in the round breakdown.
Moment to reflect. G2 may be needed, but won't be afforded. Mates, again, Berryx leading the charge. Starting to see moments from other players, like Wens in that previous. Holding down in the pose plant.
You're going to be spotted by Oruol. Has to move forward. She's electing for the aggression. Penalised. Eva will trade with the Guardian. Marty's out in heaven. I mean, this is dangerous, and she's just seen G2 aggressing long. This is such good information being fed through the intercom of Gentlemates. They know that they can get on the aggressive 2v2.
The thing is, for G2, they managed to find a kill in towards mid. Neural Theft online and utilised for Amy, but not that much extra information, knowing exactly where mate side are going. It's 2 towards A. Toka quite far ahead on site. Drone really spotting out Amy, but they have no idea on Akita just yet.
Soon come though, Tokamite removed, all in the hands of Marty. G2 need both, and it has to start here. Wall put up to allow safe passage for Akita. A tap of the spike. Doesn't know where Marty is. Now that the position of the Yoru is compromised. And in fact, Akita's found a cheeky corner that she can stick the spike in. And Amy with a Guardian has found 3. 24 rounds required between these two. It is late drama here in the G2 Gentlemates derby.
Just carnage out towards A long. You can see highlights of it in the replay. I hope, Eva, you do like working under pressure, because this is starting to mount up the streak of rounds that mates have been able to put together. The drought for Gozen all comes down to the final round of regulation. Will overtime be required, or is G2 going to find themselves in the lower bracket, Ryan? A lot to play for, and a couple of ults to work with too. Mimi running back online. Evers Hunter's Fury, so not a bad retake or a flood retake setup. But they want to go aggressive. 3 people are walking down mid.
Amy, Ultimate is in such a deep position as well, but look at the C site. Completely vacant. Gentlemates are allowed their free passage in. Cages go up. It's deceptive that someone is close. Amy's just caught Wens. Advantage for G2. They're looking to barter their way to overtime.
Hunter's Fury still in pocket.
Nowhere to run.
There it is. Used. Tokamite's found Amy. Akita with the trade. Akita stepping up where it matters most, as she finds the first 2 required for this retake. The flash is just blinding Mimi herself. Akita there for the 3rd. 24 rounds is not enough. We go the distance plus some. G2 are doing G2 things.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I don't know if you're going to get the replay of Mimi, but the flash on herself.
The flash
resets to get the kill anyway,
no,
so
the flash,
you can't hate it.
It was so bad it was good. Like,
yes.
It just blinded her and the enemy. She wide swung. It took the crosshair well off to the left. Even if she didn't get the kill, the 2 teammates that was sat behind her were definitely going to get the trade.
It was for the distraction, but she got the kill anyway.
The round is the round.
And going forward into overtime, it's less financial woes for G2 going forward, but it's less opportunities to build their way back into this, which they've had to do. Fight tooth and nail to get the few rounds that they're able to get. But it's the same thing for me. It's now switching on to the defense. Pressure on G2 to find success yet again on this attack.
They found the majority of it though, so at least if there is some safety, would be in this portion. G2's overtime campaign for the mates. A triple walk short. This could be dangerous because G2 well versed for this approach, well prepared for this play. Akita finds 2. 2 on 5 for Wens and BerryX to recover from.
Spike planted.
Spam isn't half bad for BerryX, but so much more than just damage is needed.
No charges left.
Thing is, you start to deal with players on site. You also have Amy in the backlines who's only starting to make her way through mid now. Paranoia to delay.
That's so good.
Considering it, but Amy doesn't even have to play. There's 4 players on site. You have a player in long. Time is ticking.
Oh, the stun to force them back. It's beautiful. It's so well communicated for G2. They have the advantage in our first overtime. The Gentlemates, they now get their all reliable of defense, of attack rather, as well. However, the pressure is on them. They need to win this round. Exactly on G2 to stay alive in the upper bracket.
A bit of a change up.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
For who the eyes are on. Now, it's mates against the wall. Threatened by match and series point, like you said. G2. Across the line. Mimi flashed off the angle, but Wentz has found one down C long. At least there's a trade.
Super important trade for G2. Gentlemates, well, they've thrived in these situations. 4 versus 4. Look at the advanced positioning. They've all walked through garage. They're entering B through C. G2 are still none the wiser to all of this.
It's a site tour. C to B. Seeing all the sites Haven have to offer. But that also plays into G2's hand. Looking at where the players are going to be set up for this retake, there's a couple of layers to it. Mates have to fight forward on one avenue, and A-Link is that where they put 2. It's not where the main force of G2 are going to retake from.
Good information. Didn't spot the player behind the wall. Now Nami's position compromised, but the paranoia is so good. Marty and Tokamite both finding frags. It all starts to crumble for G2. 13-13. We run it back.
Overtime.
I feel like this is the time when it starts to get really intense between these 2 teams. No letting off the pedal, given it's just consistently switching side to side. Money again not going to be a factor. We're in overtime. See, those hero plays come out more often than not.
Camera is destroyed. Here.
G2 back on the attack.
Going up.
These teams have had an incredible attacking half. Their record insanely strong, of course. Nami for Gentlemates as well, putting up huge numbers, as well as Mimi on this attacking front. So you kind of feel like some of the condition of winning this map and in turn the series comes quite literally for whoever wins the defensive round.
That's the thing. At least for they'll be fighting off the forward foot if they're able to get their attacking round. Flash out on towards B.
Like taps. Oh my god, it's so aggressive! It's just 3 instantaneously for the mate side. Eva will find 1 and a second. She has the spike, makes the run to C. It's a huge amount of kills out on B, a bloodbath. But it all settles down to this. Eva with the spike down will have the ultimate to play with as well. So Tokamite disadvantage, double shock dart. Eva has the recon in her back pocket as well. You kind of feel like she can set herself up for success. But the question is, where on earth is Eva playing from? She's walked back around through garage. It's planted for long. Tokamite will start to suspect. Missed shots. Recon dart high. Shock dart to go close, but can't connect. Eva did the hard part of turning a 1v3 into a 1v1. But Tokamite will make her fall at the final hurdle. It is mates, map and series point. And they now get their choice of site on the attack.
It's here. Carnage from Barrier. Being such a massive distraction. And sure, like you said, Eva was at least able to get 2 back, but Toka in the 1v1 manages steal the ground from under her, and heading into this, sure, you understand why the overtime tactical break is being utilized by G2. You teed it up of it being the defensive gambit from either team is going to be the difference maker and the decider possibly of how this overtime's going to go, and Mates has done just that. Defensive round, heading on towards the attack. Overtime discussed to stand what's required to continue the upper bracket run. Changes to be made defensively, both teams struggling. That'll be a perfect time for them to find the answer.
Moment of silence before we jump into what could be the last round of this series. Might have just all fallen apart for G2. 28 rounds of Haven. Not to mention 17 on Ascent and the 23 on Sunset. Quite a wild ride we've been on through these maps. G2 want to continue that story. Eva, information going both ways. Marty to send the flash out. Clone. Wenz has walked up short. Mimi is dead.
Goes out to safety, so not necessarily losing two players in the gap. One might just be enough. It's numbers advantage. G2, their reaction is again a walk down mid. Careful as the spike now starts.
30 seconds left.
Shift and move forward to a group with the pack of players. Thing is, Eva's the only line of defense here. It's not necessarily going to be a hard stop at the door. Has to play for the retake, has to play for the numbers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if she wanted to stand her ground, try and cause chaos and mayhem. The retake is something that G2 desire. 4 versus 5, the ultimate test of metal. Wen's going to hear so many numbers walking by, but it's well held by Amy, at least you'd think. Akita's got one back, so it is a 4-on-3, and the numbers kept modest. Akita's stunned to go in, needs more out of Akita. A tap of the spike, Toka might in backside, Akita slides again, but it will be into the jaws of death. Gentlemates deliver in OT. They continue to show their dominance in Game Changers EMEA. 195 days ago, G2 got the better of Gentlemates, but since then, it has been the mates time and time again.
Is it the fashion that they do it, Ryan? It goes to all 3 maps into overtime, into double overtime, and it's down to Toka. Both rounds mates were able to get at the very end there off of 1v1s. The very end, Toka steps up. And sure, we can look at this player matchup, the battle of the duelists, but you have to be looking towards Barry X. So consistent across all maps, and he's putting a best foot forward. But for the side of mates, being able to close it out here and now, pushing G2 goes into the lower bracket and continuing that win streak. Insane stuff.
I mean, what a series, right? Like, both of us kind of knew heading into today that this series was just going to be a barn burner. We knew that these two teams are going to give it everything. For G2, I mean, it must be heartbreaking knowing that you came so close to beating Gentlemates, who are the team to beat in Game Changers EMEA. Unfortunately, it is not meant to happen this time around. Double on, or triple OT needed, in fact, on Haven. 13-10 out on Sunset. Double. I was right the first time. I should have been more confident. Ascent 13-4, the only one-sided affair we had in this series. For Gentlemates, they walk away 2-1. They guarantee top 3. For G2 goes in. It is now the gauntlet of the lower bracket if they want to be looking at Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a lot more focus on the matchup we have coming up after this of the SKGX game, because again, it's the permutations of G2 now falling into the lower bracket, and those teams are going to be looking at the minimum points that they can score going forward. So definitely interesting situation for those teams, and for us to watch the, like we said, we knew it was going to be an insane series going forward, talking about how Gentlemates are the team to beat, but it's the same goes for Goes, and they still have this air of being the queens of GC EMEA, whether that's with the legacy aspect of things too, but somehow it's Gentlemates now just have the number for G2, have not lost to them since the stage 1 group stage. Since then it has been a Mates phenomenal showing in the matchups, and sure, we're getting 3 maps, it's getting close, it's getting to the overtimes, but it's been a consistent running for the Mate side.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they won't disagree that G2 definitely give them a run for their money in that series, but I think you've got to understand the adversity that they were able to get over, right? G2 were whitewashing them in the first map. They came back to recover there. G2 were whitewashing them in the third map, and still 9-3 down. They have, you know, a 1v3 pistol win, and that just kind of kickstarts this entire comeback, right? Like, they just put it into a new gear. We know that Gentlemates are a team that can do that, and this time around, I mean, an emphatic performance from them. And as I say, right, it guarantees top 3, and it complicates G2's run for Istanbul and then Sao Paulo entirely, because now, as you say, it's not just reliant on their performance, you're also kind of on the hate watch of other teams, right? So, yeah, look, I do believe I'm being joined for an interview in just a moment here. Berry X, I do believe, on the other line, so we'll have a chat with her to see how things are. Well, I mean, first and foremost, Berry X, congratulations on another win. The upper bracket run continues. Someone's just turned the flashbang on in the room. How are you feeling after that? It must be a pretty draining series.
We are feeling really good. It was a good match. I mean, when we are playing against you two, it's always a good match. And that's it. We're feeling really good. We are happy.
That's all you can ask for. Talk to me about the first and the third map, because as me and Summer were just discussing, obviously the start of Sunset, excuse me, and the start here of Haven, both you concede a lot early on, and there's almost this like mentality that you have as a team that any game is believable. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, because we're always believing that we can come back on every match, and we are just giving our everything, and that's it. I don't know what to say. Like, I'm so happy right now.
No, I don't blame you. I mean, it must be a draining series as well, right? Because we've always said that G2 have been, it's almost a rivalry between you two, right? Like, we know that G2, you know, Mimi in the old guard, and you've played them. This is now your 7th time this year. You obviously said yourself that it was a fun game. It's always been a fun game against G2. Is that who you're looking to play in Istanbul?
Yeah. Wait, can you repeat the question, please? Everyone is talking right now. I don't understand.
I was saying, is G2 the team that you want to play in Istanbul? Is there anyone else that you're looking at, or is it just G2?
Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, G2, I would say.
Awesome. And as for the other game today, are you going to be watching? If so, who do you want to play in the upper bracket final?
I don't know. We will see, but opponents are really strong, so we will see. We'll hard work and try to win and try to go to the grand final.
There we are. Thank you so much for joining me, Berry X. Congratulations on the win. A pleasure as always.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I mean, there's nothing much else to add, Summer. Right? A really smiley Berry X, happy with the performance today, and I mean, you can tell the smiles on their faces. I think, you know, not far off of when you interviewed them last. You know, when we were saying that they qualified to Sao Paulo, because this matchup, this meeting means so much to them.
Yeah, and you have to be looking towards it of it being a massive matchup for them, right? Not only of the Sao Paulo aspect of things, but also when you're looking towards what is also down the line when you're mentioning playing in Istanbul. That would mean so much to the players, I'm sure, given the fact that they have so many Turkish players on both teams, right? Of having a G2 Gentlemates matchup in Istanbul on LAN. I don't think there's anything more cinema than that. So if that does come to fruition, you might see some of the audience a little bit divided in regards to who they're going to be supporting with the Turkish players on both sides. But as we look towards the bracket now, you can see mates move their way into that upper bracket final. G2 up against Habos Babos in the coming days. But GXSK, that's another spicy matchup for this upper bracket semis.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think to the sentiment of Berry X, it's, you know, whoever's in front of you, that's who you've got to beat, right? And the Gentlemates mentality hasn't changed since qualifying for GCC, right? They are a team that continue to impress, continue to want to develop as a team. Of course, for G2, their run isn't over just yet, Summer. They've got the lower bracket to get through. However, of course, their task to Sao Paulo gets that little bit harder. And if they want to be meeting the Berry X wish of playing the Gentlemate side in Sao Paulo, they have got to win in Istanbul. Excuse me. They've got to win every game from now. Understandably, the game went a hell of a distance, Summer. So I've got to throw it to a break. When we return, some fresh faces, Eco and Affinity to take you through the action here for our second game of the day. G2 SK up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom, Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As if by magic, we have replaced the previous casters, and while we're hoping to bring just as much hype in this series, I'm Affinity. I am here, as always, with the wonderful Echo. I mean, were you watching that last game? I thought it was going to go on forever. Like, how many comebacks does one series need?
I think I said to you it needed to be 7, and I'm surprised it wasn't 7, to be honest, by the end of it. But what a series. And now we're going to follow up with an absolute banger here as well. What a day this is going to be.
Oh, exactly. And you know what? Why don't we just throw up that bracket whilst we're here? We can take a look. Gentlemates have secured themselves that spot in the top 4 automatically. Well, they've secured themselves far more than that already in this tournament, but we will see momentarily. Now we've got Giant X and SK to find out who will go up against Focus in that lower bracket. And well, I'd be lying if I didn't say the stakes for this are much higher than just continuing in the upper bracket.
Yeah, the stakes all rely or all go down now into the standings and what happens with these EMEA points. Because at the end of the day, the goal, the focus, what everyone is here for is getting to GCC, and Gentlemates have secured themselves by getting to the top 3, 185 points. Doesn't really matter, they're already qualified. But for Giant X, for SK, we're going to talk about them, because as you can see, Giant X, the minimum they can get now is 90, but that won't be enough for them to get all the way to GCC. At this point, they need to be looking to get 2nd or 3rd, depending on what happens with people like SK, and the permutations won't go into them too much. But for Giant X, at this point, they need 2nd, realistically, or to win the entire stage.
Exactly, but as you said, the easiest solution for these teams to qualify for GCC is to win the whole damn thing now. And this match is going to be a really good indicator, because it is this G2 SK Giant X combo that is going to be the trilogy that decide who actually goes. So this matchup gives us a really good idea, because that potentially 5th, 6th elimination in the lower bracket still a possibility for both of these teams and G2 right now. And actually, let's take a look at SK whilst we're here. They won the last stage, and well, I mean, they've been making waves again this stage already.
Oh, making waves is absolutely a way to put it. They've come into this playoffs as well and look so incredibly strong so quickly. It's been a bit of a surprise, to be honest, because the group stage for SK wasn't their best. I mean, realistically, I don't think they've had a brilliant group stage the entire year. It's been fine, it's been good, but it's not really been to the level that we see of them in playoffs. And now, as we're looking into playoffs, as we're coming to this point, I'm looking at this SK roster and thinking, how can they fail now? Because I don't think they can.
I don't think so, and they're a team that only seems to build and build. If we remember back to stage 1, they were relegated. Stage 2, they bounced back, they won the whole thing, and now they come into stage 3, and you're right, the group stage wasn't great, but neither was their opponent, Giant X's. The group stage didn't really matter all too much here. It gave us seeding, yes, it decided which teams had to play in the play-ins versus those cash cups, but ultimately at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is this double elimination bracket. And well, I had the absolute pleasure, and it was a pleasure to speak to the one and only Fluxy at the helm of this team. I am here with the fabulous Fluxy. Now, you've got a huge match coming up today. This is a battle between two of the biggest front runners for one of those coveted GCC spots remaining. Something that, you know, SK Nebula as an org has never done before. How do you feel about your chances of being the roster to make that dream happen?
I feel very good, to be honest. Camps has been a dream of mine for a good few years now, but now that we kind of like have that chance to like reach out and grab it, I really want to like push for it. Playing against Giant X is a good start.
We're all rooting for you, and after that victory last stage, I mean, you've got the wind in your sails. Now, I've heard that you give your players a lot of room to make their own calls, especially in that mid-round. This shows a lot of trust in your team. Can you maybe give me a cheeky bit of insight into how that actually works for you guys and how it doesn't descend into pandemonium?
Yeah, well, honestly, I think it works on mutual trust between all of our players. Like, I'm making about, I would say 85% of the calls a lot of the time, but everybody adds to it, you know? Like, I will make like a kind of basic call, say, oh, this is step 1, this might be step 2, and everybody will add their own little piece of information on, I don't know, little adaptations that we can do throughout the round, you know? Make it all work.
I love it. Now, my last question for you is, I know you're excited to play up against Adora today. Do you have a message for her or any fighting words ahead of the game?
Fighting words, no, but I'll just tell her good luck, to be honest. It's always a pleasure to play against her.
That's what we love to hear, the camaraderie between friends, between opponents. Anyway, I'm going to let you go prepare. Absolute best of luck in the server today.
Thank you very much.
They always lovely to get to speak to Fluxy. Second of all, what a cool setup, by the way. That's the coach's room. I asked about this. I was like, that should be the IGL room. Surely, with the responsibilities on your shoulder, you get to commandeer that room. But apparently, that's not how it works. But as you can see, they're looking and feeling really confident coming into this.
And why wouldn't they be? This has been the year of SK Nebula. If we ignore stage 1, maybe, they have been absolutely dominant, even in stage 1, against Giant X. Cover up that bind, the 0-13 that SK did suffer in the first matchup, the first
Bind's gone now. Doesn't matter. Man's
Bind's gone. So's Pearl, and that's a few of the victories for SK, so maybe we've got to still consider it a little bit. But they have been so good against this team, and you've got to think that that is going to be weighing on the mind of Giant X here, because even if you look towards the playoffs in stage 2, that was for elimination. That stopped Giant X fighting towards that 3rd, 2nd, 1st place in stage 2 playoffs. SK have beat them at every turn this year. And now, for Giant X, it's going to be a long road to climb back and to get the confidence back to finally beat this team this year.
I think that you're right, though, but if any team has kind of been on that climbing back up narrative, Giant X can understand and empathize with that. And we have seen them grow and develop. They're trying to shake this underdog label they've been given. And I think that a win here would be the greatest way to do it. You beat the stage 2 champions. You put yourself in that position where you're only realistically one game away from definitively qualifying yourself into GCC, that LAN final within touch. But let's talk about Giant X here as well. Amazing opponents to go up against, and as we've said, group stage, we can kind of forget about it a little bit. It was really rough for Giant X, and we've heard from Asuka, we've heard from the players about how they didn't really know what was going on, but it's starting to heal, it's starting to fix, and they're a team that, by their own admittance, don't give up until the job is done. And this is very much what we've seen.
And even in this clip right here, this is the 1 versus 5. Before today, before earlier's match on Sunset, this was the only 1v5 this stage ever had to take that away from Anva. But this Giant X roster, we've talked about them a lot this year, this stage especially, because like you said, they had a great stage 1, 3rd place, an okay stage 2 and 4th, and then groups was rough. It was realistically the worst they've looked all year. A lot worse than a lot of these players have looked in a very long time in their own histories as well. But they have stepped up. They've leveled up. Something about them has changed. They've experimented around a bunch of different ways of calling, different compositions, and they have found what works. And it is evident. The way that they've looked in playoffs, the way that they've continued to look in these playoffs, it is a different beast. It is, I think we called it the kind of the caterpillar to the butterfly,
The metamorphosis,
right? The metamorphosis.
I think that you're right. I think that this is a team that maybe had a little bit of an identity crisis when they came into the stage. As we said, they've been messing around with team comps. They've been messing around with, well, when I say team comps, I don't just mean the agents. I mean, who's IGLing, who's doing what.
Yep.
They've played around with it a lot. And that can be really risky, but they got that out of the way, and they can do that in stage 3 groups when they knew that there was no chance for elimination until the play ends. And I think that they've come out the other side looking a lot better for it. You know, there's no good story arc that doesn't require the protagonist to get beat down a little bit. They have to then go on their training arc, their revenge arc. And that's very much where Giant X are looking right now, is they've had their rough, they've had their rock bottom, now they are soaring.
And I think a perfect example of this is Adora. She has been historically, in stage 2, she looked incredible. Her statistics were right near the top, fighting with people like Jada and Vanya right up there. But this stage, her groups, she said this as well, her groups was bad. It was rough. She was dealing with things and it didn't go well for her. The team was sending her to her death a lot of the time and not trading. But now, since she came into the play-ins and in the playoffs, she has leveled up. Look at the number changes across the board here. From both First Blood, First Death, all the way up to the ACS and the KD. She has risen out of that metamorphosis, and she is now a demon waiting to be unleashed upon SK, upon some ex-teammates on the side of SK, some friends, and ready to slaughter them.
Exactly. And I think Adora is one of those players that I just love watching, and when she's having a good time, she's having a great time. But she herself has admitted that the stats isn't really what she's chasing in this stage. Stage 2, she said she wanted to be the best, she wants to be up there. This stage, it's a lot more of this team focus, this team mentality, and that's echoed across a lot of the team. But I got the pleasure of talking to Anva a little bit about this. They got some insight into what makes this team so special. I am here with the amazing Anva. Now, my first question for you is that there wasn't much time between play-ins finishing and playoffs starting. What did you do in those 4 days to get ready? Because there wasn't much time.
Yeah, Jade just gave us a motivational talk. And that's it. That's why, yeah, we're playing good now.
You are playing amazingly now. Now, you said that the most important lesson that you've learned is to learn from your losses. And the group stage gave you a lot of opportunity to learn. So what are some of the things that you've been taught by this stage so far?
I just try to learn about my role more. I watched a lot of VODs. We fixed our comms. Yeah, that's it.
It is, and it's all coming together really nicely. Now, if you make it all the way to LAN finals, you'll be playing in Istanbul, the home crowd for you. You know, what does that mean to you, and does that give you extra pressure, extra motivation maybe?
Extra motivation, of course.
Extra motivation. And is there anything you'd like to say to the people watching you from Turkey, cheering you on?
I just want thanks to my friends that's supporting me.
And absolutely, they've been supporting you and you've been putting on an amazing show. My last question is that a lot of your team have really nice things to say about each other. You all think the world of each other. What do you love so much about your team?
Our energy, I guess. We all love each other and we just support each other every day, every game.
It's amazing. You can see that energy in the server as well. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to let you go and get ready because it's a big match for you today. Best of luck and good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I just love it. And to see players so happy, so excited, it's a great sign for GX, a team that really could have been weighed down by what's happened in recent weeks. No, they are smiling, they're happy, and you can just tell how much this team gels.
I think there's this level of energy that you get from that resurgence, right? You've worked together for a while. Both of these teams have been together since around the end of the off season, around kind of December, January. They know each other, but now they've been through the worst. For SK relegation and for Giant X an awful group stage. And now they've both leveled up. They've come out of it. They've risen out of it, and it looks brilliant. You get that camaraderie from climbing out of the dirt and cleaning yourselves off, and it looks great. But one of the matchups I was quite interested in their elimination game in the stage 2 playoffs was the controllers, because it was well known last stage that Jada outshone Vanya, which is not something I think that anyone was expecting. Vanya being top of the stats across the board for years. She had like 2 stages where she wasn't the top of the stats, but last stage Jada got there instead. And that to me was such an exciting moment to see Vanya can be toppled as the best Turkish controller player. But Fluxy was right up there too. The stats across the board are so close. And this stage, Fluxy's kept the same level.
I would agree. And I think that maybe we can attribute this, and maybe I'm capping, maybe I don't know what I'm on about, but I think the fact that she delegates a lot of the mid-round to the team frees her up a lot more as an IGL to just be a player. And a lot of players will tell you that, is that IGLing takes up so much of your focus that sometimes you forget the fundamentals. You forget how to just do the basics and clearing your corner and existing in the server. So I think that ability to free herself up means that she's been able to put up these amazing stats, and I love to see it. And I really like seeing how players are able to shake up the status quo, right? We say this every stage, we sound like broken records, but the level keeps getting higher. But we have a map veto to look at here. Echo, right, talk me through it. Anything that jumps out as weird, wacky, or is this just wonderful?
I think it's definitely an interesting one to go for. I think the reason the sunset bans are pretty much as expected. No big surprises there. For me, Giant X have just been almost perma-banning Breeze. They just don't want to risk it. It's not worth it. The split pick makes a lot of sense. SK have a slightly better round win rate on this map this stage, but it's relatively close between the two, and Giant X, as we've seen, have improved drastically, and I think this map is a big part of that improvement. The Lotus is going to be a lot of fun because SK look very comfortable here. Ascent, the biggest question mark for me, because Giant X looked pretty rough when they picked it, but for SK, they have banned this. This is a relatively common ban for them. It's come through, but when they have been on this map, they had a great time, almost 62% round win rate. So I do think it's a very interesting map video. It's kind of level. I could see this being a 2-0 either way, but I think the third map is very likely to come through if we see the level on the individual aspects from both of these teams that we've seen since playoffs have started.
Yeah, exactly. And something that I think may be interesting to talk about is I'm a big fan of seeing consistency and repetitions on maps. It's my word, repetition, sustainability. You know me, you know that I like my buzzwords. And I think that Giant X having to go to that play-ins gave them the opportunity to get a little bit more repetition on some of these maps. So they actually come into a couple of these having played it a little bit more in officials, but Split coming on up. I'm still harkening back to the 13-3 that they lost against G2, whereas SK managed to get 9 rounds against G2. So I'm a little bit, you know, I've got that in the back of my mind, transitive properties of beating and losing to G2. But let's take a look at the team comps here.
Yeah, there's not going to be any big surprises. Consistency is going to be important at this point. We do see a change up from Giant X since play-ins against Barca. They'd play a different composition without the Cypher. So there is a switch up for them, but it's not massive, I think. The big thing to me is that they have gone back to this Viper comp, which is better on this map. I'm going to be blunt. The non-mirror win rate of Viper is incredibly high on Split. The Sky, Jaden was played this before, even if she was playing the Fade recently. So although, you know, the comp does play very differently, the hard anchoring capability of Anva is going to be very important and very interesting to see how that works against the entry prowess and the double initiator that we've got from SK.
Yeah, it's... I'm not sure how I feel about such a fundamental switch up here from Giant X, because whilst a lot of the roles are very similar, I like that they found something that was starting to work, and these changes so late into the tournament, I always worry a little bit about.
Yeah.
And going from, you know, playing with no Sentinels on both of the two previous comps they've been running in the stage, to suddenly throwing Anva on this Sentinel, and we know that she can play it on other maps, right? I just worry a little bit about, you know, has it been tried and tested enough against this caliber of team?
Yeah, but the win conditions, the most important thing for SK is get the pistols online, especially on the defense. Get Jelena the op and try and snowball your rounds once she's got that gun in her hands. But for Giant X, it's all about the trading, the fundamentals. If they can keep that up against a team like SK, they have a shot of making it into the upper final and then the grand final in Istanbul. And you know how much those players want to go there. I want to see the fundamentals that we saw in stage 2 and 1 from Giant X, not what we saw in the group stage.
No, exactly. But let us head into the server. The only way to be sure is to actually get this show on the roads. And, well, Giant X, I want to see them start strong against SK. Any time that they have got less than 9 rounds on a half, they have not won the map against them this year. So we need to see strong halves. Even 6-6 halves have not been won. So I want to see a strong start from them. SK though, well, they're not ones to slack early rounds, early maps.
Well, their pistol win rate is actually absurdly low, but they've gone for 3 Sheriffs, 2 Ghosts to try and fight against that history, to change it, to beat Giant X and get that snowball rolling. Fluxy, jump peek, spamming through the smoke, a bit of damage done, but this Giant X wall is very nice for the exec to be.
Here we go, pushing on forward, slowly but surely. Smoke goes out, but there's already players ahead of it. Adora slides face first and dies face first, but Anita finds the trade. The trade game, we talked about its importance, but they have to duck back in towards Garage. Jalena's out here in the open. Lovely shot, clear as day. Messi firing back sight. There's the snake bite going on in, trying to isolate this fight with Anita, but the trade does still come through. 2 versus 1. Now swing on out, it's a little bit messy. Anva gets 1. And now 1 versus 1 remaining.
And Rescue is so good in these clutch situations, so incredibly strong. But it's the same for Anva. She's got that 1v5 or 1v1. It should be doable for her, but Rescue shuts Anva out. And SK, they get the pistol that they so sorely needed. Giant X are going to have to work their way to start to build up towards that advantaged half. Like you said, it's going to be a long road for them. The fights were nice on site, but when it came down to this, Anva, the quick wraparound to main, it was heard, Rescue was ready for it, and she managed to shut it down. And now SK, spread across the map again, better guns everywhere. Jelena with the Marshall going to be strong.
Now, Giant X actually have a suspicious affinity, pun fully intended, to stealing away these conversion rounds after losing the pistol. So I'm never one to put them past it, even with, realistically, nothing in the tank.
That's the fundamentals, right? If they're working together, they can do it.
Ooh, nice shots there, and Rescue denies, says you're not going to get away with any fancy tricks here. Jade Moss got one that's managed to work backside here. Twy has a little bit of a look at her enemy before she takes him down, just stare him in the eyes. Anva does get a trade, but Lisa says absolutely not. They swing on out, and they deny Giant X any pesky second rounds. And now we come into the bonus. Full buy available for Giant X.
Yeah, they went full classics into that, hoping they could try and find something. They got 2 kills. You're going to be happy with that at the end of the day. You're not investing So you're not really going to get a lot of returns out of it. And this is a relatively weak bonus. 3 shotguns on the defensive side for Giant X.
Oh, it's perfect. I don't know what you mean. It's beautiful.
You would love this, but I do like this against a team that doesn't have a fade. You don't have that Prowler to clear the close corners. So actually, with only 1 Skydog, and Giant X usually using it in the earlier rounds when we've seen it from them in the past, I'd expect this could do a lot of damage to Giant X. And you can see 2 shotguns high-low over the top of ramps.
Oh, it is... Well, they're waiting, and they could very well be rewarded. Find out momentarily. Smoke goes out for tower, but as the wall goes up, to run in or not, that's the question. Lisa's found one in mid already. Adora needs to make the space, and make the space she has. Style points added on. Now, you don't get extra ACS for that, but, I mean, we're definitely going to be talking about that for time to come. But the question is, can the rest of the team join her? They've got a player creeping up through tower now. But it's slow, and SK are gathering their numbers here already.
Foxy only has a Bucky, though. She doesn't really want to be taking this with the Classic, and it doesn't work, and now A-Site vulnerable. The rest of Giant X can join. If they push into screens, sure, okay, that becomes a worry then. Yeah, they're probably dead, but they don't have to at this point, and they're flashed, they know that they're there. Adora, I expect she's going to leave it now.
I would imagine so. Spike's gonna get planted here. Oh, this position from Anva. They're like, surely no one's crazy enough still to be hanging around here. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. You want to start rotating, but Anva says no. Flash around the corner is good. And now they know that Dwight is there. Adora's found the other in the meantime, so it's just the last. She slides on over to help her teammate out. J-Boss says, don't worry, I got him. You take a break. And Giant X find themselves there first.
And most importantly, the conditioning from the ratty look from Anva there is going to put so much worry into the side of SK. That you are going to be watching your backs because you don't have an info sentry, right? You don't have that ability to know what is coming and where it's coming from. You've got the double initiator, you get the extra information, but there's nothing passive. If you're not there, you get no info. And that's going to be a concern now. SK get the buy up. They might be able to buy up the next, but they've gone for full shields on a lot of members, so it's going to be tricky. Adora up towards ramp, forced away by the nades, but I imagine she'll look to take it soon afterwards.
Okay. Having a look, calling back over her teammates, but that wall is giving her pause. As it should. Door goes in. She's going to be following on up. Wall to protect her from the heavens. Slide on in. Sight's already clear. Waiting for rescue. Fully blind. She manages just about to dodge it, actually. Swings on out, but Twy and rescue hold on tight. J-Bar and Jade have managed to get onto sight. That smoke makes things a little bit awkward here. And rescue's going to be dancing in and out of it. Fluxy waiting on the other side. Oh! They walk face first into her. Just down to the left, and they know that she was lurking last round. They know that likely she'll be doing the same again. Oh, Fluxy caught gun. Not quite in hand, but now a little bit of a messy fight. Fluxy says, you're not getting past me. And gives her team the afternoon off.
I don't know if they got the afternoon. They kind of had that because
they got the rest of the round off, you know?
They got the rest of the round, but they got the afternoon because of the first map. That was a very long first map. The flash here, you can tell... Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate flashing herself, but you can tell Rescue knows how to play and anchor sites like a Sentinel, right? She spent a long time on DVM Miss on the Sentinel role, anchoring sites. Before that, she was playing entry. She's such a flexible player. She can anchor, she can entry, she can be a part of the first core or the second. And you can really see that over towards A. The trust that Giant X have in her to hold down, or sorry, SK have in her to hold down a site. But a buy up from both sides, still a little bit weak in terms of Toy and Anva, but the rest of the team, full weapons available. A lot of stars on the map, so SK going to have to slow down the round or play off of the few stars that they've got on the floor because they're not coming back anytime soon.
No, they are not. Walls go up. Dog to be followed in by Adora. Slides it on out. Not going to spot anyone. That wall goes down. Now she's in trouble. But the issue is her team trapped. Need to meet up with her. Showstopper comes out. Pops. Fluxy's already taken one down. Jolina another. The two right back. It's 2 for 2 though. And SK wipes them out. Denies them even getting close to sight. And that is getting problematic. SK, the reads are perfect. And the ability to stop the GX floods even more so. Yeah, Adora gets on site, but no one can join her.
Yeah, the double smokes popped, one out on main, the typical default, and then the other a bunker smoke towards site itself. Adora's cut off by 2 smokes from her team, and then this allows the rest of the side of SK to flood in towards the front and keep them split apart. And as you can see from Adora here, last split, she felt incredible. She was at the top. But at the end of the day, the most important thing, it's GCC. She tried with Wadada, right? Helping them in the LCQ to make it all the way. Didn't work out then. But it feels like this Giant X roster, they've got that something special. So maybe, maybe it's possible for her this year.
We'll have to see. And she's going to need her team to follow her up if she wants to. Because I think there's no doubt that Adora has been great at taking space. It's been how the team follows up from that has been what has ultimately decided if it's successful or not.
But now this round, unlikely to be successful from Giant X. Sheriffs. I say that. I say that. It's game changers, and realistically, like, they've actually got a pretty good low buy win rate from my memory. I'm probably going to find the stats and be absolutely
mortified
wrong about that. But no, okay, they are in the top 10% of, or yeah, top 10% of teams. So top, what, 2 teams for low buy rates at the moment? That's pretty good. They are good with these weaker weapons, but against SK, a team that has the fundamentals, they've got the outlaw in your face. What does stats even mean?
Doing a lot to draw attention over towards Ramp here, but it's just the cipher that they've heard and seen, so they're not necessarily too stressed, knowing that likely just a one-off. However, what they don't expect is Jade Moore to be following up with this. Trip round the corner stops them from pushing too far, but the issue is going to be they don't need to push around that corner. You're the one that's got to take space from them.
Yeah, I love the idea for Jelena to get set up, but Jade Moore was there to try and push her back. Anita falls over towards B. Fluxy's been anchoring this site down hard. No entry. Giant X, a little problem to poke towards B to make them think the rotate's going here, but then, yeah, they flip back towards A. Ramps the Prowler. Oh, a little bit early. Doesn't spot out the members, but I think Rescue did.
And Rescue's going hunting for it, wrapping around, and they're not expecting such a quick push. And the problem is they have to take down Jelena and Lisa here. Otherwise, they've got no escape from tower. Tethered still to the ceiling. Adora struggles to get onto site. Has now dropped it, but the issue is Spike is so far removed. Rescue around the corner. Now knows where she is with only 12 seconds. She's got to choose her fate. Takes one more down with her. Slide on out, gets one more. Does she have time? 5 seconds. No, she doesn't quite have the opportunity. She has to find this last kill, and Fluxy knows not to go anywhere near this situation. And on time alone, SK get a 5th, but you can't help but shed a tear for what could have been for Adora.
What shot she had sliding around with the neon. Rescue the push-up A main. This is something we'll keep on seeing if Giant X go for the Ramps control. But it looked like Adora, tethered, almost won the round for her team, but Fluxy's in the moment decision. Avoid, distract, run away. And now we've got to start talking about ultimates, because they are all coming online across the board. Buy up, Giant X. They can buy the next round even if they lose. It's the same for SK, but it'll be rough. So now ultimates really starting to come into play. Nightfall from Lisa, great for the retake, and SK have already been strong on the pre-takes.
There you go, got the all packed away. No need to overcommit. No need to find anything more. All goes out. It's gonna cause a little bit of problem, but they've got Jade Moore scouting on through. Stun goes out. They've not spotted anybody ropes, so Adora can post on up here. Gets caught by the Prowler, has to put the walls up just to give herself a little bit of safety, but now she's so worried. There was a moment gap there. Rescue could have pushed on up, and Rescue's coming hunting. Knows someone has to be in this room, surely. Adora's waiting for it.
They're both waiting.
Bit of a stalemate here. Who dares makes the first move while Jade Moore's Cabbage is about to give it all away.
Yeah, the Seekers are going to spot Rescue. Oh, wait, she pops up!
Just the last second, the patience. Oh, hurts to see. Jolena hits the drop on down. Adora tries to slide on out to safety, but there's no safe haven here on B. Jolena and Flux have made sure of just that. Healing goes on out Jada looking for a teleport over to the other side, but they haven't cleared this out. Twice stops it. Now they have to commit here to B. There's no time for anything else. Hoping Anva can find something over on this side, but no, with Jadewar going down. Now it's just Anva left, so far removed from the spike. And now this is the second time we've just had to watch the time tick away. Actually, Twice says, I'm going to save you the mercy of another round lost to that, and I'm just going to take you down now.
A great ultimate from Lisa there, as while making sure that the exit was stopped in its tracks. You can see Adora was decayed down from the Nightfall, unable to find anything. I like the idea with Anva's lurk over there towards A with Jada's TP. There's a cool idea there, but they just didn't pull enough rotates towards B. They've done the B fake flip back towards A before, so SK were expecting the same thing to be happening again. Viper's Pit on B shuts down the entry A Giants. They were going this way. They might want to still keep fighting forward. They don't really have the big tools to get through it. Seeker's already used.
I mean, you could go full sort of mutually assured destruction here and counter Viper's Pit, but wouldn't be recommending it.
Yeah, I don't
throwing
think so.
crazy ideas out here because Giant X needs something to give them that spark to catch the rest of this map on fire.
They did do a fake TP over there, so SK are now a bit concerned. They've kept Fluxy there, 2 members keeping this Viper's Pit alive, and Giant X can now crunch it through site because site is empty and Lisa's taken down. B is now open for grabs.
Dora with these slides on out. I need to know how she does it. So
a lot
cold
of game
with
time.
it, just a flash. And now that's a nice opening pick, but they've got to still find someone to go, and they're choosing to fight in towards this Viper's Pit, hoping that Anva can post or not cut these rotates.
Why are they not going through heaven? They had that line secured, but instead they're going this way. And now, okay, the neural theft. This gives them the info of where Toy is, but she dodges it. She does die. The Viper's Pit goes down.
Roxy's got 2 in the meantime, though, so we're still in the same place that we started. Jada with 1. Adora's desperately trying to find anything to extend this overdrive's life. Jelena waiting on the other side. Dora peeks on out. Now there's a battle going to happen in Garage. Are they expecting rescue here as fast as she is? Oh, a little bit of a spray. They might recognize it, but there's so many different angles to worry about. There are 3 of them here waiting, though. First one goes out on Jolena. They peek one by one. Adora, though, isn't going to let these 1v1s fall by the wayside. And now Just Rescue, giving away her location. Anva from the high ground holds fast. And now we have Giant X getting up to 2 rounds. But still, we said 6-6 didn't feel like enough. But they have to get there still, and they're going to have to make it enough now.
Yeah, 6-6 is the max that they can end this half on. A good round win. The neural theft, I wasn't expecting that, but they used it to help reveal the location of Toy. She dodged the initial burst from Adora on the overdrive, but the slide with their finger guns, it's just going to destroy you. Jelena, though, now finally picked up her operator. This is the key of SK's wins so far, is this gun. Their win rate goes up dramatically when she has it. And now it's online. She's not really holding any deep angles, though. SK usually want her to hold something aggressive to take a lot of space. But actually, the rest of SK are doing that themselves.
All back there, they deny these ramp players any opportunity to get a fast and sneaky opening pick there. Oh, head spotted by Jadewar. Adora slides on in. Again, this space taken, but this time she's not quick enough on the adjustment. Counter dog goes out, re-clear that space, and they're both going to see absolutely nothing. Jadewar has to go meet back up with her team. Anva's found one in towards Garage. They're looking to crunch in towards B, but Jelena takes down Anita. Jada can't go on forward, push anything more there. Needs to find this pick on Lisa. Does so successfully. Now that site falls, they have to wait for the spike to get on in, which has given SK time to rotate over.
Jelena's got the showstopper, the op, usually difficult. Jada has to find Toy here, and she does. This sets up an advantaged post-plant. SK might even run and save now.
Flash goes on in. It's spotted out Jelena. And now, do you even really want to risk it? They've still got so much utility to throw at this. Jelena's having a look at it, though. Yeah, or not, evidently. Forward. Break the tripwire. Showstopper invested. Finds one. Oh, peeks on out. Trying to get the op out, but hasn't quite cocked the gun in time. and Giant X up to 3 there, punishing SK for mistakes. The mistake of choosing to go toe-to-toe with them, and the mistakes within the attempt.
It's a risky move, but now SK probably going to be shut down to a low by light shields. Probably won't cut it. Even a timeout actually used here for the side of the Nebulas to fix this. They've not heard what you said, Affinity. They've not heard that 6-6 is enough. They think that, you know, 8-4 might be where they're looking at this point. Obviously, maybe they could find something special here. The Astral Divide can help a lot on these Thrifties on the defense to be able to get yourselves towards site that little bit easier on the retake. But I'm not expecting them to expend it. Just a possibility.
I mean, talking of expending, the showstopper's gone now.
Yeah, that and losing the operator in that round has made me feel like Giant X might be able to tie this up at the half, which might not be enough. Historically, not enough. But this is a new Giant X, don't forget.
True.
Renewed. Maybe it's enough this time.
The old Giant X can't come to the phone anymore. Do you know why?
Why?
It's they're dead. This is a new GX.
So now we're giving them the Phoenix from the Ashes kind of thing. Is that...
That's not what Phoenix's old school is. It's called Run It Back, bro.
Okay, well, there's no Phoenix on the split
There is
right
no
now, so
Phoenix,
everyone-
which is sad, because we have seen these teams run Phoenix historically on this map.
Yeah, and I do quite like the Phoenix, but regardless, Giant X, attack side, Outlaw from Anva on the lurk. She's got the advantage with that gun. SK could go aggressive onto Adora, once again out in the open by herself.
That Outlaw going to be punishing the fact that they've got no armor. Jademore, a little bit of spam. Actually, spam from Hanita's going to be the one that finds the devastating blow. Now 2-player advantage. Lisa's looking low on health, and whilst they've got some good mid control, it's all a little bit of a trap here for Jada to try find yet another nail to put in your coffin. Anva round the corner, readying on up, lines up the shot, perfectly done. Twy falls, and now actually might not have heard the footsteps. It's going to be very up close, shotgun sniping, but no. Now Rescue's picked up that Outlaw, but they've drawn over both of these remaining players just for this A site to be completely vacant.
Yeah, it's open. Spike's going to go down with ease. Yeah, okay, the Outlaw's picked up, but does that really help? Rescue's only going to get a one tap on the body against Jada. That's it. Everyone else from Giant X is sitting pretty healthy. Okay, Jademore gets towards the Seekers. I'm going to pray that SK don't use their own here. Please don't expend it on another retake and a disadvantage that you're unlikely to win because of the guns you've got. Might just see them dying to Spike. Don't want to give Jademore the Seekers too early in the next round.
Too shame. Although this is not the attitude of a team that's trying to die to Spike. This is an attitude of a team that's looking for anything they can get, and all they're doing is feeding an already hungry Adora. Jademore goes down, so that is, you know, denying her yet another point towards that ultimate. She still gets one for dying, but
yeah,
she doesn't get the kill before doing so. Lisa does go down to the Spike in the end, but it's all just feeding GX for this ability to come back into the half.
Yeah, this is the snowball that you can see when ultimates come online at the right time. You send your opponent down to an eco very early despite a 4 win streak from their side. And your opponent's made what I would call a mistake in going for that retake when you didn't really need to. You know you've got an even half. You can fight for round 7 after that. But now, SK do have the buy up. They've got the operator back online, Seekers and Astral Divide. I'm expecting them to be used in this round for them to try and get a quick retake or try and get in. Because what we've seen from SK that's worked has been the pre-takes. Taking the site whilst Giant X are execing, isolating Adora, making sure the trades can't come through from the team that does have good fundamentals. And if they can shut that out, well, maybe they can get to their 7th round of the half.
Doing up the numbers towards Omen. Dog goes in, Adora to follow. Scouts looking around the corner, spots only Rescue up top here. Jalena's op rings out. The cells to go in as well, just stop them from following up. Allows Rescue to get into a little bit deeper of a position here. And now they'd have to re-clear that space. They decide they don't want to. They're going to head elsewhere.
But Jalena's made the right call already. She's heading over towards B. She thinks that's where Giant X are going. Jada's going to put forward a little bit of a fake. Spotted by the flash. SK, oh, Jada let herself get blinded, so SK keep the rotates here. They're definitely hitting B now.
goes on ground, looking to throw everything they can at this, but Adora tethered, can't chase this up. And Twy in the background finds two here. Only 30 seconds, they still need to break onto an ironclad site. Seekers go on out. And now Anva pushing on forward, has to get there before the Seekers do, lest her position be given away, lest she be blinded. Seeker comes from behind, she swings out before it. Jade has got one, now she has to do it all low. Lisa from behind. And SK finally get that advantage they have been vying for. Giant X now down at the half, regardless of what they can do. And they've got so many ultimates they could have tried to throw at this to keep this going in their favour.
But they've got them this round as well. Getting a 7-5 for this new Giant X, maybe that's enough. I think that's the question we're all asking. We'll see the answer relatively soon. SK's buy is weaker, though. They've got the Guardian on Fluxy. Only ultimate is Astral Divide. Unlikely to see another one unless Jelena hits something nasty with the Operator. Oh, Fluxy's gone for the Ares. She's not Silent Soul. What's going on there?
I was going to say, we've seen it picking up a little bit of steam. Did they buff it and I just missed the patch notes? But we'll find out momentarily. Rescue's found the first. That's Adora going down before they even get onto site. And this round feels like it's been cut off at the knees. Rescue waiting. Here's the dog going out, gonna shoot it down. Wall goes up. She's got that layer of security.
It does allow Jademore to get out, though. Relatively scot-free. She's lost her entry, her spearhead, but she's alive. Second flash coming back in 20 seconds as well, so she'll have that for the exec regardless of where Giant X want to go. Ooh, a nice headshot from Fluxy. Does damage. She has the Guardian and the Ares.
Ooh, and she's hot swapping between the two of them. Jademore pops the Seekers, trying to call as much attention as she can over towards that B side. Actually gonna get all of that health back. Well, not all of it, but most of it back for Anva. Anita needs to win this fight, goes down, but the trade game is good. However, they're at a player disadvantage. They can't be going 1-for-1. Jade is looking at another nasty teleport into spawn, and it's a good thing she cancelled because players near enough by that it would have been devastating. Smoke off screens now. They don't know if there's any players still ahead of that now, and there are definitely now that Jalena's jumped on forward. Neural Theft goes over. They've got an idea that Jalena's waiting here. Round the back, Jada finds one, but again, 1-for-1, not good enough right now. Jademore wrapped all the way around. Now she has to be quick because the wrap is getting wrapped, and she doesn't look to her right-hand side, but neither does Rescue. Finds one. Spike goes down. Flash goes over. Doesn't spot anything. That means they've got a little bit of window of safety. The swing on out. Fluxy and Twy win their individual fights, and the defuse will come on through. SK Nebula leading at the half by 4.
Switching sides. Seconds left.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want.
And 8-4, where we left off. It's where we pick back up. And SK have the lowest pistol win rate of all of these teams. But, I mean, is it even going to matter? If they can steal one here, well, it'll be smooth sailing for them. Giant X, an Adora that was taking space but unsupported. Now, the defense side changes things a little bit. But still, we're seeing a little bit of a mismatch. Some of the habits of group stage maybe creeping back in.
Yeah, too many first deaths for Adora. She was out on A site alone twice, dying without anyone following her up. And that might be down to her. It might be down to the system. But now on the defense, the retakes and the early round aggression are where that could fall flat for Giant X. They re-clear mid aggressively as a group. The fundamentals are there. They spot nothing. So they move towards A, and that's where SK are going.
Taps through the smoke have been dodged. They're creeping up in towards tower. Jademar here to greet them at the door. They were quiet on Twitter, but she's not quiet in the server. Finds the first, falls back, gonna get the reload on in. Has Adora here to help. Dynamic duo goes on out. Horn broken as to avoid letting anyone see that Anva's here. But Fluxy's making a little bit of commotion in mid. That's called an over Anita, who needs to win this fight. Fluxy doesn't even entertain the fact that somebody could still be on B coming her way. Anva going aggressive here, looking to re-clear. Jolina there finds the equalizing pick. Kind of giving that one away. I'd say daylight robbery, but the security systems were disabled, so sort of just taken from underneath them. Now, re-clear through sewer, and they're silent about this, and the timing on this means that they're going to be way quicker over to the site than SK could even realise.
This is a quick and silent flank, unexpected SK. They've gone for this kind of thing themselves, but Giant X are so speedy on this.
Up low, but they get the plant on down. Now ready to go. So reactive they're gonna have to be. And now they know the danger. Now they know the pressure. Jolina, Lisa both find this. But Jademar, oh, she's making it happen. Now just one player remaining is spotted. Jolina tries to get the tap off, but is not quite going to find anything. And she walks into the headshot. Jademar, a leader in every aspect of the words. And now Giant X, they take a much needed pistol round. They don't have to rely on those second round disruptions. And the Red Bull clutch kicks off this half.
Oh, Jademar, she's heating up. She's coming online. The first half was a little bit rough, but though that 4K, wow. She is here, ready to fight. To help to take her team up to that at least minimum third place spot. A little bit of miscommunication there maybe from SK. The nade being thrown whilst another was peaked means the trade isn't possible. And SK have gone for the force, the stinger buy on the attack side.
Ooh.
You see the pings on the map, they're going to be. That's where the Cypher setup is. Are they ready for this, or can Giant X shut it down before it gets to site? Because you know they're going to burst as soon as they move. It's going to be so quick.
One-way smoke, and Jademar's holding for it as well. Waiting for even a leg to be spotted. Dancing on the angle, playing on her phone. Put Subway Surfers away. You've got Valorant to be playing. Now, Rescue pushes on forward. Flash goes round the corner, forces Jada back. The paranoia is good, but still, she knows she's getting overwhelmed. They've heard the stingers. Now they are so aware that there are weapons in hand. This changes the plan because they've got to be careful. Twy is already ahead, waiting for Adora. Now, Anva needs to hold on to this space. Knows that they've got to keep the long range against these SMGs. Jada's found hers as well. Running on forward. Rescue and Twy from the heavens find more. And it's crumbling apart their feet. This drop down has been heard. Anita knows there's somebody here, but there's so many players to clear out. There's the first. Fluxy waiting behind the boxes. Twy holding this angle, but now has to reposition. Try play off of each other with only two of them remaining now. Anita's let her presence be known up top, and that's called attention away from Jademar a little bit. They've isolated fights. 1v1s, and Anita's won out hers. 1v2 now. Twy, so much pressure on her. Time's running low, and health even lower. Anita finds her third, and Giant X closing this gap up. They deal with the force buy, and they buy themselves a moment of breathing room.
SK had that in their hands, and you see here as they drop towards site, they forget the spike. It stays up on the high ground. They can't reach it. And with Anita holding down the heavens, there's no chance for SK to get back into the round. And that was a force. They'd usually be able to buy in this round, but they can't. Sheriffs only. The rifles come out next. And Giant X are probably going to get this unless SK can find something special and not forget the fundamentals of the game, the objectives, the spike, like they did before. They're heading over towards B. Anva, Phantom in hand, trips ready to stop them in their tracks.
Cypher setup is all ready to go. Will get spotted. Chooses to stand and fight there. The one-way gives a little bit of protection. waiting. There you go, they managed to get around the side. They're already ahead of the smoke. Jada, lovely, cold, clinical shot here. Jada finds her second now, and that sends Lisa scurrying now in towards mid. Adora, cheeky peek on out, face first with the judge. No way to back around, shooting the body a little bit. Now Adora has self-admitted that there's a little bit of body spamming between her and SK, but ready for a little bit more. Jademar finds hers, and it's a flawless round to get Giant X up to 7.
Clean, crisp, and they close up this gap. Jada, looking like the Jada of stage 2 here. So easily flicking to the heads, and you know, you love it. Adora's spamming the body, she's spamming everyone with that judge, taking them out of the round. And SK, because of that force, because of the eco, because of the lack of kills in this half, light shields on most, an eco round in the next most likely. They've got to win this round. Adora out in the open once again. Jada gets the trade at least.
Messy way to start this out. And I'm not sure if they didn't expect anyone to be A, but not sure what the intent was. It falls by the wayside. Door gets taken down, and actually with that smoke coming out, that's SK's cues to pack up, leave, try somewhere else. Now, bit of mid-presence already being gathered. They've just been pretty diligently holding this, and Anita's been content to let them have the space.
There's no need to go super aggressive. Your only real info actively is that Sky Flash, and it's spotted nothing.
That's such a misleading information tidbit to have been fed there. And now Jademar waiting. Now knows that that information could be a little bit old. Has spotted at least one. Falls back. Calling Jada over to help. Needs to find something. But with Jada going down, has to be Jademar to anchor down this site. Round the corner she gets to before finally being taken out. Done it. Enough. 2 versus 2. Now rescue. This is going to clear out screens, and it will catch just Anita. Still no information on Anva. That might be their saving grace, but with both of them heading screens, eyes are here anyway. Smoke comes out. They're looking just to swing wide, swing fast. Flash around the corner. Fluxy's waiting to activate. Activates at just the right time, but it's Rescue that steals the kill. Just Anva out now. Both find their marks, and SK retains their lead.
It was close. The retake felt like it could have been on, but Gianix couldn't drag it over the line. They've built up a bank though. They can buy in this next. They've got the Seekers to help try and convert, try and help gather that information, cover the gaps that they are missing, because they've only got that binary ping of the Sky Flash. This helps to supplement and allow Gianix to rotate to the right sides of the map if they want to in the mid round. For now though, Adora looks like another swing out towards A, this time from ramps.
Can hear so much noise. Smokes come up. She's just fighting for her life. Jalena's bounced her way on up into an awkward position. So much pressure put on Adora. Able to find one, but Rescue finds 2 from nowhere. I don't even know if she sees Jademar. Doesn't need to though. Player coming up ropes. Oh, just gets spotted. Jada lucky to be able to walk away alive here. Recalibrates, regroups with Anva, but honestly might just be looking to save here.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, Gianix, you can try and find some damage. You know that these players can play in disadvantaged situations, and I think they're going to hunt for it. Take guns away, cause damage to SK if you can.
Their money's in a volatile state. If you can rub some salt in the wounds, that's great, but your own money's not looking too much better. They're waiting, but no one's given her even a pixel to spray at.
Discipline. +2, draw a card. Wait, sorry, I was playing the wrong game there. Absolute discipline there, though, from SK to not feed away any more ult points. They were probably looking for their own, though. Jelena, Rescue, and Lisa all on the fence, 1 pit away from getting theirs. But SK get to 10, and this is a crucial turning point for this map, because, like you said before, Gianix typically need the advantage to be able to win. Not just any advantage, like a big one to be able to win, and they've not been able to find it yet. The ultimates, they've not been using them, and now it's a relatively rough buy. Timeout probably coming through. Asuka wanting to get in, talk to the team. try and fix the issues on this defense. And I think they are suffering a little bit from the lack of Fade Haunt, because you saw even in the fight, not about the macro, but the fight there from SK, Lisa set up Rescue to get that double kill off the back of her Haunt. And you can see here, she likes the Rescue as aggressive. Rescue's a player that plays Sentinel, smokes, she plays entry, she plays anything. And they will always clutch together. This is the duo. When they're both on Initiator, they get so much information, they get the flashes, they just win.
That they do, and I think that we're seeing this, and this is part of why I was a little bit hesitant about this comp change, is that, well, I don't think we've seen Giant X play this map without a Fade on it. I think that's never been... We haven't. Fade has always been an integral part of this sort of team comp, and now we're seeing it go. And that was my worry, is that they're not tried and tested against this caliber of team without it.
That's a really interesting point, because I do think the caliber of the team, especially when you're playing without that hard info, right? The kind of how many there are, as opposed to a binary yes-no that you get from the bird. A team like SK can play around with it. You know that but Fluxy, but also the whole of the team like to play with those mid-rounds. And you can maybe see that coming to fruition here. Giant X have gone for the aggressive ball through mid. This allows Jadenwa to get aggressive on the eco. But Spotted, flashed, has to back off. Right?
Oh, Jadenwa getting pressured here. Spams the dogs away now, falls back. There's 3 watching mid. That doesn't mean that SK any less deterred. They don't know quite how many eyes are here, but they know they're being watched. Jump up, silent, thing for anything. Prowler's gonna go, clear on through. It's gonna spot Adora. Adora actually not even falling back there. Dog to re-clear the space. Shot plucked from mid-air even. Rescue still not giving this away, but the team's gathering over towards B. You can see this. They're pulling all of this information, all of these players over from A. And here's the showstopper coming on forward. There's nothing really she can do there. Jadenwa eats the full force of the showstopper. Adora still hanging around here. Anva breaks the haunt. They now know someone's in this back corner. Needs the likes of Jada and the others to step up to stop her. But they've been forced back into garage. The smoke goes up. Now, smoke fades. They've got 20 seconds to execute. Cosmic Divide goes out, but they're all on the other side of it. Adora, Anva, between the two of them. A hail of bullets. But unfortunately, Anva caught just as she's reloading. Means that Adora can't be traded. Anva goes down as well. Anita, I think she just about got spotted there by Fluxy, and she's definitely been heard now. Corner, both swing out, in the double swing cannot be beaten, cannot be matched, not least with a Bandit. And SK, they find their 11th, and we're starting to see GX's hopes at their own map pick slowly tick away.
They do, but that was a lot of ultimates invested from the side of SK to win against a broken buy of Giant X, and they managed to make these few rifles work incredibly well. The timing of the Seekers from Jadenwa allowed most of the players to get onto the B site and support Anva with her cages. And those hard execs into a Cypher that's still got all their cages up is very hard to do, and we saw that there. That's why those ultimates had to get invested. But now, Boombot spotted, hopefully no damage done, and a flash play onto Fluxy, she survives. And that's a lot of information given to SK of where the Giant X members are.
That paranoia invested beyond early here in the first 20 seconds of the round. Rescue, clearing up through mid. It's going to spot out that actually instead of Adora, this time it's Anita holding in towards vents. Dora jumps back, looking to gather with the rest of the team here, but that mid control taken. Now they've got really their pick of where they want to head. Clearing through Mail, they're looking to take this tower control. They spot Jada dropping down, know that almost certainly this is the only player that's even here. Haunt is good as well, spots so many of these players. Push them backside, ferrying them in towards Fluxy, and Fluxy's found 3. Now the rest drop onto site. Emergency lift, emergency drop of extra manpower, but Fluxy swings out for 4, just Anva remaining. Pushing on in from the back sites, and Lisa doesn't even want to hesitate, entertain the idea of letting the ace come through. She wants this round done, she wants this map done. And now SK steps on forward, looking to take Giant X's chances at GCC away.
to take this map pick away from GIANTX. The GIANTX that has been on this training arc, on this redemption arc, to try and shut it down here now would be incredible for SK. It shows that they are still the SK of stage 2. Because they had a bit of a weaker groups as well, but Fluxy with that 4K, 12 assists as well. Her KDA is going to be insane. Adora's going aggressive once again. The flash, she's still pushing. She's only got a Guardian.
Yeah, this is not the buy you want to be defending your map pick on Adora, pushing on forward. Now they know that they're being pushed a little bit. They're hesitant, they're waiting, they're looking to isolate Adora, and this is what caused the first half to fall apart a little bit. This time though, Adora not willing to be caught off guard, but it's Jademar left alone, fully flashed, but rescue flashes herself. Luckily, Adora's good for the trade, but still, 4v4 innately favours the attacking side.
And now, Prowler spotted. Anita, yeah, takes Fluxy out. This is good. Actually, now we're looking at this, and GIANTX have a huge advantage because now they've got that numbers advantage. The spikes in mid, where the Viper's pit still is, with a trap. SK have to go to away, and that's where GIANTX have the majority of their numbers.
Theft comes out. Good paranoia blocks Twy from taking that tower control. Gives a little bit more time for the move on over from Anita to solidify their position in tower. Adora jumping on round. It's messy shots though, and SK nothing messy about how they've been playing. Now 1 versus 1, but the issue is out in the open reloading. We talk about fundamentals. A fundamental failure in the plan allows GX to cling on to this map for just a little longer.
Absolute chaos there in the end. The round started out so well for SK, and then bit by bit it slipped away into chaos, where there was no chance of them pulling it back. But they've still got to buy. They've still got ultimates. They still have so many tools, pieces that they can add in to take away GIANTX's map pick, because they've been using their ults. They've had to be using their ults to confirm the rounds, and as SK takes mid, they see the trip, they break it, question marks, and as GIANTX keep 1 or 2 members here the rest of the round.
Ooh. And in through sewers, they're heading in towards A, gathering in strength and numbers, but they're still not fully devoid of this idea of mid.
No, they want to keep pressuring it. I think it's to keep the question marks on the side of GIANTX, to make them think and split their forces across the map. Adora holding the line, but her ex-teammate gets the headshot onto her. She has to back off. And now, she's defied from the site. The rest of SK moving over the way.
Oh, they're holding for Jademar here. She shimmies out of the way, manages to find the escape. Still in tower, still waiting to go. There's nobody on site though. Wall goes up, allows Adora to drop on down. She has to fight for this space, and it's going to be a bit of a brawl there. Jademar needed to find that one, but enough damage done that Adora can farm one up. And Adora is still good for a little bit more potentially. Fluxy swings wide though. Now Jada, Anva's rushing on over as fast as she can, and it's going to have to be her. Cut off from the rest of the world. She gets the dink, but Lisa gets the kill. SK 13-8 on the first map. They take GIANTX's map pick, and now they put themselves in prime position step by step. GCC, they're climbing towards you.
They want to lock it in. They want that upper finals. It doesn't lock it for sure, but it makes them into the best possible position. And then if they can beat Gentlemates, if they get there in the upper final, that's going to set themselves up to lock in GCC. SK have the dream. They're there. They're 1 map away now from the upper final. And Fluxy, the leader, the IGL. Who else could it be at the top? The Astra is a pick that we've seen people dance around. Some play, some avoid. Some switch back and forth between the two. But Fluxy looked great on it. The defense was good. And the Astral Divide worked out so well to confirm the rounds they needed.
Exactly. And Flux, as we said at the start, IGLing this and setting her team up. The early rounds, you can see the structure, you can see the cogs turning, and the mid round, she just trusts in her players, and that trust, that knowledge that each one of these players has the veterancy, has the experience and wisdom and knowledge to be able to add their own little flair. SK winning 16 of the opening engagements here is a, quite honestly, ludicrous number.
It shows how good they are at taking down specifically Adora, I've got to imagine, in the early rounds on that first half, because she was out in the open alone a lot of the time. And that really felt like the biggest weakness for GIANTX on the attack side. They fixed it on some rounds in the defense, the trades were there at the very least, but it was far from perfect. And as we look ahead to the next map, as we look towards Lotus, a 3-site map, and SK starting on the defense, so I'm looking at GIANTX. How are you going to be playing the attack side? Because you need the better fundamentals, you need to be keeping together to have a chance of taking us to Ascent, let alone winning the series.
I'm actually really looking forward to Lotus here, because this is the only map that we're actually getting that's a rematch from the group stage game. So I mean, I don't think there's a better place to see these two teams battle it out there, and then Ascent down the line potentially. We'll have to find out if we're even going there. SK's looking on fire. Can GX do something to douse the flames of SK? We'll find out very soon. Come back for Lotus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who are you? Tell me your secrets and let us talk about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now.
This is not the first time we have seen these teams do battle on Lotus, and it's not the first time we've seen them do battle on Lotus, well, the past month actually. Echo, talk to me. How did this go last time?
Well, Giant X actually had a good start to the map, but then SK managed to get a streak of 5 rounds together in a row, and that was essentially the start of the end. Giant X picked up a couple back, and it ended on an even first half, but as you've talked about, even between these two teams is never enough. Giant X need to be getting the advantage, and I think we'll see that when we head up into Lotus. If Giant X don't get started, get running, and get, I'm going to say at least 7, because they have improved since their last matchup. If they get 7, maybe they have a chance to take it away and win.
I think it's also interesting to note that both of these teams have played this map 6 times in this stage, which is by no means a small amount. It's actually, I think it's one of the most played maps of both of these teams, if not the most frequented map. So we're seeing these teams that have had loads of time to play, to adapt, to refine, more importantly, coming on through here. Question on my mind, GX, are we going to see another comp switch?
I was gonna say no, because I didn't think they'd switch off for their split comp, but actually now I'm looking at this and I could see a switch up again. Obviously they played this in
3 different comps,
but
so
they
far.
kept the comp, or they kept the comp except for the Sentinel, right? They played Killjoy in the play-ins and they switched over the Cypher
And you like
in
that?
playoffs. And I liked the Cypher. I think that there's a lot of work that you can do on the Cypher. But when you're up against Jalena's operator, those cages are actually going to help you move further forward as well. The Killjoy doesn't really do much against the Chamber, but I think the Cypher does a lot more.
We'll have to see when we head into Agent Select. Now, I think interesting to note here, pistol rounds going Giant X's way. They have got notoriously a better pistol round win stat, and it does raise a lot of questions when teams are able to get, both pistols, but not convert that into a win.
Yeah.
It does start to raise some questions. What does that mean? what does that mean?
Because it is a really tough situation for Giant X to be in. Their full buy round win rate is very low compared to SK's. It's one of, I think, their biggest weaknesses. They have pretty good eco buy rate, but as soon as you look at the full buys, theirs is down there with KC. They're barely hitting 50% when they have the full guns, regardless of the opponent's guns.
Is just done by guns. Is what I have extrapolated from.
Okay, no. See, this is why I'm the stats person and you do all the yapping.
Yeah, that's true.
Their full buy is still higher, right? Their full buy is still much, much higher than their force and their eco. And actually their force win rate is 2nd best in the league. So the force rounds, which is how they can get those little sneaky rounds off the back that you don't expect, that's actually really good for them. But their full buy is their biggest weakness. And if SK can exploit that, especially when Jelena gets the op, because she's on the Chamber, she's going to be getting the op online, that's where Giant X need to try and have a plan to shut down the Chamber, to move Jelena off of these aggressive lines early and try and win out from there.
I think another worry that I bring into this is we talked a lot about Adora being out on an island, and we're not here to point fingers, and we're not here to say whether Adora should have been pushing out and whether she was overextending or whether the team should have been supporting her. That's not for us to make judgment on, but there was definitely an issue with the fact that Adora was isolated and taken down a lot of the time. It gave SK 16 first bloods, which the predominant number of those was against Adora. Now the question is, we go into a 3-side map, suddenly defense is spread even thinner, whilst it is still kind of a 3-lane map almost, with mid being so important over on spec. It's not quite the same as having 3 distinct sites. And now we're going to be seeing that potentially even further. Is Adora left to go out and swing on her own whilst everyone anchors down sites? Can we see what is individual brilliance on these entry kills? Is it going to be enough when they're so spread out?
It's a really good question. I think it really depends on if they've managed to fix that up, because 7 first bloods was what Adora, or first deaths, sorry, is what Adora had on split. And you're really looking on this map, especially depending on the compositions, for that to change, for the team to be able to work together that little bit better. Because as I'm looking at how they played split, you're right, they were split individually on a 2-site map. So the 3-site map does make me a little bit worried, but the way that you usually see Giant X play, regardless of the composition, because they always play the Viper, which is a key part of this map, they are very often looking to take space towards C whilst they have Viper lurk A, And that forces them into groups, right, already, just naturally. And it means that Adora will have the trades there with her, because she's still right up there in terms of when she dies, the team usually trades her. Split felt like an anomaly to me, like something went missing.
Yeah.
Lotus is usually better.
I'm hoping so, and that's my worry, because with Giant X, it feels like when things have been going wrong, no one can really put a finger on it. It's this sort of weird anomaly, sort of elephant in the room, but the elephant's translucent. Like, you know it's there, but you don't really know. So it's this weird thing that we don't always know what goes wrong, but it does harken back a little bit to that group stage. But we'll see if they can get back to their winning ways here as we head into Agent Select here. And we'll be seeing SK Nebula.
Cool, good.
Yeah, sticking the same, keeping things all nice and dandy. And then on the side of Giant X, we're seeing them continue on with their most recent iteration of this team comp.
Yeah, I think this is the best way for them to go. It's stability. They've been practicing this obviously since at least the start of the playoffs. This is what they played against Habosh Babosh. And now I'm looking at them. On the attack side, I want Anva to be really careful around B, because Jolina and Rescue both often will take mid-round peeks around B with Lisa supporting them. And Anva will probably be in B main, because that's usually where the Cypher is, because you want Anita on A. I'm looking at her as the key anchor point for the team to be able to rotate back and forth between the sites, for JMod to do the calling masterclass that we've seen from her so many times in the past, to make SK faint towards the wrong side. But SK's so good at this map, specifically because of Jolina. She is their anchor like Anva is Giant X's. She will hold down A or C alone, by herself, and that enables the rest of the team to then group up and fight Giant X wherever they're going.
Yeah, Jolina, I was about to say, it's such a crucial, pivotal piece of this puzzle going into Lotus. And now, if you can shut down Jolina, then you've bought yourself every advantage under the sun here. But that is a huge ask, because she's just kind of been unstoppable. It's been her stage.
Yeah, she has been an incredible player, and we've talked about this a lot. This is the era of the operators. They are shutting down so many parts of so many maps. And a large part of that is because we are leaning into the double duelist more often. These two teams actually avoiding it so far. But we've got a lot less tools to help push these operators off of their lines. We saw that issue on Split with just the Sky. At least now there's a Fade, which is going to help to move Jolina back, force her away. Haunts revealing her Prowlers at her face. And if Giant X can use that, if they can tailor that perfectly, then maybe the existential dread that they must be feeling will start to slip away. But this is SK's map. They're comfortable here. They've got the advantage. They're looking to go to the upper finals to face Gentlemates already, and it's a 3 versus 3 on C.
Adora going to be leading the charge. Rescue tucked on in here. Doesn't really have much escape plan, and no need to pull the ripcord. She's already dead. Adora finds the first. Jada's here as well, but that's actually enough for them. They've got their opening pick. They're content just to fall off.
And now, Giant X, they move back towards A. They saw where Jolina was. They don't want a part of that yet, but she's going to be coming in to get the retake on, or maybe even to help anchor. She's here in time. Giant X have taken a lot to get here, and look at where Boy is. Do they clear it? They don't.
They don't. Oh, luckily Adora's there to stop it getting too bad. Oh, Jolina finds one, gets out of dodge, still going for more, and actually low HP now on Anva to deal with. She's just backing away. She's trying to find something, anything now. There's a little bit of a trigger in towards B as the drip gets destroyed. Oh no, trying to break the wall to get in. Jolina's gonna pounce, and now that spike, 20 seconds remaining. What can Anita even do? Has to get the reload in quickly. Around the side, waiting. Fluxy, the dink comes on through, but unfortunately, superior weaponry. Fluxy takes the fight, and SK take the pistol.
Another pistol win. We're currently 2-1 for SK, which is better than they've been doing in almost every series they've played so far. Setting themselves up well. Jolina's Marshall. This is almost always what we see on the round 2 buy from SK, regardless of defense or offense, actually. It allows her to get that round 4 operator in nice and early to shut down any attempt from the opposing side. And that's what we'll be seeing again, most likely. But Giants are moving towards C to start with their classics. They did damage with these, and we know that they can win these ecos. SK's close.
Oh, Adora. There's the horn coming on out, and they are able to jump, but Twy, finds through the transfers perfect. However, weapons are being recovered. Weapons have been picked up here. And now, if they can take down Rescue, they've got a sight. Rescue with just the shotgun. Awkward to try and deal with the first, but Anva's going to be up close and personal. And now shells go in. That is going to stop Anita planting. No, it's not. It's just going to damage her. She's hurt. And now, no matter where she goes, eyes are watching her. She peeks on out. Mound's watching. Rescue jumps around the corner with a shotgun. Her options were death or death. And SK double down and get the convert.
Tanking that nade was a crazy move. She wanted to get that spike down. She got an ult up from it though, right? That is a huge advantage for the future. She can build up towards the next Viper's Pit early. Actually, I like it.
Her options there were death or death with an orb. And you know what? I mean, because she wasn't getting out of that alive. She either has 3 people converge on her on C, and she hasn't got the spike down, or she has a little bit more health. The spike hasn't gone down. She's orbless. She still loses that. Okay.
Yeah, no. I agree. It's just very funny just to see you sticking the nade in the paint shells, right? Anyway, Giants have a bye now. They've got a chance to get this round. We saw bonus conversions happening previously. SK clear out early. The Haunt maybe not going as deep as they want, but Jalena's already on this aggressive line. Expect to see this in every round in the future.
I mean, A's completely shut for business. Not even just the shop, the street is closed. Now we see C site being pressured. Twy's only got a sheriff here as well. Jump over the top of the snake bite. Prowler goes on in. Jadewar catches an absolute stray there. Adora's managed to get backside. Now she has to push a little bit further. She does have to be a little bit careful here. She does have the most health in the world, and when the Prowler comes her way, she decides just to tuck back into sight where it's safe, where it's cozy. Now Fluxy pushing on slowly through Waterfall, hoping that somebody is going to make a move on her first, but they're not. They're making them uncomfortable. They're making them wait. They've got a bit of presence off site over towards Mao, not putting all of their eggs in one C-shaped basket. Jump over the top there. Rescues. Pushing on forward. Second jump forward. Gets taken down by Anita. Adora still an unknown entity here. Waiting. Anita's got a little bit of cover from lower down. Spots one head. Spots the double swing on out. That gives Jada all the information she needs. And Adora's there just as her safety net, but doesn't even need it. Jada pulls the parachute and they go drifting down into the bonus.
They take the anti-bonus away. Build up already towards the Viper's Pit. The post plant going to be incredibly strong. Yes. But now, the operator is online. And I've sung the praises of Jelena many a time with this gun. The stats sing the praises as well, so it's not just me. And she will be taking this space. She will be looking for an early pick. Giants are choosing to fight for it. Head first.
Right. Born broken. And as we said, Jelena on this incredibly deep line, 4th round ops in hand. She's about to put it to good use. Finds one, teleports out of there as well. And so much information off the back of that to work with. Lisa's just going to tuck on into B site. They know that there's so much presence over A early. And they've got everything they could need to be ready for it now. Actually, a lot of presence in towards B. The Prowler's going to clear it on out there. That wall makes it a little uncomfy because they don't quite know how far up she's pushed. Now, as it fades, they realise B is more of a worry than A is, but actually they're still going to shimmy on in towards.
SK still have a lot of control over towards B, though. Lisa gets taken down. Actually, that opens up the site. It's only a rescue left, and she had her back turned towards Little Room.
Jadewar hops on out. Jada to find the trade off the back of her fallen comrades. And Jada's push even further forward. This is the Omen player that we've sung the praises about. And Anva's waiting. Always that lurk. Always that pesky thorn. That pebble in your shoe. And she finds the last. Giant X to close up 2-2 early.
Thinking back to split with Anva on those lurks. We're going to be seeing the same thing here. No doubt about it.
This goes here.
And SK now have a low by Order Force, potentially to be popped here by Jelena. She's setting herself up on the B line. This is her TP, so she can rejoin the C players early. So keep an eye on Anva, see if she falls foul to that too early. Gianx, satchels, they're going to take A with force.
And it's the one time that the op's not here as well to shut them down. Tether goes deep, Adora's just going to drop behind it. Clear on out of the back corner there, just so they don't get bitten by it in the future. Go more a little bit of spam to fill up the bot. Not content that it's clear, they are looking to dip in towards B. Showstopper gets popped. Now, Selena waiting out in main. Solid swing out there from Anva. Adora in the last second of the Showstopper finds one. And now headshots galore. Rain in the kill feed. Anita gets a crispy one. Manages to find the transfer. Hits the second as well. And it is a flawless in every definition of the word round for Giant X.
Yeah, you invest the Showstopper, but actually you don't mind. It confirms the round. Although Anita, with the shots she's shooting today, it feels like she might have broken her wrist with how nasty that was. That was incredible. We have a brief tech pause here. We'll sit here. You're going to listen to us yap just that little bit longer. But look at the money whilst we wait that Giant X have built up. They're going to be safe to buy for the next 4-5 rounds.
That's a couple of cycles. And they've got the ultimate slowly creeping online. Yes, we used the Showstopper previously, but you've got the Viper's Pit online. Jade One's not all too far away, and only 2 blips there for Anva too. Gives them so much potential, so much firepower. Jolena, though, has this tour de force, and I'm already quivering in my proverbial boots.
She's got, I think it was 34 tour de force kills this stage so far, which, you know, is not an absurd number until you realize actually you only have that gun, what, twice a map, maybe 3 times if you're popping off. So actually it's quite a lot of kills.
And usually it's not on rounds where you even have other guns to support it as well.
Yeah, you see some teams debating that. I'm a big proponent of having the tour de force on rounds where you do have guns. But that's besides the point. Let's talk about SK though, because what is this pre-game ritual from Fluxy? She's been doing this for a while, as far as I'm aware.
Yes.
That sounds exhausting.
I love it. But see, this is a thing that I brought over from previous games I've casted, is all of the best IGLs on all of the teams that you see doing absolute wonders, they're all really into doing fitness between maps or before maps. It's an actual... I've been to LAN events and I've seen players doing burpees. Do you know how crazy it is to go to a LAN event and see people doing exercise?
Oh, I'm not putting my floor anywhere where there's my hands on the floor. That's a bad idea.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, I respect it. But I love it. It's high energy, it's high octane. And for Fluxy, I can see that it fuels her.
Yeah, no, it does work. And you can see that in the kills, right? The way that she plays is high octane, high BPM. You got to respect it.
Do you know that some players play listening to music?
I remember I think it was Jonah P and Trent weren't allowed to do that at their first LAN event in Reykjavik when they were on the guard, and they used that as part of their excuse of why they didn't do well there. So I'm very interested to see what players do in GC play with music, and at Istanbul if they're actually allowed to.
I mean, I'm interested to see. However, I have been told that this break is a little bit above our pay grade. There's something gone seriously afoot, but we want to give you guys the best game possible, so we're going to shut everything down. We're going to be back as soon as we can with everything fixed to get this masterclass back on the way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. It's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. We can't control the world. What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. Just trying to control it. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out. Let it out. La, 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 la.
I promise you it will be worth the wait. We've had a little bit of a brief moment, but all this is just to build up the tension a little bit more, isn't it?
I mean, I was doing my jumping jacks there. No, were you not?
Oh, was I meant to be? I would sooner die. I would.
Oh, I mean, it figures you might die doing it, to be fair, so maybe not.
It's too hot. It's too hot for this.
Yeah, it is.
And I don't know how Fluxy does it in this heat. I know she's Scottish. I know the heat wave's still going on over there. I asked her about it earlier.
It's still snowing in Scotland, right? All the time, surely.
It could still be snowing and still be a heat wave. Don't bother me. But we're back into the game, and as I said, I promise you it'll be worth it. What we're seeing here is a tour de force ready to be popped, and full guns are blazing on all sides now. Here we go, battling towards Mount, except it's not going to be, because immediately Twy pops the Viper's Pit. Crowder goes in, very early use of it, and it's not going to scout anything out. Actually, Fluxy's going to teleport on over to join her teammate, not trusting alone in the Viper's Pit to be deterrent enough.
Yeah, but this opens up B completely. Yeah, you've got Lisa there, but the chamber trap's going to trigger way too late, and that Prowler, nobody can come and anchor the site, so it's going to have to be a retake, and Ginex have their own Viper's Pit for the post plant here.
Oh, Adora with the speed, but she doesn't look left. You gotta look both sides before crossing the road. Tour de force first shot rings on out, rescue round the corner. Showstopper, nothing you can do when it's flying at you. Jelena finds the trade there on her fallen brethren, and now we see the 2 versus 4. Now the spike is down. The pressure is on SK's head, and this is a difficult side to hold on to at the best of times, and now you've got a 2-player disadvantage. Smoke comes on out from Jada, blocks off 2 of these players, but they're looking just to push on forward, push ahead of it. Jada's gonna need to be pixel perfect here. Peek on out. The tap, and they're holding it, actually. There's the first taken down. They stop the hold. Jada finds 2, but Lisa, playing the numbers game, finds the last, and it's been half. They've got the time. SK finds a 3rd.
Trading the fundamentals wins it out, but it got way too close. That was a 4 versus 2, and it went down to that 1v1. Anita dropped incredibly low from a wallbang from the Tour de Force, meant she was not going to risk popping the Viper's Pit. And Ginex have money. They're set, they're comfortable, they're calm for the next couple of rounds, whereas SK, even though they won it, it was way too much damage. Operator forced up, a Bulldog, a Judge on the defense. Rescue surely not going to aggress. She's just going to try and hold down B, take Andrew out of the round.
We'll find out. Anva waiting, clearing, looking both ways, but it's Rescue on the other side. Can hear the camera clicking, doesn't want to overextend, and actually this pump action shotgun might get a whole lot of work. Rescue. Ooh, so much damage done. Just caught by the edge of the paint shells. That's a bit of a mistake to be making. And now, Fluxy has all of this control on C. Gonna push maybe a little bit further forward, have a look at what's going on towards B, but actually, Giant X are peeled back. They're looking to head straight into Jelena, who once again has a sniper in hands.
Maybe a B split lean, but as we see Jaden heading back towards A, it's Jelena only there, but the open up as Lisa falls on B. Galena has to get a pick here, and she has to escape alive.
Well, she's done
Only
one of those two things. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know if that's enough.
Nightfall comes on out, is decayed and is run down. The collateral though. Oh, it's perfect. And now ready and waiting. Gets shot in the back by Jada. But is it enough? Just Twy left. Coming running on over from the other side of the map here. Ducking in towards B. Making sure there's nothing afoot there. Silently creeping on round. But surely Jada aware. Waiting. Watching for just this. Actually, no, she's not. Twy can catch her off guard there. Finds the first. Now, Adora has a vague direction that she's heading from, but could duck up. There's enough time to wrap round into spawn if you want, and that's where the mind games are gonna haunt you. Round the side, waiting. No, Adora's confident in herself, as she should be. Twy falls and Giant X find 4.
The 4th online, and despite Jelena's beautiful little collateral there with the headhunter, we're gonna see it in the replay. What a lineup. Thank you, Koroban, for the slow-mo of the replay there. And now SK's down to another eco round. Giant X looking to try and secure at least 5 early. And if they can then snowball that to get that advantage, what we didn't see on Split, maybe the story flips. Maybe it's a switcheroo. But we're going to have to see. Anita's still got this Viper's Pit. A good tool. Probably don't want to use it here, as the nade does damage to Anva again. She gets out alive, though. Giant X have not really pushed forward. They don't want to give away any guns to SK.
They most certainly do not. Waiting, always waiting for opportunity to strike. Actually, Jolena might give them the possibility. Smoke comes on out, cuts off the line of sight, allows for a really thorough re-clear of A main, and actually has completely deterred them from pushing that because they've shimmied over towards C. But SK have clocked this. They know, and whilst they just have pistols, they're gonna have the numbers here. Twy takes a hell of a lot of damage, and that paint shell could be everything. Manages to get away, and you can see her scurrying fast because she knows that she's within a even tiny radius of this. She is dead to rights. But again, Giant X, they're not confident in the C push either. They're backing away again.
They've pulled the rotates there at the very least. SK Nebula have 4 members there and only Jelena here. She got a clat last time, but the Viper's Wall allows them to push up.
Oh, Jelena caught out so many players, and it's good information that they're going to be finishing C here. Orb gets thrown preemptively, wall goes up, and that's not going to deter them. They're already ahead of it, they're already pushing tree. Jade Noir fast on getting that spike down, and immediately Adora clears around the corner, not going to spot anything. To send Jade Noir to take the high ground, and Adora to be that second prong from below.
Really good setup. SK going to have to work hard to get past this choke.
Adora drops down immediately. Paranoia is not going to catch Jade Noir. Good on the transfer, and she's immediately looking back where she needs to be. Adora is there to pick up the slack the moment she lets any rope loose, and Jade Noir to finish this off. Between the two, they crunch down, and Giant X, when they've been winning, it's been flawless.
Absolutely incredible. You can see here the fundamentals at play as well. Jade Noir using the movement to avoid a 1 versus 1 to get her team involved. And if Adora dies, she didn't in the last round, but if she dies first, she's immediately traded almost 25% of the time. This moves their win rate up from 27% if she's not traded up to 52%, where they do start to win the advantage, or, well, win it out in a 4 versus 4 if Adora dies. Because the space she creates allows this team to keep on pushing forward. But now, SK have another buy up. Jelena can go for the force with the op. She'll have the light shields, but if she does, she won't have the trademark, the trip, to alert the team to any lurks. And you know Anva's been crucial on these lurks.
Yeah, she has been over on Split, especially on that first half. She was finding some really nice abilities to cut these rotates off, but cannot be reliant on it alone because, well, clutching as the lurk play is never particularly fun. They lost a time on it more than once. We'll see now what that lurk can do. Now there's even more space to wander around.
Doesn't look like she's lurking here, just... If anyone's going to get caught by the haunt, she wants it to be her, so they think it's just the lurk, not the pack. Cypher Cage out. This is going to basically act as a Viper Orb, right? To allow pressure, even if nobody is behind it in the early round. But already, Fluxy's pushed ahead. The Paranoia is perfect to push Jelena off, and she's TP'd over towards C. B is open once again, but Giant they're just trying to pull abilities out, trying to pull rotates before they exec. This is the slow game that Jadenwar loves.
And we've seen it be so successful this time. And one thing that we said is we need to see them getting Jolena off of these lines. They've been doing that really well. And actually, they've not been throwing too many bodies at the issue to do it as well. The sacrificial altar to deal with Jolena has been barren.
And now Anver, she's looking for Fluxy. This is going to be a 1 versus 1. Rescue's not going to be able to join the fight too quick. The Viper wall could go up, and Giant are actually moving over here, but Rescue shuts Anver down, and now Giant you've got a decision. Do you keep pushing forward?
I guess they're going to, and the thing is they still have to deal with Fluxy here. Paranoia goes on by, goes whittling past Jadenwar's ear. Oh, they've caught Fluxy, and she's not even able to teleport out there. The Nightfall perfectly timed. Gives Rescue a little bit of a safety net. Now look how far Jade has managed to push. Oh, almost catches Jolena there, but Lisa's unspotted. A chameleon hiding on the walls there. Jump on over. They have to plant A here. No time for anything else. But they haven't cleared Rescue. And that's the spike getting dropped. And now they're just trying to stop it. The bounce there for Anita has to bodyguard this. And now it's just Adora. She comes off of the plant. And it's time and time again that the clock has beaten out Giant X.
These slow rounds don't allow Giant X to confront SK early enough to try and find the advantages. They might get some utility up, but they expended things like the Paranoia so early. And although Fluxy dies, Lisa gets this great pick after using her ult, and this sets Rescue up to slow down the plant, to make it impossible for Adora to stand and fight. And now SK, they've got the op back online. Jelena's on A with 3 other members of her team as Giant X are going aggressive as well.
Face your fear. Okay, Adora finds one. Immediately, ooh, spotted out in the open, throws the paint shells, and Jadenwar's there to keep her alive. Well, 7 HP, it's hardly alive, but it's enough for her still to be kicking and applying pressure. 2-player advantage is good. Now, they haven't managed to take these players out of A main, but they've managed to get themselves into trio very successfully.
The big pick, Jelena falling there is awful for the side of SK. They were hoping she could be the knife in the back early. But I think we might just see SK save. Especially as eventually Lisa does die. Ty, what are you going to do? You're in a 1 versus 5. Your hopes of winning this round turn to dust, and you've got to just save. You lose the operator in the battle as well.
Is unfortunate. That's why he just has to wait. Time a ticking away. And actually, Giant X know that she's not coming. They're going hunting for her. They want to take away this weapon. They want to bleed SK dry of every advantage possible. And they're going round, giving up on being quiet. The domineering footsteps round the corner. And Twy is time to prepare, but it's not enough. And Giant X, I don't even want to know how many flawless rounds this has been, but it's been over half of the rounds they've won.
They are cleaving their way through SK Nebula at every turn. The advantage surely coming here at the half. There's no chance, surely, that SK can come back. It's a weaker buy. Fluxy's got a share of the selfless IGL, as we so often see. Not buying up a rifle so the rest of the team can have theirs. We're seeing relatively similar defense. Jelena on A. And Giant X, they know they can win this fight. They're just going to keep going for it.
Why wouldn't you? Goes out, throwing everything they can. This A main control. Jolena forced off the angle again. She's not been able to find any opening picks before having to leave here. And, well, she's been getting out safely, to her credit.
Most of the time, at the very least, Rescue and Anver, we've seen this battle before. He was a judge last time around, but as Rescue's noted, the nade pops Anver away. She's got to leave. Relatively nice bargain, though. It sets her up to get that cam back again later, but the nade only comes back if Rescue get kills. Crucially, though, for the retake, if she does get a kill, that's the showstopper online. I think that's going to be the turning point here, if they can find it.
Here we go, door popped again, rescue waiting for the opportunity. Adora's found one, Jelena pushes out into the fight, and actually between her and Lisa, they've managed to shut this down in its tracks. Wall's still up, wall goes down eventually, they have to go recover the spike there. Door pulled again, and there's Util on the side of Lisa ready to go. Rescue over the top, knows where the last is. Anita just cornered, trapped and penned against the wall. And
The
SK not
confidence.
willing to let them get anything closer.
Just dashing through, satcheling through. Sending those last two members of Giant X to their hallowed tomb and set them down. And even at the half, now possible for the side of SK Nebula, which we didn't think was possible. There was no chance of this happening earlier, but now they've managed to make it this close. Showstopper Online, Tour de Force 1 away. No operator for Jelena, but that makes the retakes a little bit stronger. Viper's Pit for Anita. Post plant's going to be so strong. She's had this for so long. Can she survive long enough to get it into the post plant?
Big questions require big answers. A huge paranoia primed and ready to go. Now, smoke fades. Another one immediately appears in its place. And GX, they just want to push on past this. They spotted one player, Mount. Immediately, the showstopper out in the open. Well, the first player's been taken down, so she can send it deep. It takes down Jademore and still out. Jademore and Anfa fighting for their lives now. Just Anfa, ooh, lucky to survive. The bomb at her feet. And now Rescue takes her down, chips away at the wall. And now that Boombot is going to spot out Jada. And Jelena's creeping round to stab the knife in the back, to drag it to an even half. Jada pushes on forward, unaware of the danger behind her. Gonna turn around and have a look, actually. And it's gonna be a matter of milliseconds, a matter of timing. And Jada's looking the wrong way, even at the half, once more.
Switching sides. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Anyone else getting a bit of a sense of deja vu as we head into what is another even half here? Giant X pistol round win rate of 52%, finally surpassing G2, and I mean that's a pretty accolade to add to the trophy cabinet.
It is. G2's pistols have actually been relatively weak this stage compared to previous, but Giant X need this one. We saw what happened on the previous map, even with them getting the pistol round, even with them getting 3 rounds in a row because of SK's force, they still lost. They only got those 2 rounds. And now the Giant X triple stack over towards A. This is something we've seen from them so many times. Are SK expecting it? The Viper Wall allows them to get onto the line better. They set their own quadruple stack up.
Triple stack falls apart. Well, I say that actually they managed to find 2 here. Jelena, though, tapping away, finds 1 more. And the numbers game, my stack is bigger than yours, and they walk out 2-4-2 here. And now Spike will go down pretty quickly. Sluxy's already thrown herself up close here. Round the side, right click gets the job done. And now Anva, the only one that remains, knows that there's somebody hanging around waiting up the top here. Slowly creeping back around, trying to find another line, but Lisa's so tucked in here.
Yeah, Hanva, you've got a lot of work to do to find this. To isolate the 1v1s is going to be so tricky. She gets past Fluxy. That's the first gone.
Side tapping away. Anva's found the first, immediately turns around, spots the direction of the paranoia, waiting for Fluxy, getting proactive on it, knows it could be either side, has managed to halve it, goes back for seconds, and Fluxy shall punish any such greed. And the scoreline, 7-6.
SK take the lead. They take the pistol advantage 3-1. The stare down in A of the stacks goes the way of SK as they eclipse the damage that Giant X could have done. And yes, I'm afraid to say we have another tech pause.
Why are you afraid? It's not going to bite you.
I don't know. Tech pauses can be scary. They can bite. I'm sure they could bite me.
Do you know what is scary though? Playing without an IGL that imposes a sense of calm. And we can see a quote here from Jolena that Fluxy is just the eye of the storm in these matches. And I mean, that's a leader you can rally behind. A leader isn't just somebody who calls strats. It is somebody that you can trust when things get chaotic. Somebody that motivates you.
One of the most important things of the leaders in these teams is that they lead, they IGL, they do the calls, the mid rounds, however you want to call it, the pre-rounds as well, right? But the aspect of leadership that is so often left unfound in teams is the ease that you give the rest of your players. We've seen this actually with the new addition of coaching staff to G2 Gozen, right? With JT coming in, that eased Mimi and allowed her to focus on being a player, not just an IGL. And we see this here with SK Nebula, where you have the IGL that takes the pressure off of the backs of the Giant X side and allows them to just play their game, focus on doing what they need to do. And for Jolena, well, that is getting an operator in her hands and shooting heads, shooting bodies. Her headshot percent is actually relatively low because she's playing the op. For over 30-something% of the rounds she plays, she's got the operator in her hands. And that's what you need from a leader.
Exactly. And I mean, I just want to take a second to shout out all of the incredible IGLs in this league. All of them. I'm not by name. I'm not going to go listing them off like some sort of credits reel.
That'd be quite a fun quiz, though. Actually, can you do that? Let's see how well you know the IGLs.
We're not doing this right now. We're not doing this right now.
Come on.
No.
We've got time.
I don't know how much time we have, actually, Echo. But I'd want to take
There's a time on our screen.
to...
It's 2 minutes 30.
I wanted to take a second to talk about all of the IGLs because I think the quality that we're seeing coming out here from just the depth of strat books and the level of play, I think the IGLs are at the helm of so much of this. And I really think we've got to sing a praises that yes, the individual skill mechanically of the players is always rising, but I think it's that behind the scenes that really drives this forward.
It is. It is absolutely. I jest and joke, but it's a difficult role, right? Like it's so much pressure on your shoulders, and you know we've seen IGLs switch and burn out and need to change. And Giant X, you know, they've played around with their calling setup, with how their structure works, because it is so much pressure on one person, and I think that does deserve to be commended. But as we're looking into this game, one thing we haven't mentioned yet that I know Veggie's watching. The Scottish IGLs. This is the battle
of
the Scottish IGLs.
There's a lot less Odins and body spam than there was last time they played, and I'm a little upset about it.
There's a fair amount of body spam, but the Odin is definitely
There's a little bit of body spam. There's not a fair amount.
Sorry, we'll make sure to let the players know for you then.
Yeah. If you can add a note to them, more body spam next time we have the Scottish IGL derby, please.
But I do think it's a really, really nice way of seeing how these IGLs have developed against each other, because Fluxy in the past has, I think, struggled with FMCL. They struggled into SK Nebula, which was where Jade Noir was, right? Let's not forget that. This is Jade Noir's old team, where she was with the likes of Purity, who's now on ATN. And these IGL matchups, as we've seen Fluxy, who is a relatively fresh IGL, she's been doing it for just over a year now, probably about 14 months, compared to Jade Noir, who's been IGLing for so long. And actually, these mid-rounds, I think they go in SK Nebula's way. And this battle of the Scottish IGLs is very exciting because we are seeing someone like Fluxy step up to this next level.
We are indeed. And Jademore's not been calling for the whole time. If you maybe missed some of the earlier games, you
Sure.
actually saw Jada, who has been secondary calling for a while, step into that full IGL role. I'd be very interested to see if maybe she enjoyed it, because I know a lot of players like the idea of IGLing and then try it and they go, nope, absolutely not. But usually by that point they're in too deep, you know?
Yeah.
And they can't really back out. This was a nice little trial one, you know?
I mean, so Jada's done a lot of primary IGLing in her past. It's something she's very, very used to. It didn't work out on Giant X. It wasn't the structure or the system they wanted. But as we come back into this game, you know that the mid rounds, we heard from Fluxy, and I think there's a relatively similar structure to how a lot of these teams work. The pre-rounds will be done by the main IGL, but those other mid-rounders, they deserve their credit as well. I know Jada is very vocal in the mid-round of what she wants to do. But Giant X in this round, classics only. As they move forward, they've got a lot of work to do to try not to die isolated as Jademore is over towards A. Because SK, they just want to get the spike down, get into the post plant, because they have the advantage there.
Oh, and they are oh so good at the post plants. Jolene waiting for that wall to drop. As it does, they push on forward. Deep smoke there isolates Jademore even further. Now, flanks are going to be interesting, and it's whether we see Twy catch any of this out. Now, she's a little too far committed. She's going to miss them sliding on round here, but Jademore's already fallen on site, so that really applies the pressure here. Fight goes down, uncontested, and here we go. The three-person flank has isolated Fluxy. There's the peek out from Rescue immediately to get things back to normal there. A little bit of spray through the smoke. Not going to spot anything. Handler up top, though. Ooh, player on the ropes. That's going to be a bit of a messy one. Jolene, a nice shot, however, for revenge. Waiting. Twy there, wrapped back around these players, and now that's funneled them into tree. They can't go back because there's pressure being applied there. They know there's players going on forward. And Jolina's just going to keep spraying on through, hoping that she finds them. Lisa here as well. Here's the tap on out. Snake bites go on to the spike just to give them that extra level of security. Adora's picked up a weapon, and it's fine, but time's not on her side. And it's still a double swing to contend with. SK get up to 8.
They get up to 8, but it's expensive. They lose a fair few weapons. They keep the Guardian, the Vandal. That's what they needed. But you know, when that Vandal went into Adora's hands, SK were shaken in their own proverbial boots. A little bit worried of what she could do with that. And now all of Giant X are joining her with that weapon. SK haven't gone for Jolina's usual round 4 op because you're on the attack side. You sometimes need her to entry as the chamber finds space over towards A or C by herself. And Rescue's gone for the Bucky. I'm expecting this to be going aggressive, satcheling in to somebody's face and spamming them down as quick as she can.
And well, surely it has to be the B site to get that done.
Oh yeah.
Twy finds one, Jademore finds another, and Anita's adding her name to the tally. Round the corner, Rescue's found one, upgraded the weapon, but now she is the only one remaining, not even allowed to finish throwing the boom bot before Jada delivers swift retribution. Giant X stopping SK getting too far out of their line of sight.
The spin of the door there was really nice to keep them in the line of sight. So Jademore, who was alone on B, wasn't fighting alone. She had the rest of her team from C Mound, spamming it down, helping out, making sure that she had the advantage. And, well, this Scottish IGL is doing better in the kill feed. The calls have been good so far on this side, even if Giant X haven't been winning the rounds. So we'll have to see. First full gun round between the two. Giant X, they go aggressive. They take C Mound. They break the horn. Flux is aggressive. She loves TPing into this smoke.
Oh, doesn't even need to TP through the smoke. She just gets one while stood in it. Adora immediately traded on out there. 3 versus 4, and Giant X, they're starting to falter. And, well, Jademore has come on over to assist on the C site. SK's playing mind games. They're playing map control games, and they advance 4 spaces past go, collect $200 and head towards the A site.
Don't know what dollars will do for you here, but hey, maybe they can. I don't know what
credits?
the exchange rate.
Doesn't feel like very much, does it?
No, I don't
we'll
think
find
it is.
out soon. Rescue's got one. Nightfall comes on out, so there's a lot of investment coming on through. Here's the footsteps of Jademore up top, and now they know who it is as well. Twy long range, and why is Jademore peeking that? Just Jada now left wondering what's gone on, and she's being pushed. She's not going to be given the grace, not going to be given the goodwill to get out alive. Or at least, well, that's what they're trying to go for. Rescue's in hot pursuit.
Giants get too excited, take their 1v1s, and lose them. The fundamentals are where they need to shine, what they need to focus on if they want to take us to Ascent. Because we could have that map 3 coming up. We could be going all the way, but Giants need to fix the issues. As Jade is being hunted on all sides, struggling to find safe refuse. He's going to survive. Just about. Time whittles away. SK, they get their 9th. For Giants.
Beautifully
it's
done.
no money. Yeah.
There is no money. And that's going to be a problem. I think that's been a recurring problem. We've talked about doing as much damage as they can. This is why. It's because it leaves them in situations like this. Well, they're investing everything they can to keep their head above water.
And now with this low buy, Showstopper online looks like an aggressive play out towards C, trying to catch Jelena. She's usually over there by herself, but this time it's Toy. She is there. Adora takes the space as A is being taken by the side of SK Nebula. And they're setting themselves up. Boy, here's the aggression. She spams it. Adora goes aggressive. The Showstopper popped and Toy has to run as quick as she can to avoid the damage.
Oh, they're lit up like a beacon, like a lighthouse, but it doesn't matter because Adora's the one to find the first pick here. Rescue, though, looking to cling on. Showstopper popped, does fire it, and doesn't even find anything because the kills have already been stolen by the time that it hits its mark. But 2 versus 3, Giant X finally an advantageous situation to be working with here. But Spike's already down, so time is looming, and Fluxy's waiting. Cold shot there from Adora. That's what she's known for. Clinical headshots that give her team this advantage. Just Lisa left. She's good in a clutch, but she's surrounded quite literally on all sides here. Can hear footsteps in front of her, worried about a slow push out from tree because she can hear the door going, and she's not even thinking about Jadewa's position. The drop on down from behind her. Giant X take themselves up to 8, closing that gap to within touching distance.
So much closer. Showstopper is expended by both sides. Neither really finding the value, but Giant X get the round regardless. And now the gap closed. Giant X trying to come back in. SK Nebula on their last legs. I'm expecting to see a timeout come through. Try and fix their attack sides. Because they keep losing numbers before they get to site. And then the post-plant setups aren't good. But now, no, they want to brawl on A. And Giant X want to meet them with it.
Here we go. Jump over the top. Rescue tethered, but oh, yep. And the nade goes on top, caught by the combo. And now Adora's got all that space for free, and she's not even content with it. She wants more. Jadewa's there to help assist. And this trio, this hunting pack, goes sniffing out for anything further they can find. Jelena lucky to not actually have any health taken by the bot there. That smoke. Oh, they've pushed them back into their spawn.
No space found. No advantage found. No kills found for SK Nebula. The spike in their opponent's hands. The Viper wall goes up. The Prowler spots. There's no pressure behind it. One more of them as well for Jadewa. She can throw it out on the next cycle of the Viper wall. And I'm expecting SK not to be pushing here. I think they've just got to save.
I think they've got to, but Jolena is ominously close. Well, she can't really fall back. There's nothing to cover the cross here. And Adora knows. They know someone's probably still here. Oh, Jolena finds one. You don't want to be giving her too much further than this, though. Smoke goes out. Will allow her to escape to safety if she wants, but she's still just hanging around.
10 seconds left.
If she can do damage, it's good. She's got the Tour de Force online, though, so she can drop this weapon to a teammate, have her own gun in the next. We should be able to get a relatively okay buy for SK Nebula, but Giant X have tied it up. This was not what they were able to do over on Split. They struggled so hard to get ahead. But the Seize nade combo was great. It shut down Rescue. When the tip of the spear's gone, that's pretty much it. SK now call the timeout. Both used for them whilst Giant X, they've still got both in the tank. They're waiting. They don't need it yet.
They certainly don't. And now that we've had it tied up, it gets a little bit messier here. And economy's just been all over the show for both of these teams. Let's not kid ourselves. With this back and forth since round 15, actually really since the start of the half, it means that neither of these teams have been able to build up that bank.
We might see that coming into play, especially if SK are able to start to mount. I mean, I'm calling it a comeback. They're tied. It's not actually a comeback, but I think it's a mental one. They're both even 3-3 on the half, but SK feel like they've been unable to find anything. And these last 2 rounds have lasted so long that it feels like Giant X have been dominating, when actually they haven't. It's still pretty even. We're 9-9. The economy's pretty much reset. Jelena, I'm assuming, will drop the gun to another, have the tour de force for herself. Or not. She's just going to keep it.
Maybe saving it for another round.
Yeah, they're just going to fight this. They can
past hands if they get an opening pick.
Yeah.
Oh, early spray so good onto Lisa. Adora's got the orb, and that'll get the showstopper up here. TP behind them. They're going to let Fluxy do it so they can take her down. Rescue finds one, but it is short-lived victory. The serotonin's already worn off. And now Twy round the corner, slowly peeking. The reload comes on through, but they haven't cleared Jada. Jada's gonna clear you into the next round, and Giant X establish a lead.
Maybe 6 was enough. Can't believe I'm saying it, but Fluxy's TP here was a bit aggressive. You usually do that when comboed with something like the Nightfall, right? You're looking to deafen them, to blind them, so that you can get behind them when they're unaware. And look at this, the call from Giant X is perfect. SK failed towards A, so they go to C, and Giant X are here, ready, waiting. Adora's got the showstopper online again, ready to throw it into the SK members, to throw us to Ascent.
Showstopper
what a
found.
shot!
Oh, it hurts! It hurts to watch the showstopper not even allowed to be popped. Plucked out of thin air. Icarus flew too close to the sun. And now SK an advantage, a huge one, drawn out resources and a player up. And now we see Anita, lovely advanced position here, but what's it gonna find? She can hear maybe a little bit of shuffling, but I mean, Giant X already know that there's people pushing C. Rescue's found one. Jada's isolated, taken down. C site is completely barren.
And now the Viper's over towards B. Boy, just misses the timing, but now Giant X 2 members alive. They're going to go for it. If they can cause damage to SK's economy, that's good. And a 2v5 is well within the realms of possibility.
Sloshing around in the water here. Spike gets dropped, but there's 35 seconds still to deal with this, and it's only Anita. And there's 2 players watching her. Isolates the first, and they're giving her the 1v1s here. She's found another, but a Jelena swings out. Cold snipe there. Ties us back up. Double digits all round.
But SK lost so many members. The tour de force was used. This is a lot of guns gone, dropped. And the economy for SK is not good. The start was beautiful, but they let this 2 versus 5 slip away a little bit too much. Anita taking down 2 is going to be so detrimental. They've even forced the op for the Jelena. They know that this is one of their big win conditions, but Adora's got her own on A. Always going to have to be so careful pushing that, even around the walls, because Adora's set up on that line. And SK, do you want to go into this? You've got the showstopper. Maybe you can find Anita with it.
Showstopper and a shotgun, and all of the confidence in the world, it would seem. The trap's already been broken there by some of the youth who'll jump over the top. Anita's been found. That is the Viper's Pit falling. And for Find a Trade, that's the new rule theft online and immediately a cage. Now they've backed away, but they've taken out such a key piece of utility. However, SK, so much invested to get in. Now they have to find somewhere else and re-clear all of this.
Giant immediately coalesced towards C and then chose to move back to regroup and then separate again. Adora's got such an aggressive A line. SK have no chance of getting there without a lot of warning given to side of Giant X. The Haunt just missed, but Jade was not foolish. She knows that they can still go to this site. It's going to be a difficult push. Maybe the op can find her. No!
Oh no! Jademar, perfect headshot there. Now Lisa looking to find the trade. They've just got to go for this. It gets broken. They know that somebody's over to the right hand side. The tether just to stall them out there. And Jademar's done a brilliant job single-handedly of just stopping them getting through the choke point. Now they burst onto site. She has to fall away. Plant comes in quickly, but this is such a difficult site to hold on to, and they've got no time to set up into a post plant. Adora round the side there, lines up the first with the op. Twy, good trade coming on through. Paint Shell stops anything further, gives Adora the safety net to push on forward. Now 2 versus 3, so much space taken beyond the site by Twy. I'm a little bit worried though. She's got to be able to get back into this to fight, and she's being watched for by Jada. Lisa though, they've been playing off site, finds the first, spots the planter as well. Can't really go on to this, needs to throw whatever she can at this though, and they just need to stop them defusing, and they are right now. They're just stalling them, baiting them out. Oh, both run out of bullets, both on the sidearms. It's Adora that wins it on out. Now it's just Lisa, and the defuse got stuck in the interim.
The smoke went up, and Jada managed to stick it on the inside. SK was spamming the smoke, but the spike got defused and Giant X won the round. They took it away, and now they're up to 11. SK's going to have an awful buy in this as well. So I am feeling the 12, the map point coming for Giant X. It's coming in thick and fast, you've got to imagine. Because don't forget, there's no more timeouts. SK are fighting this dry with awful weapons, and overtime is what they're vying for, what they're fighting for.
I mean, fighting for their lives on all fronts here. This series has been going the distance. Waiting. Jada's got the paranoia primed. Finger itching on the trigger. Big marble goes up. Paranoia goes in as well. Feels, you know, a little bit overkill. But when you're this close to securing that map 3, everything matters. Door opens
the upper
again.
Finals.
Anita
That's what it's all for.
It is. That's what it's all for. And we're waiting. Paint shells go over the camera spot so much. Rescue pluck from thin air. Not allowed to put the deterring snake bite. As Twice found hers. The drop on down. Floxy's going to punish. They're making this happen. Jada needs to hold them off there. And that's the Viper's Pit has been able to go down there. No, it doesn't. Twy gets immediately taken down before it even finishes blossoming. And now they're trapped back site here. Waiting, they all swing out together, and Jadewar holds down the trigger, doesn't need discipline, doesn't need anything but raw firepower.
Spamming down for the 3k. Perfection. The Vulnerable did so much work to assist that takedown and rescue. You thought for a moment maybe Twy could have got the Viper's Pit down and SK could steal away a Thrifty. But no. Giant X are solid. And as they've got the operator back on the door, they've got guns across the board. No ultimates except Jademar's 1 away. That's all we'll probably see for the rest of regulation. Maybe for this map.
Jolina, they've been really good at forcing her off of these lines. We saw it on both halves, but especially now in these moments where it matters the most. Okay, we've got the A main control. They're not really being challenged for it either. We can just see Jadewar holding on to tree and actually calling Jada over just to hold a little bit deeper of an angle.
Look at the line that Adora's taken, though. She's so far aggressive on C that all of the members of Giant can get here to assist the two that are holding down A.
They know. They absolutely know. Around the corner, Jada isolates the first. Lisa gets one. It's 1 for 1, but Twy, the difference maker here, finally finds it. Spike gets recovered immediately. And we can talk about that long line sight from Adora. She's been spotted by the trip there. Now waiting. Anva has to wait for Adora to get into position. And this has given SK the chance to all stack up into tree. And I'm a little bit worried that they've all gathered in a one easy to take down location, but we'll find out. This is going to have to be perfect. Don't let the high-low swing take it down. They've dealt with Adora, which means all eyes on Anfa, all eyes forward. And Anfa's got no clue that they're all here. The door only allowed for Adora to spot one. Just going to hop on, tap. Taps a second time, trying to lure them on out, spraying away, and SK finds it, an 11th. They want to keep hold of this. This won't want this in 2. They want overtime, and they're dragging their heels.
They want to lock it in too, because a sense of risky one. We've only seen it from SK once, this split. They don't want to risk going there. They just want the upper finals in their hands. They want that chance at Istanbul now.
I mean, to be fair,
have to go down.
They played Ascent once and they've won it once. So 100% win rate, which, you know, looks good when you take out all of the extra context.
Yeah, but the context is quite important there, I'd maybe argue. Context. Psh.
Who needs it? What they do need right now, though, is to not let Adora, now on an op of her own, find anything funny in towards A. No, it's over towards C, and it is going to be a full frontal assault, except it isn't. Chipping away at the utility, and that's enough for them. Peel back, reevaluate.
And now Adora's on an aggressive line over towards A. Jolina's been holding the jump angle for a while. Adora's just holding it, not jumping. But soon she's going to have a flood of utility over. Japon's going to have to come and support, because you don't have an easy TP away.
No, you don't. And now they're worried about where that ultimate went to, and all it is was further back, but it's instilled this sense of paranoia that's pulled Adora off this line.
Jaden was now aggressive, though.
Amar is aggressive, cut off by that Viper wall. Adora waiting. I think she's safe for right now. Twice found the opener. Oh, that's gone up. Oh, she's been caught by it. She misses the horn, and it all goes catastrophically wrong. She's able. Nice little movement tech to get herself safely up top here. Rescue. Oh, caught slacking. Adora's found one of her own. Suddenly, this is looking a little bit better for them. And Anita pushing around the corner, unsuspecting. Has to deal with Twy, actually. She's not even looking at Lisa. Nightfall comes online, round the corner. Jada's found hers. Now it's all up to Twy. Isolates the first. Still ticking. Needs it. Snakebite to go over on top. Forces her out into the fight. And she's done it. Twy with the 4K. The Red Bull clutch should take us to overtime.
So close. To map 3 we were, but Twy says no. The Red Bull clutch with the snake bite to help out with the assist. The vulnerable so crucial. Adora matched there. And now SK. After a 6-6 of the first half, a 6-6 of the second. And as we can see here from SK, we've got a lot of the clutches. The 1v4s are incredibly difficult to get. There's only a few members that have got them at all in stage 3. But Anva has the 1v5. It was the only 1v5 until Ever joined on Sunset of G2.
Good party too.
Good party too. But now Jolina, operator on A. Giant X. They've got to be looking to push. They've got to be looking to try and find some space. Push Jolina off the line. But look at SK's space that they've taken towards C already.
Crazy amount of space. The door, though, I'm a little bit worried. Anva could find something pesky here. Has a trip and her wits about her. And now that they know that she's here, forces her back a little bit. But fall that far. No, she reestablishes her position here, but they are just wary of it, conscious of it in the back of their minds. Giant X, they've already taken this site. A is being cleared. Adora hopping on up the ropes. Oh, rescue! Lucky to be walking away with her life there. Anva waiting, deals with Twy, and with Jademar taking down Rescue. They've made themselves every advantage possible. Adora with 2 more to the tally. Fluxy's walking through the snake bite here. Doesn't even have a gun out. Jademar spams away, and GX back with yet another flawless round.
The first overtime round goes the way of Giant X in a flawless way. What a way to take it, a statement. To start OT. As we get the timeouts refreshed, SK used theirs immediately. I don't think we've had one from Giant X this map.
I don't think we have. And they've actually been very reluctant to use them just in general, I'd actually go so far as to say.
Yeah. So SK used 3 before Giant X used 1, despite the fact it's been 6-6 both halves. Dead even across the board, but SK have that little bit of extra help. Maybe a little bit of extra worry. Don't know if that's a curse or a blessing, really.
Maybe Giant X are just like, Asuka wouldn't take a break, wouldn't take a holiday, so we're imposing a break upon him. No timeouts for you.
Just give them over anyway. As Giant X 1 round away now from Ascent. 1 round away from taking us to that final map to decide who goes to the upper finals, who goes to face Gentlemates. Is it going to be the team that has already won a stage this year? Or will we get a new challenger in the upper bracket final? Giant X haven't been there. They go the lower bracket way all the time. This time they want the easy road, if they can. Fight Gentlemates first.
Well, I mean, that doesn't sound like the easier way when you put it like that.
Yeah, true.
Okay, Adora, super aggressive out in towards A main. Lovely line of sight on in and so much control. But B site's already fallen. Rescue throws in the nade to stop them as well. And now look at this, Rappin already behind them. Spike's going to go down, but they've got to be careful because Lisa's alone. Lisa doesn't need anybody. Now it takes 2 of them to take her down, but they're still at a disadvantage in the numbers.
Yeah, just what has happened here? Troy's got a good timing, but Anita finds her. Another Spike's out in the open.
That's a bit of a problem. And now, gotta get that spike recovered. It is Anva here waiting on the other side. But they're letting them have the site. They'll play retake. They don't care.
Cover going out.
Luxy will get it down. Get themselves set up. Giant X, they don't have the paranoia. Neither do, but Anva's alone. Foxy goes for the 1v1 and loses it. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Giant X have the advantage in the round they need.
They have 2 smokes available and they've still got a Cypher cage. They could just smoke off everything, walk in and start defusing, which puts Rescue in an uncomfortable situation. Has to be careful. Deals with Anita. Boombot to go out there. Spots Anva. Swings on out. Anva's got your number. Jelena with the last one. And now having to just try stick this. It's already half. And I don't think they know. They're just going to be holding on. And Giant X has done it. We're going a 3rd map.
We had to go to Ascent. These 2 teams, Giant X won't go quietly into this dark night. They want that place in the upper bracket final. And it was close. This map felt way more close than Split. Back and forth all of the way. Map picks taken by opposing teams, and now we go to the neutral ground. We go to Ascent. And my question there is, who's got the perseverance, who's got the endurance to be able to make it through that final map? Because it's been a long day for them.
It really, really... When did we even start the series?
Who knows?
Who even knows?
Ago?
Time's not real.
Yeah.
Anyway, Adora is the MVP. We talked a lot about her in the pre-game and how she's come alive in the group stage. She's come alive when they've needed her most to cling on, to take this to a 3rd map, to try hold on to this upper bracket run and give themselves just 1 more advantage, because also, loser of this, G2's in the lower bracket now. One of Giant X or SK will have to face them if they both win the lower bracket games in the lower bracket semi-final. One of them goes out in that game. It's just a matter of who.
And you don't want to be facing, I mean, Habosh and Focus, both underdogs of the split that have been able to pull off something incredibly special. You don't want to face them because they've caused upsets and losses where they weren't expected to, and then it would be G2 or the other one of those underdogs. Like, this is getting to the point now where this bracket is stacked. You could easily fall in 5th, 6th, and oh, that would be a pain for either of these two teams.
Yeah, it would be. And that previous graphic didn't show flawless rounds, but Giant X, I think when they were winning, they were storming through it is the big thing.
Oh, yeah.
Is so many of these rounds weren't even close. You know, when SK was winning, they were a little bit here and there, a little bit closer to the wire, but when Giant X was winning, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I think unstoppable is exactly the right word. They had so many more flawlesses than SK. They looked so good, and looking forward to Ascent, this is now the biggest question mark, because who knows what we're actually going to see. We've seen comp switches from Giant X so many times. Ascent, all bets are off.
That they are. But we are going to be heading into a short little bit of a break. That third map is looking absolutely delectable, and we'll be heading there imminently, so don't go anywhere. Maybe go grab some food if you've been here the whole time. Just have a little scran as you watch along, because this game is going to be magnificent and you don't want to miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This round I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for life. It's not a second to waste. It's 차고 있죠 이건 deja vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 gonna shake that 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken embers, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever. I'll never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken embers. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever. If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are ready to go any minute now, but I must tell you all, we had a little bit of a mistake on the graphics, so we have a different map as our final. You might think that the ascent is all about the journey, but nah. The summit is the destination, that's where we're going. We're ending it on this map, and this is one we have not seen from SK Nebula.
That scares me a little
Yeah.
bit. I'm not
Oh, yeah.
even gonna lie to you, is that your chances to completely avoid the hellish landscape that is the lower bracket, dominated by teams that come straight from your worst nightmares. I'm not even gonna lie, teams that have beaten both of these teams already in the group stage, and that's where you gotta face. And now we're seeing a new map come out. Oh.
It's risky, but SK have a good map pool other than this. They've not been banning this map away, at least in the first phase, very often. They have sometimes, along with Ascent, it's usually where they look towards banning, but they have what I would consider at least a 7 map pool. They are comfortable with pretty much anything, any way, any destination we go. So I've got to imagine they've got something cooked here. They wouldn't have floated it if they weren't happy with it. And they know that although Giant X used to pick this map a lot, it was probably their weakest in the group stage of the maps that they were playing often.
Touche. And it's another map that we've seen Giant X switching up their comp a whole lot on.
Yeah.
Giant X, I think you'll remember my crash out in DMs, Echo,
Which
about
one?
them not running a Sentinel on this map, which you
Yeah,
told me
which
I was
crash out
over
about that?
exaggerating about. You told me I was exaggerating and that teams didn't need to play Sentinel on this map, but I disagree. I like a Senti on this map, and I think Anva's been playing Cypher the whole time. I expect that maybe we see the Cypher continue on here. As for what we're going to see from SK, God only knows. We'll find out. And actually, you know what? We'll find out right now.
I'm very excited to see what we do see here from SK Nebula to end this series. It's going to be the Rescue Phoenix. I am so happy with this. We're only going for the solo controller for both sides. It's almost a mirror comp, really, but Jalena's gone for the Waylay. This gives her that extra opping power on both sides, that initial burst through chokes that, although the Neon helps with the wall, Jalena can really set up Rescue for that second phase entry on the attack side. I think the Astra as well, very powerful. The Cosmic Divide, as I've been corrected about the name of it, is going to be really useful for both the execs and the post plants, and setting SK up to win in the post plants once they get there.
I mean, I've just been calling it the Wonder Wall for my whole career because I thought it's been kind of amusing. But I like this as a comp. It's not anything particularly extravagant. This is sort of what we've been seeing a lot of other teams running. The Waylay, I quite like. The Waylay on Jelena, I think I like even more. And yeah, you're right. Rescue, I remember you coming into the stage just being like, I want to see Rescue on the Phoenix more. She's so good on it. And she is. And we're getting to see it. So, you know, dreams come true on really all fronts here.
If I remember right, she has talked about the fact that she's fine with the Phoenix, but she prefers playing the more supportive roles, right? She likes the Sky, the KO.
It's the burden of being good at something you don't like.
All Euro players cry at the same time.
Yep. Yeah.
God, that was a meta and a half, wasn't it? Anyway, we're not there now. We're in the Phoenix Neon meta, or Waylay for Jelena. For Giant X, though, I'm hoping, because we saw this composition from them, I think, in its exact against Falcovenom in the quarterfinals of the play-ins, right? In that first round against the Cash Cup team. And they did win there. The defense half was a little bit rougher. They only needed 4 rounds to close it out, and they did eventually get there. But what I'm now concerned about for the side of Giant X is how they start this. Because 6 was enough on Lotus, but it took it to overtime. And they don't want to be risking that again, right?
No, you really don't want to be risking it. And also, the series has gone the distance. I know we joked about when did this series start, but I'm genuinely asking, how long has this been going on? Because these players have got to be getting tired. It's getting late. They've got to be fatigued. And if it goes overtime, that's when mistakes really start to show. But talking of mistakes, Jade Moore, how perfect can she play this to stall this out? She manages to get herself safely out of harm's way there. Wants to go over the side doors, get shut here. Oh, it lights the whole team up like a Christmas tree. And Jada finds the first pick there. Lisa and Jelena are not willing to let this go without a bit of a fight. And Rescue with the back-to-back headshots closes this one out almost definitively. Anva's the last player left here on the Cypher, lurking as always. But all of these players so spread out. Yes, there's isolated fights, but you got to weasel out each and every one of these players now.
As we're looking at the rest of this round, how it might be going.
She's got pretty far in to give her a
how
credit.
did she get there?
I mean, Lisa's probably wondering, going, guys, there's 3 of you around me. How did none of you see? And a couple of these players are tagged up already, but yeah, Amber jumps around the corner, caught on out, shall I say? What even is grammar? By SK, and that's the first round to the Nebulas.
And Rescue got 4 pips of her ult here as well. That little 2k was nice. Closing it out onto Anva, getting the spike or the orb as well. Setting herself up for a very quick bonus round. Run it back. Now, okay, we are going to go for the pseudo FPX buy. This is going to allow SK to have a great purchase on the round 3. Whilst Giant X classics alone. Toy's only got a bandit. She's got 4 members of Giant X waiting to run her down. They break the cam. And they choose to push it. They're trying to encroach and force SK towards Anva.
Indeed, they are. Jolena jump over the top. That's what the Jane Jolena actually stands for, by the way, in case you didn't know. That's also just me lying. But also, here we go, spamming away. Takes a couple of bodies to get the job done. Anva falls eventually. That's going to be a clue that the A side's completely overwhelmed. But look at this from Twy, already wrapping around them, ready to put the bow on top. But she takes a little bit of a different route on in.
Clears it out, though. This allows the rest of SK to focus on this single choke.
They know. They've seen Adora's looking this way. Knows there's a possibility. They're all just looking to go down to the spike, I presume. Lovely dink there from Adora, but that's all she'll get. And the rest of the team, further pressure put on top of them. All they want is to die on their own terms, and SK might not even allow them that. Twy hops on out for 2, and now Anita can hear her footsteps pushing on forwards. Flash to go round the corner, heavy investment when all you need to do is die, but Jolena swings out, finds the trade, and Ultorp's being farmed up across the board.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake maybe for those to go all onto the Cypher, onto the Waylay, with the Phoenix only 2 pips away. You'd expect this to really wanting to be going to rescue, but that's fine now. Although she is a main duelist, most of Jalena's kills are trades. We saw that in the previous round, right? She got that trade at the end. Not most, 28%, but it's still a large majority. She's so good at these trades. But,
I mean, I'm a fan of the hyperbole, a little bit of exaggeration here and there, but I was like,
well, you're a massive fan of hyperbole. The biggest.
Absolutely the biggest. Ginormous, some would say. Alright, here we go. Round the corner, flash to clear on out. Prowler being chased on down. Smoke's going out to cover them a little bit, but they're relying heavily on Jada up close. Door gets shut, so they have to hurry round the long way. Goes in, stun goes out. Adora slides across, not able to find one of her signature slide and headshot, but it tees up Anva perfectly. Except Anva's getting shot through the box, already so low. The tether's not quite going to find her, but Lisa will. Twice taken down Adora, now the site is completely vacant. And Fluxy's holding for Anita. And now just Jada, the Jade so far removed from the situation. Jada's got a nice position, but is instantly traded on out. And Jadewar's had to run from the other side. Her legs must be tired. And Jalena's pushing her, hunting her down. Elbow spotted and head taken off.
Rescue's still not got her ultimate though. She didn't find a kill. She didn't get the orb or the spike down in this round. It's a great bonus. We had a good buy because of that pseudo FPX bar on the previous round. The Marshall for Jelena, really the only kind of slightly off thing, or slightly unusual thing maybe. And now Giant X are down to Sheriffs. Light shields bought in case the Marshall is still here, but Jelena's got the Phantom. No deaths online for either of the two duelists. That makes me question something, but hey, if it's working, it's working.
Alright, Jade Moore has been spotted on out. Prowler, but it's just the Prowler and there's no follow through with it. A little bit of early information to dance with.
Slow. SK are hoping for a mistake. They don't want to walk into a stack of Giant X because they know that on the pistol, right? Anva was alone on A, whilst the rest of the members of Giant X are on B, waiting, pushing, trying to find something. Avoiding that is their hope. Toy gets spotted by Jademore's jump peak. And Giant X start to converge towards the site, expecting the B split, and it looks like that's where SK are going to start with.
Indeed. Rescue. And the side flash on forward, chasing this down. Adora's been spotted. Jada on the corner. Wall goes up. Stun goes out. And that does leave Jolena isolated on site, but also doesn't need any help because she's already got two. Twy does find the follow-up eventually. And now they've got all of B to themselves. SK, no matter where they go, leave a wake of destruction in their path.
And did you notice what gun that was?
It was the Odin.
It was
I'm
on the
glad
wrong
one
Scottish
of the Scottish
IGL.
IGLs is doing it, yeah.
At least one is. Anva, Anita, looking for something. Maybe Anita can get the runner back online if she dies to anything other than the spike, but the convergent path is on. Rescue's looking for her own Phoenix ult. And actually, SK are just building up towards all of theirs before Giant X. They'll only have Anita's if she does die to a player here. Or get a kill. There we go.
Well, I mean, the running back's online for both of these players now. It's actually just looking to hop on it. No, they've got immediately. They've got the whirlpool, the
whirlpool.
The water. I mean, does anyone ever call Astra's little vacuum by its real name? I refuse to out of principle.
You also don't know it. That's part of the principle there, right?
I probably do. Is it Vortex or is Vortex the stun?
You think I know? Of course I don't.
Okay, that's a good point.
Anyway. Good couple of first rounds from SK. The bonus was great. I can see Affinity's looking up the Astra's ability.
It's a gravity
names.
well, of course it is.
Gravity well,
what am I on about?
Gravity well.
I'm crazy.
But Giant X have a buy now. The last round was something that maybe they could have found if they would converge into the right location quick enough, but their members were split across the map quite a lot. You could see Anva and Anita having to come over from A, not really able to join the fight too early. But now they've got the guns. They've got the run it back for Anita and the op for Adora. She's previously been quite a big user of this gun, but she's been lacking a little bit this stage. She's only been using it well, 38 rounds out of all of them she's played. That's less than 10%. And her win rate on this gun actually is quite low. So Giant are going to need to hopefully have fixed that from group stage, because that was a weakness when she had it. We'll see what they do. She's going to take the mid line to start with. SK gearing up just to head towards B.
And we're going to need to see her. And yeah, it's still kind of early days, but the fact that neither Jade Noir or Adora have found picks yet is a little bit of a concern. Converging pass goes on in, and that does not bode well, because look at the jump over the top. It's brutal. And Jalena's got Jada as well. Spam through. Fluxy's got one with the Odin, and this round goes from tilting to outright vexing.
You made a little joke to me in the green room. About what this map might be. Can you remember what that was?
No.
You remember the scoreline that you said we might end at?
Oh, 13-0.
The way SK is looking, they have this on lock.
I don't expect a 13-0, and I don't want a 13-0, but also I do have takeout curry that I can smell in the kitchen. And both of these teams probably do as well, because we start this game well before it was time for food. So these players are playing to be able to get their scran in now. Adora gets one, Twy with the other. Now just Adora left to hold on to this. There's nothing to do with the round. She's so far removed. That's why we're yapping as the round's kind of over. But the question is, can she hold on to it?
Nice shot.
Yep, she's cold round the corner. She'll be rewarded with the ability to keep her up. But that is it.
Jelena is 11-0-1. The entry to that site, the combo of the ultimate, and then Lisa's horn over the top of the wall. Look at this. The horn lit up Jada so she could continue the spam through the Phoenix wall. The set plays from SK, they've been hiding this map from us, not because they don't like playing it, not because they're bad at it, because they wanted to save it, to surprise teams here. It might have come out a bit earlier than they wanted, but it's looking good. Rescue, run it back online. Jade Noir's got to watch out.
Oh, she does. Oh, stunned on up. It's just to run it back, and Jalena's there for the trade. And we talked about this. Trade game is so important for both of these teams. Anita's been tethered there. She's able to throw in the Molly and just keep them stalled here, held at arm's length by Molly.
So much damage done to all of the SK members, though. Jelena opens it up, but there's so much damage.
Gun barrel got spotted, and Jalena's there. Jelena just feels like she's got some unfair advantage by being Jelena.
She's unstoppable in this map. She should be on Waylay more.
So this is why they've been hiding it, is so they can pull it out in the playoffs and show off like this. Anva's good for one, and it's just trading off of her teammates. Can't find anything further because a whole crowd of SK people descend upon her.
At least Jalena's finally died. I thought she was just going to be invincible. She had invincibility on in this mode, but no. She does fall to Anva. That's something at the very least, but the convergent path is already almost online, and Giantex already, before round 7 begins, the timeout is called. An eco round. The most they can get is half, and that would be a miracle to come through. Because SK are unstoppable. They have everything in their hands. The tempo is in their control. It feels like there's nothing Giantex can do, but this timeout might be it. They might find the weakness in the execs, because most of what we've seen from SK has been quick set plays, right? They've been going fast, aggressive, ultimates used, follow-ups from Jelena with the Waylay. But now Jalena's got the op. She picked it up from Adora. So it's probably a slower round, and are Giantex in this timeout prepared for that?
That is the big question, and we'll find out. I think the timeout being used here is a necessity. You got to burn through them to fix the issue, because when we talked about this, is 6 enough at the half? Well, it wasn't on Lotus.
But it was on Split.
It was on Split.
We are dead even between these two teams in my estimations right now, but Summit is kind of changing it. Giantex have a weak buy. Ultimate's starting to cycle back up again. Anita's already been used, but the rest available. Adora spots some presence towards mid. It is that slower round. The op rings out, and Adora hears it. Not shutting the window yet, just trying to bait the SK members forward into Anita and Jada's hands because the flash is ready to pop.
Flash is ready, waiting and raring. Jelena stun over the top here. And we've seen some excellent Waylay lineups in the past sort of playoffs bracket especially. And,
Purity.
Purity comes to mind, but it looks like
Yeah.
Jelena's got a couple of her own up her sleeve.
They're ex-teammates. They might be sharing that between themselves. You never know. Possible.
Anything is. And now Weird by here. Just a Spectre really to speak of over on Adora. And unfortunately, she's not going to be in a position or in a range that it's really going to work out to help her here. Camera tag even comes on through. Rescue's ahead of all of this. They jump on to site there. Now they know where Adora is. Door gets shut. This funnels them in. Have to peek out this way. I need to get to one. Peeks out to finally take down that pesky Adora. The infestation on your site. And now just Jada is going to recover that Spectre. But actually isn't even going to be able to equip it before she falls.
If I'm playing against SK, I have a new permaban. Gentlemate's going to be watching this in fear. Sure that they're going to need to ban this out. There's no doubt at this point, right?
I mean, yeah. They've thrown the op out of bounds.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really help you exec. And as you can see here, 30% of her rounds she's got with the operator. 142 before this game started. You know it's gone up. But she wants to be able to exec. And as they look over towards A, they've got the convergent paths back online again. It's going to be an aggressive exec straight onto Anva.
Long line of sight, this time from Twi's camera, of all things. It's given her enough of a heads up, though. Jelena's already on site, and this is the problem, is how do you deal with something that's so fast you can't even see? Adora's popped the overdrive, and unfortunately not even going to get a chance to use it, taken down. But Anva and Anita, two of their own. Jada comes in to fill the gaps, and low health, managed to almost take down Lisa. But the issue is, Lisa's still alive, Lisa's still standing. Now Jade Noir, finally, the Odin in hand! The crowds rejoice. But the thing is, not able to get into position to work with. I was going to say Lisa low HP, very vulnerable to this weapon, and she says absolutely not. I'm vulnerable to nothing.
Absolutely nothing can stop SK Nebula right now. A couple of nice kills from Andrew, Anita, Jada. Yeah, sure, they can do a little bit of work, but what does that matter when the rest of SK is going to follow up behind you? The outlaw now for Jelena. She's decided against it. Stick with the rifle. It's working well. Rescue going to need a drop as well as Giant X down to yet another eco buy. Do they really... is there anything they can do?
Pray, maybe? I don't know. They're game changer sheriffs, okay? And we know that when they place a team, when they support Adora, they can do really well. And actually, they've got one of the best conversion rates on eco rounds, right? But it just feels like this is an SK Nebula unleashed, unlocked. They almost line up for the double headshot as well. Lucky to still be alive. Anita's the only one that goes down, and well, I mean, I don't even feel like luck is a word to say. You've lost the player advantage, and numbers were the only thing that you could have going for you. Now they even them up a little bit, but Jada needed to win that fight. Would have been a recovered weapon, but it's not. Now they push on towards Anva. Alone on this site, rotates so far removed, even with Adora running as fast as Neon's legs can take her through the boxes. It's like they know that she is there, and there's nothing that GX can do. It feels like this is out of their hands.
It feels like it. Adora's spammed down by her ex-teammate with the Odin taken out, and Jade Noir going on the flank going to try and cause as much damage. But look at Jelena. She's already watching it. Jade Noir's not even going to try. Pick up the gun that was dropped. And the one kill that she got. Shake her head, the toy. Now see what she can do. Survive if she can. It's going to be a difficult one. Jelena's hunting her down. There's time left on the round for her to find it, but Jade was watching the line. SK get to 9 at the very least, as Gianix will be able to buy up on the next round. They'll have to run it back in the Nightfall. They have some tools available, but is that going to be enough? Because SK look unstoppable.
They do. I mean, it's unbridled pace. It's every opening pick. It's the trade games. It's everything is just aligning. It's a constellation.
Perfect. It is. And now, SK Nebula leaning towards B again. They don't have any of the big power ult. Well, the big one, convergent paths, but they've got the run it back. They've got the astral divide, the cosmic divide, sorry. And it feels like they might be able to set this up to go. Jadenwar's alone. She's anchoring. She's stuck. She can't escape if she holds here. The Nightfall's trying to slow the exec down.
The slide on forward, Jelena again. Adora punished on her signature move. Now Anita gets one, but it's just the run it back. Jademar with another counter run it back. Has also been taken down. Jada from up top here needs to rain down relentlessly. Jademar peeks on out. Rescue's going to take her down, and unfortunately 3 versus 3 is innately going to favour SK here, but Spike hasn't gone down yet. It's no longer 3 versus 3 though, and the neural thefts come online. It's even more information. It's another advantage SK didn't even need. Anita around the corner, they know where she is. She still manages to take one down with her, and you know what, fair dues, it's impressive, but just Anva remains, and they know where she was last. They don't know where she is now, but they might actually just look to run to the other side of the map. They've got just about enough time to do so if they want.
She's got the trips over there though, so she can check the cam, see that they're not there. She's going to walk ahead. They could have flanked her in mid. There's so many question marks across the map. All we know is that A is safe. So Anva, she makes her a call. She checks the cam. She knows they're going back to B. This could be the moment where she gets the clutch. The 1 versus 2 to get Giants their first round on the map. She's not spotted by the Haunt.
Something, anything. She's got the first, but the trade game for SK is too strong. And this series has been lengthy map after lengthy map, and SK are fed up. Reigning champions rain down hell upon GX.
And there's this saying, right? Skill is about luck and putting yourself in the right position to take advantage of luck. That kill from Jelena, that opening first blood onto Adora, was that exact moment. The phantom spray while she was moving, yes, but she put herself in that position aggressive. Adora was saturated, was slowed down. SK are doing the right things to set themselves up for victory. Giant X are broken by Stinger, Guardian. The next is going to be awful. They're going to have nothing if they can't win this, so they have to win it. They must. The stuns miss.
They're just trying to isolate any single fight. Anita finds the kill that gives them the advantage, but Rescue's already pushing onto this side. A side's already being encroached upon, but Jada's got one. Now immediately teleport back onto site, keep this advantage. 2 versus 4, you cannot afford to blow this. And now Fluxy waiting around the corner, waiting for it. Now she's going to peek into a crossfire here if she moves any inch beyond that wall. She might just look to plant, potentially try to draw them on out. They swing together, and this is finally it, but it's still Jolena. Jolena has been the demon in your nightmares this whole time. She isolates the first 2 fights, and around the corner, luckily holds on, clings on, and gives Giant X their first round of the map.
They finally get one. The 13-0 doesn't come to fruition, and SK, they fall, they falter. A speed bump in the run towards the upper finals, towards Gentlemates, towards a rematch of the Stage 2 Grand Finals. It felt like there was maybe a mistake there from Fluxy. She jumped whilst in the astral form, placing the stars. Maybe a mistake. It was heard and it fell down. The 2 versus 4 could have been possible, maybe, but no. Giant X, they get the bye, they get the round. No ultimates to speak of for them. The Nightfall online, convergent paths for SK. 11 on the horizon as Jaden was trapped. Oh, Decayed, everything in her face.
Oh, and the fact that Rescue gets the wall up to keep herself safe here as well. Anita backside. Rescue walks into her unbeknownst. That gives them at least something to work with. Lovely converging paths. Anita finds yet another. Run it back online. Immediately taken down by Dora, swings off the back of it. This is the synergy that we needed to see. This is the Giant X. We wanted this whole map. And now finally, they're getting it done. Anva with the last Giant X. It is a small, minute moment. A small high to end the half on, but it's something to work with, something to cling on to.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You couldn't have asked for a better half if you're SK. Well, you could by maybe 2 rounds, but GX, that is their hope. That is the spark that keeps them going, and they as a team will tell you 2 rounds, that's enough hope for them to come back.
The promising future for SK Nebula. The Stage 2 Championship won. But for Giant this is the last rites. They need a crazy half. 11 rounds to win it. 10 for OT. And after what we saw in the first half, you know SK is going to have set plays set up here to try and shut down anything GX send their way. Door closed immediately as Giant walking towards mid. They have to go to B, but they're fine with that. It's only Lisa.
Well, I mean, Lisa's been playing amazingly, and they're chasing her down, they're hunting her down as far back as they can. Rescue gets one, unfortunately, they can't quite save Lisa, but Rescue's trying to make the most of the situation. Adora, though, stepping up, comes alive on these attack sides. Spike goes down early, and you can see the SK players running over as fast as they can.
Not a lot of hope, but Fluxy, taken down by Adora. Maybe that 1v1 goes her way, it goes different, but now it's just the Sentinel. Boy, what can you find? Adora probably up first, but you can see Jada's ready on the line as well to support. Fundamentals from Giant required here. The trade not through.
Time is low, but Jada says, don't even worry about the timer. Not your problem, mate. And they managed to get themselves an important, dare I say, an absolute necessity of a pistol round.
And now I'm wondering, do we see SK force up? It's on the defender side, so it's less likely than on the attack like we saw before. And it didn't work, so maybe not. But they're not going to. On the defense, the classics. A stack over towards A looks to be the recipe for the hopes of a win. Because that would send Giant tumbling down economically, mentally, everything falling. Boy, tries to get the cam set up. It takes a little bit of time, and now they heard it. They know where she is, but there's 4 members of SK here. Giant they don't know yet, but they're about to.
Oh, they're about to know your name. To run on through. Wall of bullets goes on out. Unfortunately, Twy can't quite escape the way Jolina can, but they're isolating these fights with the pistols. It's 3 versus 3. Now, they're not weapons that can be recovered, really, but Rescue's found another headshot, and they're about to make this happen. Fluxy's found one with the picks up Vandal, just Adora, and this was their chance, this was their hope. The team that's great at stealing conversions has one stolen from under them. It's all on Adora, the slide on out. She is immaculate, and now Rescue, nothing but the sheriff in hand. The information outdated. She's going to plant. Rescue using this chance to creep forward as close as she can get. Trying to catch Adora off guard. She's missed the timing on her escaping through the door. Rescue's caught her, back turned, 2 bullets to the body, and Rescue clutches this one up. And SK Nebula, as if the situation wasn't beneficial enough for them. It's an Emoda Thrifty.
An Emoda Thrifty. Rescue gets the last kill of the 3k in the round. The runner back now online for what is going to be SK trying to get up to map and series point in round 15 already. How on earth this goes their way, I don't know, but Rescue off in mid, doing her own little damage, her own little song and dance, and it works. Desolation for Giant X. A round they should have won, a round that should have been easy, falls away. 2 rifles in this to try and secure themselves something.
Dorsha and Rescue's face. Adora caught there a little bit by... Oh! I was going to say caught by the tripwire, caught by Rescue, who's just on fire, throwing fire their way, allows her to peek round the corner, and for isolates the fight with her, will win it on out, and suddenly the tables have turned a little bit here.
Yeah, the switcheroo back and forth, but the Odin can spam down the line. Anita gets it. And now it's a 2 versus 4. Are we going to see another eco?
Surely not. I mean, I say surely not. I don't think that SK want to give these weapons away. They're just going to cower on B.
And somehow Giant X get the round win. There's no way. They should have done, but again, we see the fundamentals working when the teams are trading, when they're ready. And when Giant X have control of the tempo, that feels like when it works best, when they are able to turn on at the right moment and surprise SK, pounce on them at timings they don't expect. Adora caused a lot of havoc in this round as well. The overdrive popped and ran it down towards B, and it caused SK to scatter.
Freak out a bit, yeah.
Freak out. Disappear off into their own places, and one by one getting whittled down by Giant X. And while they get the 4th round, round 15 goes their way. SK can't secure map and series point just yet, but they'll still have a bye in this. A little bit broken, but they run it back. 1 away for Anita. Rescue's got hers.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
We're going to see a battle of the Phoenixes in this round, I am sure.
I can't wait for it. I can't think of anything flashier. Pun, fully, wholeheartedly, mind, body, and soul attended there. And now we see a gear up over towards A. Now there's a line of stars there, which does concern me ever so slightly, because, I mean, Fluxy's been amazing on this Astra. Jade Moore pushing Odin back in hands. Maybe this is exactly what she needs to get the pet back in her step. She's going to be run on down, though, and she actually knows that she senses it before she can even see any of these players, and she's just going to call it off. Doesn't want to give them an isolated duel and an advantage. Run on forward, Molly goes on in, and Adora already clearing that back alley.
Yeah, space taken by Giant X here is brilliant. They get the site. 5 versus 5. Adora tries to take down Rescue, goes back to rejoin with the team. They've not even broken door yet.
They haven't. Are they going to? I don't know. Trying to lure them into this fight. Adora, a lot of damage, but some taken herself. Amber's found one. Jolita jumps on in with a bandit. Despicable pick. Does get traded on out here, but Giant X just keeping a lid on this boiling hot. Stops it from spilling over. And that is a 5th round here. And Echo, I'm going to call it early.
No,
I'm
don't
going to
say
say, come back.
Don't. This would be the mother of all comebacks for this to happen. For this,
I'm going to be the grandmother of all comebacks.
Yeah,
10-0 down.
My age.
It wasn't meant to be, but when you mention it, you know.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Small wins.
SK do have a buy up here, though. The last was a little bit weak, right? They had the bandit on Jelena. Got Convergent Paths 1 away. She's got a Vandal in her hand. She's fighting towards mid. The first pick, surely hers, but the trade is quick from Anita. That's what was needed. Rescue looking for more now.
Nice stuff. Jade War, Jada both get their picks. And now 4 versus 2 once again. SK can't catch a break in the first 30 seconds of these rounds. It seems like Giant X, yeah, maybe defense side wasn't great, but I mean, maybe attack side is the place to be.
I'm wondering if this is a playbook issue, right? SK were so aggressive, so quick, fast-paced on the attack side because they had all these set plays, these playbooks that they could call from to do. They didn't have to play out and try and understand what Giant X are doing. And now with the neural theft, Giant X are going to know exactly where the SK members are. They're split across the map. They are isolated, individual on islands, and Fluxy, well, she's good, but you've got 4 members of Giant X running your way.
Ooh, shoulder spotted. Fluxy needs to be careful, so tunnel visioned on the player on the left. She doesn't realise she's getting swung from the right. And now just Twy left. And there's nothing that she can do. She's going to just sit on the other side, doesn't want to feed them more ult orbs.
No, because look, Jade Moore is 2 away. Anita's already had a run it back. Could get another one online very soon. You don't want to feed it. You don't want to risk it. And SK, they have the tools, but they're going to have a relatively low buy. Jadenoir is just making sure the Odin still works, checking it out, and I think we can still hear it going. So we know that it definitely does work. And they're hunting toy. They're trying to take away any gun possible, any chance of SK pulling a fast one over their heads, like they did earlier on round, well, 14.
There we go. They're trying to whittle down where Twy is. She finds one, and you know what? That's fair juice. She deserves to live. She's bought her freedom.
Just about. Almost converged on. Survives. And now the gun. Well, she's been anchoring sight, so I think her having that gun is a completely fair enough situation. But most of Giant X look to be leaning towards mid and B to start with, where those pistols are, the sidearms. SK, you've got some ultimates. Maybe you can pull a trap play off on Giant X. That could be in the playbook. Maybe that's what SK are relying on here.
Bring them down. Okay, alright. We are seeing a lot of heavy B main intent here. Waiting, holding on, seeing if SK will make a move. SK, weird and wacky buy. It's just twice that saved weapon. Everyone else is brought on up here. Rescue and Jolina, though, they want to make things happen. They've already pulled off one thrifty, and why not another?
That was really nice from Giant X, though. The way they had Jadenoir just up alone. She was trying to bait out that trap play with the convergent paths, but SK didn't fall for it. They did eventually fall for the flash peek rescue flashing for Jolina, the supportive role, even on the Phoenix. You know that she loves playing it. And Giant X, maybe a little bit of a fake towards A, but they're still going B.
Okay. Jolina waiting. And here's stuff coming out. She's investing the converging cards into this round here. It's going to stop them even entering onto the site. There's only 30 seconds remaining is when my eyebrows start to raise. Now, Nightfall comes on now, forces them to scatter. Except scatter, they don't. And Anva's going to pop this. Oh, they run it back so close. And she finds the original body. And now, 2 versus 2. Lisa needs to get a gun back out in time, dodging bullets. But Anva's there as backup. Only 10 seconds. Plant's going to go on down. Twy, the one with the recovered weapon. And they know she has this, but they don't know where she's coming from. She could be absolutely anywhere. Jadenoir's holding for it. Pixel perfect headshot. And GX are clawing their way back into this.
They are. The convergent paths from SK. Loxy's own smoke blocked Jolina from making the most of it. And then the Nightfall from Jadenoir to try and push towards the site to get past that smoke. It works. It allows Anva on that lurk through mid to find what is needed. SK, a timeout called, finally. The coach is getting involved, saying 4 is enough. We want to end this. We want to go to bed. We're on a boot camp. We got to find our way back. Away. But meanwhile, Giant X are building up economy. Anva's, I don't think she's died this half.
Oh, I think
maybe
you
once.
might be right. Maybe. But I haven't been keeping track. I haven't noticed her died. But again, with GX, they've just been stunned back into this, and I've just had more and more of the sense of dread settle that this grandma comeback that you said don't even talk about it is creeping on forwards.
It is. SK
4 rounds difference now.
4 rounds. We went from 8 to 4. So quickly. Giant X on the trot, 4 in a row. Operator now brought up from Jolina. We've sung the praises of her with this weapon so many times. And SK do have ultimates online. Astral Divide, Cosmic Divide, Nightfall. They've got what they need for the retakes to get the defuse in if Giant X choose to play off of sight. But they're going to go towards A, where the Cypher setup is looking to anchor.
Here we go. So much util thrown to hold Giant X back. And actually, not just hold them back, they've decided to completely reevaluate. Systematic change of approach. No, I say that. Regroup, they fall back a little bit, have a little bit of a team talk, make sure they're out of earshot reach of the enemy team. Recalibrate and ready to head. Exactly. I would love to see this game with proximity shot, actually.
Oh,
but again,
no, that would be awful.
Side note, Twi's got a camera on this angle. Flash goes over. She's desperately trying to trigger the cages, but Adora is faster. Rescue, though, even quicker on the trade. Flash is left, right, and center, just trying to keep themselves alive. Jelena jump over the top. Oh, it's a collateral out of nowhere, and that's a devastating way for Giant X's comeback to start having spanners thrown into the works. Jelena turns back. She's got a spidey sense tingling. Just Jade more left, and she's tagged up heavily.
Walking wounded, running to B. She'll get there just about in time to get the spike down. But Lisa's on the way to try and shut her out, try and close it out. 12 and 7, looking likely unless Jademar can pull off the great grandmother of all clutches.
I mean, we're just scaling up the family tree now, aren't we? Lisa's heard the footsteps, so it's looking unlikely. Dodges the haunt there, not to give her anything. The rest of the team comes conga lining on down, ready to go, and it's Fluxy up first, who's going to find the pick straight away. SK Nebula, map point, series point, and at the point of sending GX to a fate where they have to battle through the lower bracket, have to fight up against any plethora of teams to try get that GCC spot. This is SK's statement of intent. They will be in Sao Paulo.
The minimum they can get here is third. If they can win this, it doesn't confirm their place in GCC, but it all but locks it in. And now, what we're looking at here with these two teams is everything. A tech pause. The third one, 3 maps, 3 tech pauses. We had to do it to you. But once we get back to this, everything is on the line for Giant X. They go and face down in the lower bracket multiple games just to be able to find their way maybe to Istanbul.
I fear, however, that this is being a little bit of a prolonged tech pause. So I am going to leave you on the great-great-great-grandmother of all cliffhangers. We are going to go to a break. We have 1, potentially more rounds to go. Find out if SK can close this last bit out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ Yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now ow ow Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't yeah, yeah.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. 'cause you could let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. 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 Keep your eyes on me.
We're back from the tech pause, and SK Nebula are on the precipice of taking the victory here. They need one more round. They had a 10-round flawless start. Can they find one more, dig deep, and bring us to that third and final position, at least to qualify for GCC?
You've got to think they must be able to. Cosmic Divide, Nightfall online, Neural Theft if Toy can find a kill. Jalena's operator as well is going to be so powerful in this round. Holding towards mid, Jada goes for the aggressive TP into the spawn. These have not worked out for her in the past, and Jalena's already watching for it, but she's watching the wrong way. Maybe Jada can find the timing.
Maybe she can, indeed. And, oh, Jalena around the corner gets taken down. Lisa immediately finds the trade. The paranoia is in her face, but she manages to jump around the corner, get out alive here. It's a massive dance. It's a battle. It's a tango. And Lisa's going to win it out. Jade were a trade elsewhere on the map here, but Twy immediately right back here. Adora taken down in the open. It's just Jade Moore to cling on to this comeback for us. And now Jade Moore has been caught by the Nightfall, spammed on down, and it's the Lisa 4K to finish us off. SK Nebula take the map. They continue in the upper bracket, and it's the 13-7. They let GX get a couple of rounds, but that is it.
SK have a date with Gentlemates, a rematch of that Stage 2 Grand Finals on Tuesday. But for now, Giant X are going to be going down to that lower bracket, fighting it out with focus to see if they can continue on try and make their own way to Istanbul, make their own way to GCC through that lower bracket run that Giant X is so well known for. But who else could be the MVP? Jolina had an insane start, 11-0 at one point in this map. And she continued it, maybe not with the 0 deaths. She died 12 more times after that, but that's fine. She got an incredible number of picks, 35% first blood rate. That is insane.
Absolutely ludicrous levels of just death here, quite honestly. I don't think there's any nice way to put it. She tore through them like a hurricane, and it's been just amazing to watch her arc as a player, and it culminates right here. And as we said, that sends Giant X down to the bracket, and if both Giant X and G2 win their matches versus Habosh and Focus respectively, it means one of them, their journey towards GCC ends there. SK have bought themselves the biggest possible advantage they could have imagined in winning this series.
What a series, though. I want to talk about this series a little bit longer because it was long enough and I want to keep on going. Like, that was
Why must
incredible.
you do this? The players probably want to go sleep.
So do I, but you know what? This series deserves it because
it does.
There was so many back and forth moments split going SK's way, and you think that's it. The series is over, especially in the dominant way they performed there. And then we get to Lotus. Overtime needed for Giant X, so close to SK managing to take their own map pick and close that out on 2-0, but instead we go to Summit, where SK feels like this was their secret weapon, the ace up their sleeve that they hadn't shown yet. And now they have, and now everybody knows their attack side is not to be messed with. The defense, maybe. I'm sure they'll work on that before the rest of the playoffs carries on for them. But the attack side was immaculate, and that is going to put fear into the hearts of the rest of the Game Changers teams.
Exactly. If that's how you just show up, that's your first showing there on Summit. I mean,
wow.
Sky is, not even the sky's the limit. Beyond that, the stratosphere is where they are headed. And it's so great to see that they've continued on this momentum from stage 2. I know there's always a lot of worries when a new team bounces back, makes this crazy resurgence. Can they keep up the momentum? Well, the answer is most certainly yes. But Echo, get out of here. I've got someone that I want to speak to here, and I'm gonna bring in the one. Oh, and you know what? I've just seen on the side of my screen, I've got the whole team here. How are you guys doing?
We are doing so good.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. And you guys on LAN again, this is what, you know, major resurgence in stage 2. So it's amazing to see you all together. Right, I'm gonna get the nerdy question out of the way and done first, but this is your first time playing Summit on the main stage.
Yeah.
Were you a little worried that it came up as the decider, or have you just been hiding this to bring it out as a showstopper now in playoffs?
I think we were so excited to play Summit because we were playing it in Prax, like we screamed it actually a lot, and we were like doing really good. And we felt like after the overtime in Lotus, we were like, we need to win this Summit, and we were like so excited to play for the first time, and a bit of change, a bit of new. We knew that, I don't know, I had this feeling, I told to my coach that we're gonna win this Summit. Like I knew it, I had the feeling.
I mean, we all saw it, the 10-round start. It felt inevitable.
Yeah.
Is the boot camp buff back?
Yes, all the time bootcamp buff is here with SK Nebula, and yeah, I'm so glad to have this teammate.
Now, Gentlemates is up next. Do you think you can go back to your winning ways versus them? Are you feeling confident after this win?
Of course. I think that we can beat Gentlemates like we did in the stage 2, so it's gonna be a really interesting game.
Now, I've just had confirmation. You have 100% qualified for GCC now. It is my hugest congratulations to let you know that.
Team. Yeah.
How are you feeling now? Sao Paulo, are you excited?
I don't know. I have no words to describe what I feel right now. Like, for me, it was a dream. And I'm so happy. I want to cry, but I'm so happy.
It's honestly, it's a dream that you guys have made come true through hard work, determination, and coming together like no team has. I mean, your story is just amazing. But I'm going to let you guys go celebrate, go have an amazing night, go enjoy a day off, and huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
They're gonna make me cry. They're gonna make me cry seeing that. I mean, no other team I think deserves it more. From relegation to winning stage 2 to coming in and dominating here. I don't know what to say. I've got goosebumps. And seeing them celebrate just...
We can see them just off screen. I know y'all can't at home, but they were hugging, crying, laughing. What an incredible moment for them. We didn't even realize that the permutations were going too deep, so way too confusing. But SK Nebula, for the first time, are making it to GCC. What a moment for them. And looking at today's results, we've got 2 teams confirmed. Mates and SK, 1 final spot available at Champs. And you know that the lower bracket teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to get there.
And this is the thing, is all 4 of these teams can technically make it, right? Habosh and Focus need to win the whole thing, but that's still possible from the lower bracket. However, G2, Giant X, their journeys have suddenly doubled, tripled, quadrupled in difficulty. Herculean challenges await them to get there. It is really anybody's game here. 4 teams remain, and I mean, it's never been this high stakes before.
This feels like a whole other level. Obviously, right now, G2 Gozens may be considered the favourites to make it in, right? Points-wise, they've got it slightly easier. They can fall behind Habosh or Focus. If they don't win the event, G2's still going to make it through. But everything is on the line. This is now one last spot for 4 teams to fight it over.
Yeah, and just goosebumps, literal chills that this is how the EMEA season ends. This is how the EMEA year ends. Here are the remaining matchups. Gentlemates and SK, they've bought themselves a day off. They can have a little relax. They can go celebrate, or they can sit and they can watch these games knowing that one of these teams they'll probably play in the grand final. GX versus Focus, G2 versus Habosh. Every single one of these matches somehow increases in intensity.
Everything. You lose, you're out. You win, and you are 1 step closer to Brazil. What else could we want from the last couple of games of this playoffs before Istanbul on the 30th of August? We are waiting to get there, and these teams are now fighting for that. And for 2 of them, they need to win it to get to Brazil. What a rest of the week we have, or I guess 3 days after the beginning of the next week, we have ahead of us.
Exactly, but that is kind of it for today. I mean, we had a look at tomorrow's schedule. We showed you the games already. You knew what's coming up, but exciting news. I mean, not quite as exciting as, you know, the qualification to Sao Paulo. That's just the centerpiece right here. And you know what? Again, I'm so proud of them. I love speaking to them. And it's always Twy. We always get to the good news with Twy interviews. I should have known when we requested it. But, I mean, 5 players that deserve the absolute world. However, we'll be seeing who can go toe-to-toe, who is going to be joining them to represent this region tomorrow. And the exciting news that I was on about, not quite that exciting, but we are back on the main VALORANT EMEA channel. I mean, drop a follow for this channel anyway. Why not? You've been here long enough. You've hopefully enjoyed the show. But we will be over on the main channel tomorrow as the stakes get higher. However, that is it for today. Echo, I'm going to give you a chance to say any final words whilst I compose myself.
Just that the scriptwriters couldn't have done a better job with this stage.
Give them a raise.
The fact we had the stage 1 champions qualify first, the stage 2 champions qualify next, and now stage 3. Championship required for 2 teams, or just to get 2nd place for the others. What else could we ask for? This is an incredible stage of EMEA GC. You do not want to miss the next 3 days.
No, you do not. So make sure that you're following the VALORANT EMEA channel so you can join us tomorrow and all of the following days of the playoffs. And then as we head into Istanbul later in the month. But that is it from us tonight. I hope you had an amazing time. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings. Well, what's left of them after that lengthy series. It has been our utmost pleasure to bring you the action. And we'll see you tomorrow bright and early.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Popped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link it, I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
last breath. To the depths of hell, maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hothead looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, I'll come visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the fire again. Shut